Yeah, your heart is a sun, and it shines as it opens.
Well, your heart is a sun, and it shines as it opens.
Yeah, your heart is a sun, and it shines as it opens.
Well, your heart is a sun, and it shines as it opens.
Yeah, your bones are the earth, and they sing with the mountains.
Well, your bones are the earth, and they sing with the mountains.
Yeah, your bones are the earth, and they sing with the mountains.
Well, your bones are the earth, and they sing with the mountains.
Why would you look outside yourself when you have all of the world inside?
Why would you look outside yourself when you have all of the world
You said,
inside?
why would you look outside yourself when you have all of the world
Why would
inside?
you look outside yourself when you have all of the world
Your
inside?
mind is a space that creates your horizon.
Well, your mind is a space that creates the horizon.
Your mind is a space that creates your horizon.
Well, your mind is a space that creates your horizon.
Say, why would you look outside yourself when you have all of the world
Why
inside?
would you look outside yourself when you have all of the world
Why
inside?
would you look outside yourself when you have all of the world
Why would you
inside?
look outside yourself when you have all of the world inside?
You know, you can feel it when you look inside. You know, you can feel it. It's no surprise. Say, why would you look outside yourself when you have all of the world
Why
inside?
would you look outside yourself when you have all of the world
Say, why would you
inside?
look outside yourself when you have all of the world
Why
inside?
would you look outside yourself when you have all of the world
Why
inside?
would you look outside yourself when you have all of the world inside? Inside, all of the world inside.
I wake up in the morning to whistles and bells. The city's got its stories to tell. Voices lift easy, they come out like the ocean swells. Tonight I'm looking far past a bottle in my hand. Sometimes it's all the truth I can stand. I just follow the way the wind, it blows my plans. And I'm tied to your tracks, love. I wish that I am your last love. The dream comes to me like a memory, and I rise above once again. remind me and I'll turn to words how I should have fallen for a bluebird. At least you know each spring they always return. And I've learned to capture this mixture of shadows and glory, hang them up like pictures on the wall, and stay laughing through my tears after it all. And I am tied to your tracks, love. I wish that I am your last love. The dream comes to me like a memory, and I rise above once again. Tied to your tracks, love. I wish that I am your last love. The dream comes to me like a memory, and I rise above, and I rise above once again.
Good morning, junior exhibitors. We are hoping to be getting started our showmanship as well as our show team judging in just a few short moments. We're just waiting for a few more judges to arrive, but we are hoping to start as close as possible to 8:30. So if you're in those first few splits, make sure to start making your way down here, and we hope to get started as soon as possible.
But I never made it there, 'cause she come tearing through my life like a tornado, coming on hotter than a big potato. She spin me around and see you later. Want to hate her, but I love her instead. We caught the red eye to Dubai. She was blowing through my dough like it's going out of style. In general, I was a sensible guy, but that guy died when she come tearing through my life like a tornado, coming on hotter than a big potato. She spin me around and see you later. Want to hate her, but I love her instead. Go. Well, I lost my job and all of my money, most of my friends and half of my mind. So messed up, it's a little funny. And I thought for sure that she was mine. But now I'm alone, just trying to get it right, picking up the pieces of my busted life. If she walked into this room tonight, I'd say, baby, won't you come tearing through my life like a tornado, coming on hotter than a big potato. She spin me around and see you later. Wanna hate her, but I love her instead. I wanna hate her, but I love her instead.
Well, I walked up to a mountain, followed a bird up there, 'cause I found me a woman who treated me unfair. sunrise. Remembered an awful dream of lightning and thunder, and hearing someone scream. Trouble finds you in worry, it sticks around to your day. Once you found a little darling, and she takes over your head. And I see wind that was blowing, I had to find me a hole for to climb in and live forevermore. And I heard voices calling in my delirious state. They're saying something out in Spanish. That's when I went insane. Trouble finds you in worry, it sticks around to your day. Once you found a little darling, and she takes over your head. I started that story and forgot that this is a live recording, so now we can't use this song either. But she's gonna hear it eventually. So they can just mess it up now if they want. They can do whatever they want. Down from that mountain, I had to find me a job. To come in and live, I was selling gas and soda pops. One afternoon I was bothered because those thoughts, they don't end. Set me back up. Up to that mountain again. Trouble finds you in worry, it sticks around to your day. Once you found a little darling, and she takes over your head. Trouble finds you in worry, it sticks around to your day. Once you found a little darling, and she takes over your head. She will. Up to a mountain, followed a bird up there, 'cause I found me a woman who treated me unfair. And I woke to the sunrise, remembered an awful dream of lightning and thunder, and hearing someone scream. Trouble finds you in worry, it sticks around until you're dead. Once you found a little darling, and she takes over your head. was blowing, I had to find me a hole for to climb in and live forevermore. And I heard voices calling in my delirious state, saying something out in Spanish. That's when I went and sang. Trouble finds you and worry, it sticks around until you're dead. Once you found a little darling, and she takes over your head. I came back down from that mountain. I had to get me a job, working behind the counter, selling gas and soda pop. One afternoon I was bothered because those nights never end. Now they just sent me back up onto that mountain again. Trouble finds you and worry, it sticks around till you're dead. Once you found a little darling, and she takes over your head. Trouble finds you and worry, it sticks around until you're dead. Once you found a little darling, and she takes over your head.
True love never dies. Plenty of bumps along the way. They'd be lying if they said they liked each other every day. True love never dies. Somebody take a picture. Somebody write it down. We can learn a thing or two about forever from these lovers and what they found. Now every night he sleeps alone. He stretches out his arms and hold her, but she ain't coming home. True love never dies. 'Cause she still wears her wedding ring. It's on a gold chain around his neck next to his heart, where she still lives. Oh,
All right, folks, all of the pieces have fallen into place, so I believe we are ready to begin. So if we can get our first class of showmanship and our first set of show team judges for both rings in place, we will get started as soon as everybody is ready and raring to go. So marshalers, get our first class up and ready, please and thank you. So entering in for our first split of senior showmanship is entry number 301, Sienna Borson, entry number 309, Winton Brandel, entry number 306, Brooklyn Olson, and entry number 305, Bryn Yoder. Our first set of judges is going to be judging today is Carson Van Sickle and his ringman, Hawken Mader. And then in the East Ring, our first split here for junior showmanship. First in is entry number 109, Ava Mackey. Second in is entry number 105, Sydney Van Sickle. Entry number 107, Greeley Robertson. Entry number 111, Blake Fisk. And entry number 108, Natalie Koberstein. And our first set of senior judges, we've got judging Lily Howell and her ringman, Sadie Howell.
Vows were made to be together
Thompson original blue jeans. A triple backflip off a rusted tire swing. Broken arm and trophy scars. Oh, that's one hell of a way to win a heart. It might kill him for we're done. At least it keeps us young. Young like summer nights, dancing around in circles, bathing in the moonlight. Young when you fall so fast, busy being 17 and hoping this love lasts. It might kill us for we're done. Love keeps us young. He was smoking those cigarettes down by the dock and racing my dad's Corvette against the clock. A 1950 classic red. That slow Patron buzz in our head. It might kill me for we're done. At least it keeps us young. Young like
And now we're ready for some comments from Judge Carson Van Sickle.
Before we start off, I'd like to thank the Olds Regional Exhibition for letting us have such a great show here this week. I'd also like to thank my ringman, Hawken Mater, for coming and assisting me with this, for a smooth operation with this amazing group of heifers here. I start the class off with the big, broody red heifer. I love the femininity in this heifer's front 1/3. I love how deep she is in her middle third. Just an overall amazing female. In second, I have this big, feminine black heifer. I love the strength of her top. I love the width of hip. I just maybe would like to see her move on them back legs a little bit better for me today. In third, I have a fall-born heifer. I love the sweep and depth of rib of this heifer. I just think she gets out-horsed by the yearling heifers here today. I round the class with this short-horn heifer. I just maybe think, I love her femininity. I just maybe think she needs a little bit more depth of her middle third to place any higher today. Thank you.
Thank you, Carson. And I believe we are now ready for comments from Judge Lily Howell in our second ring.
Well, good morning, everyone. I'd like to start off by thanking the Olds Regional Exhibition for hosting one of Canada's premier youth livestock shows, Summer Synergy. It truly does give fellow exhibitors and myself real-world experience within our ever-changing beef industry. On behalf of my partner, Sadie, and I'd also like to thank the sponsors and organizers for putting on this event. From scholarship to setting sales opportunities, I do think it's a great event for youth and agriculture. Into the cattle today, I do think that this is a strong set of females and you could go any way with it. I think that my first two Hereford females pair up the nicest in this class. I really like this first place female for how fresh made she is. She probably has the least amount of condition in this class today. And she gets out and moves really well. And for the amount of neck extension she has up front is really nice. The heifer in second, I think, really pairs up nicely with her. I do like putting these two in the top just in how they pair up and in terms of their silhouette. I think in terms of frame size and overall dimension, they're very similar. So I think that's why they came to the top of the class so easily. The third place heifer was kind of the problem in the class. She's definitely the mama cow in this class, and she's probably going to go on and make one of the best cows, but I just don't think that she could come in front of these top two for me today. She was definitely a first or a third heifer, and I think just in terms of how the two Herefords paired up today, I think I got to put her third. The bottom two heifers I have down below, they pair up in terms of their moderate frame compared to the top three females. the fourth place heifer, in terms of her neck extension and overall length of body, I think comes above the red heifer. The red heifer, if anything, I just want to clean her up through her front end, as well as make her a little structurally more sound on the move. But overall, a good class of females. Thank you.
Thank you, Lily. So that was Judge Lily Howell and Sadie and her ringman, Sadie Howell, in that showmanship class, that first class of junior showmanship. Advancing is entry number 109, Ava Mackey, 107, Greeley Robertson, and entry number 111, Blake Fisk. Also thank you to entry number 105, Sydney Van Sickle, and entry number 108, Natalie Koberstein, for coming into that class. Now in our second run here for senior showmanship in the class now, once again, is Sienna Borison, entry number 301, Winton Brandel, entry number 309, Brooklyn Olson, entry number 306, and Bryn Yoder, entry number 305. Now judging is Judge Daniel Pearson and his ringman, Sterling Chrisman. And now in our second split of junior showmanship, we've got entry number 110, Callan Gardner, entry number 104, Ainsley Van Sickle, entry number 115, Sophie Pass, entry number 114, Wyatt Saylor, and entry number 118, Riley Kamla. And judging this class of junior showmanship is Judge Brenna Fornwald and ringman Sydney Carlson and Peyton Chrisman. Apologies, folks. It's Sydney Carlson who is judging, and then ringman will be Brenna Fornwald and Peyton Chrisman. And now comments from Judge Daniel Pearson.
Well, I think we got a really good class of very impressive females out here today. I'm going to start off with the red heifer, a female we really have to appreciate in terms of that depth of body as well as that overall structural standpoint. We have to appreciate how well she gets out on the move and how clean she is up through that front end. Moving down the line into the second place heifer, I think we really need to appreciate her just in terms of that cleanliness through that front end. I think she was definitely really close to pulling ahead of this first place female, but I think she's just lacking the cleanliness right behind the shoulder there. I think she breaks out in her shoulder and over that top line. Moving down the line, I think I had the troublesome heifer in the class. We still have to appreciate her in terms of that overall depth and that gut that she carries with her. Out on the stride, she looks absolutely wonderful, but I think by far today she just gets outpowered and doesn't have the overall mass nor capacity to compete with my top two females. Now, rounding out the class is, I think, one of our most herdy cows out here. I think she's going to be an amazing cow prospect. I think she's just lacking that overall depth and might be one of the more angular ones that's just a bit tubular and doesn't quite have the overall means to come to the top of the class today. And before me and my partner head out today, we'd like to thank the Summer Synergy Committee as well as the ORE for putting on this amazing show once again. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. In that first split of senior showmanship, advancing is entry number 301, Sienna Borison, and entry 309, Winton Brandel. We'd also like to thank entry number 306, Brooklyn Olson, and entry number 305, Bryn Yoder, for coming out and showing today. That judging pair was Judge Daniel Pearson and Sterling Crispin, who just finished up there in our ring one. And now we're ready for comments from Judge Sidney Carlson.
First off, I'd like to thank everybody for coming out today and supporting the members that are showing. I would like to thank the ORE and Summer Synergy for putting this event on, and I would also like to thank the sponsors for helping bring it all together. At the top of this class today, I placed this red heifer. She's long-bodied. She's got a lot of depth from her brisket down to her flank. She carries her width throughout her entire body, and she's very sound on her feet. I placed this red heifer in second. She's got a lot of smoothness to her body. She just lacks a little bit of capacity that the heifer above her has. Although she does carry a lot of soundness and depth. I placed this black heifer in third. I placed this black heifer in third. She carries a lot of depth. She has a lot of depth throughout her entire body. She just lacks a little bit of length that the two heifers above her have, although she does also carry a lot of angularity. I placed this next red heifer in fourth. She's very sound. She carries a lot of capacity through her body, and she's very sound on her feet and legs. She just didn't have the overall structure that the heifers above her had. I placed this next heifer, I placed this final heifer in last today just because she doesn't have as much capacity, width, and depth as the heifers above her. She's very stout. Although she doesn't have as much width. Thank you.
Thank you, Sydney. And that split of junior showmanship, advancing is entry number 110, Callan Gardner, and entry number 114, Wyatt Saylor. We'd also like to thank Ainsley Van Sickle, Sophie Pass, and Riley Kamla for coming and showing their cattle in the showmanship class. And now in ring one, we've got our next split of senior showmanship. First in is entry number 312, El Greneveld. Next in is entry number 308, Tyler Visser. Entry number 302, Jackson Denchikoff. Entry number 310, Rebecca Hess. And entry number 313, Savannah Elliott. And now in for show team judging, Judge Jordy Dones and ringman Bryn Burkhardt. So we are now in our first semifinal for junior showmanship. So in our first semifinal for junior showmanship, first in was entry number 109, Ava Mackey. Second in was entry number 107, Greeley Robertson. Third in was entry number 111, Blake Fisk. And then from our second split was entry number 110, Callan Gardner, and entry number 114, Wyatt Saylor. Judging this class is Shelton Grabler and his ringman, Paige Van Sickle.
Young like summer nights, dancing around in circles, bathing in the moonlight. Young when you fall so fast, living like we're 17 and hoping this love lasts. It might kill us before we're done. It might kill us before we're done. Love keeps us young.
We're now ready for comments from Judge Jordy Dones.
Before I would like to give my reasons for this, how I placed this class, I'd just like to say for a huge thank you for the Summer Synergy Board for letting me and Bren come into this beautiful ring in this beautiful morning. What an amazing class. All these females would be very productive females, and I think they would prove themselves over time. But maybe I just found a couple that maybe had the fewest weaknesses. So that's why. So for the following reasons, I will place this class. For this Hereford heifer that I placed in first here, she just maybe she's the most freest move-in, and she's big for her age, but that could prove that she'll have a lot of growthy calves over time. She's also I see one of the most cleanest on her lines. For the second place cow over here, she has lots of spring of rib. She has a lot of depth to her. She just maybe falls behind in second today, maybe just because I just like a little bit more for her age compared to our first place heifer today. I placed this shorthorn heifer second here. I just maybe would wish for a little bit more depth throughout her body, maybe a little bit more depth through her twist, and maybe just like to clean up those back feet there. But besides, a very good heifer with very clean lines that'll prove its longevity over time. I placed this Semifinal cow here. Fourth. I just maybe like to clean up her top line. Maybe just like to see a little bit more foot structure within her, and I'd like to just clean up her legs there. But besides, a very good cow that probably will raise a very good calf. I placed this black cow here with a white udder in last here today, rounding off my class. Maybe just because I just like she maybe snaps a little bit on that back pasterns when she moves around. I just maybe like to also feminine her up throughout her body. But besides a very good cow, I just maybe like to clean her up a little bit more. Thank you.
Thank you, Jordy. That was the team of Jordy Denz as our judge and ringman Bryn Burkhart. We're now ready for comments from Judge Shelton Grabler.
Well, before we get out here today, I'd just like to send a big thanks to Summer Synergy and Olds Regional Exhibition for having us out here today. And I think we really got to appreciate the young showmen out here doing such a great job, and for the parents and the mentors for getting them out here and just helping these kids and providing them and having them out here. We always start this class off here with this really trendy, really cool, long-bodied, powerful female. You really got to appreciate how up-headed she is, how smooth she is through her lines, and for one to be this big-footed and this stout in her make, and yet stay that good on her move, it's something that's really tough to do, and you really got to appreciate her. Moving into the black heifer here, another really strong heifer, really good on the move, just really sound in her overall make. Where I'd maybe just like to change it, just like to add a bit more neck extension, just smoothing her out throughout her shoulders there, but a very strong female, nonetheless. We move into this maternal powerhouse of a Hereford female. The amount of skeleton that this female carries is with the amount of capacity and maternal values. She's going to be one that's going to go raise some wicked heifer calves on the road. I just like to change how she ties into her tail head and just strengthen up them back two pasterns a bit. But a very strong female nonetheless. Then we move into this broody red heifer here, one with so much power and structural integrity. I just like to change her in her hip set and just smooth her out through her outer top and maybe clean up her shoulders there, but a very strong female. Oh, we move into this other red here that rounds out the class. She's just a bit more refined in her make, but yet she's still got a lot of capacity and is good on the move. I'd also just like to clean up her throat a bit. We have a very strong class of heifer calves with a great group of young showmen on the halter. Congrats to all you guys.
Thank you, Shelton. So that was Judge Shelton Grabler and Ringman Paige Van Sickle. We'll see these advancing junior showmen in our champion junior showmanship final, but we thank all of them for coming in and showing for our class here today. This is entry number 109, Ava Mackey, Greeley Robertson, Blake Fisk, Callan Gardner, and Wyatt Saylor. In ring one, we now have the team of Judge Aubrey Fraser and ringman Avery McAllister. And in for their second round is entry number 312, El Greneveld, entry number 308, Tyler Visser, entry number 302, Jackson Denchikoff, and entry number 310, Rebecca Hess, and entry number 313, Savannah Elliott. Now in our next split of junior showmen is entry number 116, Hiller Gardner, entry number 112, Gentry Harvey, entry number 102, Callie Kidd, entry number 101, Wyatt Wunsch, and entry number 119, Carter Kamla. And judging this class is Darren Walker and his ringman, Reese Morrison. We'd like to extend a heartfelt thank you to the Calgary Stampede, a proud sponsor of the Summer Synergy Show and a major contributor to youth development through scholarships. Their continued support plays a vital role in helping us recognize excellence, reward hard work, and create opportunities for the next generation of agriculture leaders. From the show ring to the classroom, the Calgary Stampede's commitment to youth, agriculture, and education is deeply appreciated. Please join us in thanking the Calgary Stampede for their incredible partnership and support. And now we're ready for comments from Judge Aubrey Fraser.
I would like to thank the Summer Synergy Committee for letting me and my ringman, Avery McAllister, be in this ring to judge some wonderful animals. And I would like to start off this class with this nice Hereford cow. I like her structure, and I like her udder and her teat placement. I just find that she's very attractive in her front end. I just really liked her, and she really impressed me. Now with this black cow behind her, I put her in second because she's very similar, and I also liked her udder size, and I liked how also clean-fronted she was. I found that she is very similar to the one ahead of her. I put this Hereford heifer right behind. I thought that she was just a bit more smaller framed, and I wasn't a big fan of her structure, but I also still thought she was just as attractive as the one in front, and I thought she was also very impressive. Now this black heifer in fourth, I liked her for her muscle and how much capacity she had. I just wish she had a little bit of more of a larger frame, and I would have changed her structure a little bit, especially in her stride. Now with this short horn as for final, I would have also changed her stride like the one right above her, but I also thought she was very pretty in her front, and she was still very beautiful, and I also like the amount of muscle she had to her. Thanks.
Thank you, Aubrey. That was Judge Aubrey Fraser and ringman Avery McAllister. And then in our senior Division 1 showmanship split, advancing is entry number 312, Elle Greneveld, and entry number 310, Rebecca Hess. We also thank Tyler Visser, Jackson Denchikoff, and Savan Elliott for coming and showing in our showmanship class today. We're now in our third and final split of Senior Division 1 showmanship. In first was entry number 304, Lily Howell. Second in was entry number 303, Jordan Rogers. Next in was entry number 311, Megan Mahan. And finally, entry number 307, Reese Wildman. And judging their first run through the ring is Judge Stella Mater and ringman Abby Rancier. And now we're ready for some comments from Judge Darren Walker.
Well, I'd just like to thank Summer Synergy right before I get started here. The volunteers and the family members that helped put on the show and the sponsors. We sure greatly appreciate your help, and we probably couldn't do this without you. I'm going to start this class of females with this 2-year-old cow. I think she's probably just the most complete female of the bunch. She's got really great udder structure. She's got big bone feet. She's got big long top. She's just a real complete female that you like to see, and she's got a lot of presence to her. She's a real sound female on the track as well. Just a great female to start the class. Then we get into this baldy heifer, another real complete female. She's got lots of muscle. She's deep ribbed, she's long, and she's another female that's real sound on the move. She's got real nice teat placement. She's going to be a real powerhouse of a cow. Then we get into this big red semi-cow, or heifer. This is a real big bone female. She's got a lot of power, real long bodied, another big ribbed female. Could touch up the teat placement a bit and maybe make her a little more feminine, but another real nice female, and this little man should be real proud of himself. Then we get into this smaller Angus heifer. Nice female. She's got some depth of body. She's got some nice long top. I think we could just put a little more frame size to her. But the teat placement on her is also a real nice female, and she should be real nice as a 2-year-old cow. Then we get into this black female around the class. Another nice female. She's got nice frame to her, good teat placement. I think we could just freshen her up and make her just a little more feminine, but a little more green female, but another female that has nice teat placement. But at the end of the day, it's just the nicer females come to the top for me. But at this time, these are all nice females, and these kids should be proud of themselves. Thank you.
Thank you, Darren. So that was the team of Judge Darren Walker and Ringman Reese Morrison. Advancing from this class of junior showmanship is entry number 116, Hiller Gardner, and entry number 112, Gentry Harvey. We also thank Callie Kidd, Wyatt Wunsch, and Carter Kamala for coming out for this class of showmanship. And now we're ready for comments from Judge Stella Mater.
First off, I would just like to start off by thanking Summer Synergy for having my partner Abby Rantier and I out here to evaluate this awesome group of females. I'd also like to throw out a huge thanks to all the organizers and sponsors who make this show happen year after year. I start off the class with the black and white female. I find that she just has the most power and muscle expression to her. I would just like to see her move a little bit better out on the move because she's a little post-legged, but still a very nice female. Moving on to our second place heifer, she's just a little heavy fronted for me today. We still gotta like her teat placement and how well she is out on the move. Moving on to our third place, the cow. She has very nice teat placement and a very good udder. I just find that she's a little too green for me today, but she has very nice feet to her. And rounding out the class with a Hereford, I find that she's just a little too flat-sided for me today, and she just doesn't have the power and capacity as the females above her have, but still a very nice heifer. Thank you.
Thank you, Stella. That was the team of Judge Stella Mater and Ringman Abby Rancier. In ring 2, we've got a team of 3 with Judge Emily Skippin and Ringman Maya Mackey and Elizabeth Calder. We also have our next split of junior showmanship with entry number 106, Chick Harvey, entry number 117, Gracie Borson, entry number 113, Tulsa Smith, and entry number 103, Piper May. So for our next round for this set of senior showmen, we have Judge Joss Pittman and ringman London Matthews. We're proud to welcome and recognize a valued partner in our community, Future Ag, and is the official equipment sponsor of the Olds Regional Exhibition. We recently signed an exciting new agreement to rename our facilities in partnership with this outstanding local provider. Future Ag has been a steadfast supporter of our organization. We are thrilled to continue growing together. Keep an eye out for news releases coming soon, and be sure to check out the all-new equipment soon to be on site at ORE. Please join us in thanking Future Ag for their continued commitment to agriculture, community, and the future of ORE. We're now ready for comments from Judge Joss Pittman.
Good morning, everybody. It was a pleasure to come out here and judge this class of females. Me and my partner, London, would like to thank the old exhibitions for giving us a platform to evaluate these females. We start off the class with the black-white female, and I think we do so quite handily. I think she's one that's real wide when you get behind her, a big top kind of female that has more than enough muscle in terms of that hip, a lot of expression in terms of that stifle, and a female that's still attractive enough when you get up through her front end. I think she's one that you maybe would like to make a little bit more flexible in terms of her front end, but a female that gives the most volume and capacity in this class, that's a really good one to lead off the class with. I move into the red female next. I think she's one that's wide-based and good-topped, a female that's deep-bodied and good on the move, one that's maybe a little bit better out of her front feet than the female above her, but one that I'd like to change the way her neck comes out of her shoulder to compete with the black-white female above her. We move into the Hereford Mark female on third. I think she's one that's level-topped, she's deep-bodied, and one that's probably the most flexible in this class. I think a female that gets a little bit coarser in terms of that front end, and one that I need to give a little bit more muscle expression in terms of that hip, and a little bit more expression to that stifle to compete with the two above her. I conclude the class with the black cow. I think she's one that's really practical. She's a female that's level-topped and big-bellied. I think a female that's got a lot of definition in terms of that forearm, and one that probably is the most attractive in this class. I think a female that gets a little outpowered, one that I would like to give a little bit more muscle in terms of that hip, a little bit more definition in terms of that stifle, and one that just gets a little narrow when we get behind her. That's a beautiful, uttered, really functional female there, and there to conclude that class. Thank you.
Thank you, Joss. So that was the team of Joss Pittman as our judge and ringman London Matthews. Advancing from our third and final split of senior showmanship is entry number 304, Lily Howell, and entry number 307, Reese Wildman. But we're now ready for comments from Judge Emily Skippin.
I'd just like to start off by saying on behalf of my teammates and I, thank you guys so much for having us out here to judge today. Thank you to the Olds Ag Society and all the sponsors that helped put this incredible event on for us this weekend. I know it takes a lot of power. I think the cow that starts off the class for us today, she's one with a ton of power in through her rib, one that's really hard to compete with for a really strong class all the way through. One that's really good in her udder, floats on the move. Maybe not the biggest cow, but one that's still extremely fancy in terms of her front end and thick over her top. Rolling into the heifer in second. I think this is a heifer that profiles extremely nice. She's long-bodied, extended in her front, real feminine looking heifer. She's really sound on the move. One that we like a lot in terms of practicality. She's maybe a little bit flatter made in terms of her muscle shape, but a really good heifer that ties in real nice for second. The heifer calf in third. She may be a little bit small for her age. She maybe wants to get a little higher in that top on the move, but a heifer that finds herself in a tough class against a cow and a bred, and one that I'd like to see come back in a year or so. The heifer that rounds off the class, one that once again finds herself in a really tough class. You maybe like to free her up a little bit on that hind end on the move. Maybe like to see a little bit more bone under her, but one that's got a ton of body and capacity to round off the class.
Thank you, Emily. That was the team of Judge Emily Skippin and ringman Maya Mackey and Elizabeth Calder. Advancing from that class of junior showmanship was entry number 117, Gracie Borison, and entry number 113, Tulsa Smith. And in ring number 1, we're now ready for the senior Division I champion showmanship. We'd like to first thank our mock judge, Dan Steen, and ringman Derek Reed for helping us out today. But in this class is entry number 301, Sienna Borison, entry number 309, Winton Brandel. From the second split was entry number 312, Elle Greneveld, and entry number 310, Rebecca Hess. And from our third split was entry number 304, Lily Howell, and entry number 307, Reese Wildman. This is your championship senior Division I showmanship class. And in ring 2, we now welcome the team of Judge Casey Adams and Paisley Robertson. And then in this showmanship class, we have entry number 116, Hillary Gardner, entry number 112, Gentry Harvey, entry number 117, Gracie Borison, and entry number 113, Tulsa Smith. We're proud to recognize our long-standing partner, Olds College of Agriculture and Technology, a leader in ag innovation and education right here in our community. Their support of the Olds Regional Exhibition and youth programming runs deep. Olds College has been an incredible supporter of Summer Synergy, and this year generously provided the cow-calf pairs and yearlings for judging from their highly successful Workland School of Agriculture Red Angus program. We're proud to work alongside such a forward-thinking institution. So please join us in thanking Olds College of Agriculture and Technology for their unwavering commitment to agriculture, youth, and community. I'm ready now for Senior Division I champion comments from our judge, Madison Sibbald.
Good morning, everyone. I'd like to thank Summer Synergy for inviting me out to judge the showmanship here today. It was always one of my favorite events when I attended Summer Synergy myself, and I'm really excited to watch these kids throughout the day here. I won't give too many comments on this first division. All these kids did a really great job. The one little tidbit I will give you is I noticed just in this division and in these senior classes, I've seen a lot of kids, when you're leading your animal around, I'd like to have your hand down. You have a lot more control that way. If anything were to happen when your animal could get spooked or anything in the class, if you have your hand palm down, you do have a lot more control and keep things a lot safer. All these kids did a really great job, and with that, I'll go pick my champion in reserve Division I senior showman.
Thank you, Madison. All right. Our champion, Senior Division I showman, is entry number 309, Winton Brandel. And our reserve champion is entry number 301, Sienna Borson. We'll hear some comments now from Judge Casey Adams.
First, I'd like to start off by thanking the Olds Regional Exhibition and all the sponsors that put on this great event. Synergy is a really prestigious junior show, and I look forward to it every year. I started off this class with this powerhouse Semifinal cow. She struck me when she came in the ring. You gotta like her for her udder. She's got lots of length of body, lots of shape to her. As we're moving into my second place female, this is a female that you really have to like when she gets out on the move. She gets on the move well. She's really wide and over that top. You'd maybe like to clean her up through that front end a little bit, but overall a really nice female. As we're moving into my third place female, she just maybe lacks a bit of power on the move from the other females, maybe gets a bit roachy, but this is the most clean-fronted female in this class. You really have to appreciate this female for how nice she is in her udder. As we're moving into my bottom place female, this is a female that maybe just gets outpowered by these cows and heifers in this class today, but this is a calf that has a great future ahead of her. Thank you.
Thank you, Casey. That was the team of Judge Casey Adams and Ringman Paisley Robertson. We'll be gearing up in this ring, in the second ring, for our junior showmanship championship. Just a few short moments. And in ring 1, we now have Judge Bronwyn Zwicker and ringman Chelsea Schreiber. And now in our Senior Division 2, our first split of showmanship, we have entry number 402, Maya Mackey, entry number 403, Emily Skippin, entry number 414, Lane Steen, entry number 411, Reese Morrison. So now in ring 2, we have our champion junior showmanship. First in is entry number 109, Ava Mackey. Next in is entry number 107, Greeley Robertson. And entry number 111, Blake Fisk. That's from our first split. And the second split was entry number 110, Callan Gardner, and entry number 114, Wyatt Saylor. And the third split was entry number 116, Hiller Gardner, and entry number 112, Gentry Harvey. And from our fourth and final split was entry number 117, Gracie Borison, and entry number 113, Tulsa Smith. This is our champion junior showmanship class. I'd like to extend a big thank you to Lamley's Western Wear and Tack, a proud partner of Summer Synergy and a longtime supporter of youth in agriculture. Lamley's has been a consistent champion of our program, helping recognize and reward the hard work and dedication of young competitors. Their support goes far beyond sponsorship. It's a commitment to the Western way of life and the future of our industry. Please join us in thanking Lamley's Western Wear for being such a valued and generous partner. We're now ready for comments from Judge Bronwyn Zwicker.
First off, I'd like to start by thanking the Olds Regional Exhibition for putting on this show, and I'd like to thank my ringman for getting these cattle moving today. When you start off the class, with a big red heifer. I really like the amount of power and substance this heifer has. I like the way her underline carries into her flank. I like how over her top line it sinks into her tail head really nice. She tracks really well when you get her out on the move. Overall, just a wonderful heifer. Coming in second is this long-bodied heifer. I really like the amount of how clean she is in her front end. I really like the way she tracks. I like how deep she is. Maybe I'd like to change anything, sink her tail head in a little more and clean her up over her top line. But overall, just a really good set of top heifers here. Coming into third, this Hereford heifer. She's the younger heifer in the class, but that doesn't give up any body and rib size she has. She's so deep-sided. Maybe just give her a little more flank. She's so clean over her top line, but overall just a really good Hereford heifer. This steer I have in fourth here for me today, he's just maybe one of the smaller ones. I like the amount of rib shape he has. I like the way that he follows into his pull. He gets out on the move really well. Maybe if anything, just give him a little more frame to him, but overall just a really good set of animals for me today.
Thank you, Bronwyn. That was the team of Bronwyn Zwicker and Chelsea Triber. Our So our next show team judging team here is Judge Reed Howell and Dryden Robertson, as we see our second round here for our first split of Senior Division II Showmanship. And now comments from our showmanship judge, Madison Sybil-Lefrance.
Well, I'd like to first off congratulate every one of these junior members that made it back into this champion drive. It's a really competitive class of juniors, and I'm excited to see what these kids do as they keep getting older. They all know what they're doing, and I think that they'll only get better as the time goes on. Once again, I won't say too much till comments till the end, but I'll go pick my champion and my reserve junior showman.
Our grand champion junior showman was entry number 113, Tulsa Smith, and our reserve champion was entry number 110, Callan Gardner. We're now beginning our first split of intermediate showmanship. First in is entry number 297, Colt Needham. Entry number 221, Daniel Pearson. Entry number 216, Hawken Mader. Entry number 210, Bryn Burkhart. And entry number 205, Jordy Denz. And our show team working this class is Judge Kate Albrecht and ringman Larry Sorensen. We'd like to recognize and thank Cam Clark Ford, a valued partner of the Olds Regional Exhibition and a strong supporter of youth and agriculture. Their commitment to community and leadership development shines through their continued sponsorship of this program. Whether it's in the arena or out on the road, Cam Clark Ford stands behind the next generation of agriculture leaders. Please go see Wayne Burgess and the team at Cam Clark Ford in Olds for your next ride. They'll get you set up right. Let's give a big thank you to Cam Clark Ford for their ongoing support and partnership. We're now ready for comments from Judge Reed Howell.
Well, first off, today I would just like to thank the Olds Regional Exhibition for having Dryden and I out to judge this awesome class here. The Red Angus female to start off my class today just hits me really hard on the move. Just when you get behind her, I'd like to clean her up, maybe thicken her up a bit. But from the side profile, really catchy female. Moving into this second place female, I would just like to clean her up in her tail head, but really broody female that will go on to make a great cow in the future. The Hereford heifer in the 3 spot here today, I would just like to clean her up soften her up a bit, but overall great female. The steer here in 4th place, it's just kind of hard to match them up with the females ahead of them, but overall great steer. I would just like to soften them up a bit and clean them up through that front 1/3. But overall great steer to date. Thank you.
Thank you, Reed. That was the team of Judge Reed Howell and ringman Dryden Robertson. Advancing from that class of senior showmanship is entry number 402, Maya Mackey, and entry number 414, Lane Steen. We also like to thank entry number 403, Emily Skippin, and entry number 411, Reese Morrison, for coming through the ring today. We're now ready for comments from Judge Kate Albrecht.
I'd first like to start off today by thanking the Olds Regional Exhibition and the Summer Synergy Committee for putting together this wonderful show and for having my partner and I out here today to adjudicate this beautiful class of females. In a very tough class here, we're going to start off with this black female here for me today. I really appreciate this female for the style and presence that she has. She really catches your eye when you walk in the ring. She's pretty fronted and she's long spined. She's wide throat or pin set, and she does get on the move pretty good. I really appreciate her foot structure. If I could change this female a little bit, I'd like to set her back a little softer in those back pasterns to help her with her longevity, but overall a very strong female to start the class. The female that falls below her in second today is very comparable in terms of power and dimension. I just like to maybe refine this female a little bit in terms of her freshness of condition, as well as make her a bit shorter in throughout her foot structure. When you get in behind this female, she does tend to cowhawk a little bit. However, it doesn't take away from the teat placement that she has coming in, as well as the exceptional length of spine and dimension that she carries. It'll be really exciting to see what traits she can pass along to her future calves. The 2-year-old female that falls here in third for me today is one that you really have to appreciate for her structural soundness, as well as for her ability to get out on the move. However, I feel that this female is just lacking the condition and the power to compete with the two above her today. You have to grant this female for the udder quality that she has, as well as the fore-udder extension. I appreciate her for how refined and feminine she is, and I just feel that she has been overpowered in this class today. The heifers rounding out the class here for me today are two very strong females, but I definitely did struggle a bit with them. I'm going to end on this red Hereford here for me, as I really appreciate the length of spine and the power that she could carry. I appreciate her frame structure. I'd like to maybe add a little bit more condition and power to compete with the females above her, and maybe shorten her up a bit in her foot structure to help her when she gets out on the move. And the young gentleman's female rounding out the class here for me today is one that I do appreciate for how feminine and soft made she is. I'd like to maybe add a bit more dimension and width when you get in behind her, as well as help her when she gets out on the move a little bit in terms of flexibility and usability. Overall, a wonderful class of female, and thank you very much for having us.
Thank you, Kate. That was the team of Kate Albrecht as our judge and ringman Allery Sorensen. Advancing from that class was entry number 297, Colt Needham, and entry number 216, Hawken Mater. We'd also like to thank Daniel Pearson, Bryn Burkhart, and Jordy Dones for coming through the ring today. And now in ring one, we welcome to the ring entry number 417, Corbin Kidd. Entry number 425, Shelton Grabler. Entry number 426, Darren Walker. And entry number 416, Wyatt Bliski. And our show team working this ring is Judge Bristol Saylor and ringman Brantley Horn. And we're now ready for comments from Judge Bristol Saylor.
First of all, I'd like to thank the Summer Synergy for having me out here today. To start off this class, I have this nice big red heifer. She's nice. She flows really nice when she walks. She has a nice top line, lots of conditioning, and overall just a really nice heifer. In second here, I have this black female. She walks really nice. She has a nice top line. She just isn't as conditioned as the one ahead of her. In third, I have this smaller made black female. She's a nice maid. She's a little bit post-legged, but she flows nicely, and she'll make a really good cow one day. Finally, I have this other smaller, finer made black heifer. She has a nice top line. She has lots of conditioning. She's just not as big as the heifers above her today. Thank you.
Thank you, Bristol. That was the team of Judge Bristol Saylor and ringman Brantley Horn. Now in ring 2, we have judging this class is Ryan Trefiak and ringman Max Burris. And in this class is entry number 206, Aubrey Fraser, entry number 240, Ray Gunderson, entry number 207, Ellie Doran, and entry number 224, Jorge Cardenas Haro. We're now ready for comments from Judge Ryan Trefiak.
I just want to say a quick thank you to Olds Regional Exhibition and the committee at Summer Synergy for putting on such an excellent show every year. I'm going to start this class off with this beautiful Charolais female. This is one that just brings lots of power and keeping the femininity while she brings that power. Her drive throughout her hind end is just something that is something I really like to see in the cattle that I bring back to my herd. Just a female that I think come to the top of this class extremely easily. When we come down into our second place female, this is one that maybe lacks the condition, the size, and the capacity that the female above her brought to the table. But when it comes to soundness, when she gets out on the move, this is a female that really brings it all to the table, as well as that clean, feminine front end. It's just, once again, something I really like to see. Just wasn't able to go over into the top of the class today. As we move down to the lower half of the class, we have our third place female. This is a big, broody one that I really like in terms of her capacity and her depth of body. Just maybe wasn't as sound on the move as I'd like to see. Maybe just not as feminine as well as the two females that placed above her. However, when it comes to her placing above the calf below her, this calf that rounds off the class is one that I found really difficult to judge, just as he didn't fit in with the type and kind of the other animals in this class. This heifer calf, though, a really great one in its own right. Lots of depth of body, sound on the move. If I was going to change something about her, I might want to just change how she walks a little bit. She just does get a little bit of rough in her front end as she moves around. And maybe just she splays out a little bit in those toes as well. But overall, this is an excellent class, and I just want to have a round of applause for the competitors today.
Thank you, Ryan. That was the team of Ryan Trefiak and Max Burris. Advancing from that class is entry number 206, Aubrey Fraser, and entry number 240, Ray Gunderson. We also thank Ellie Doran and Jorge Cardenas Haro for coming in and showing today. And in ring 1, we have Judge Mira Webster and her ringman, McKenna Webster. And this is the second run through for Corbin Kidd, Shelton Grabler, Darren Walker, and Wyatt Beliski. And we're now ready for comments from Judge Mira Webster.
I'd like to start by thanking the show committee for putting on this event, and I enjoyed working through these heifers today. To start off the class, in first, I have a very feminine heifer. She's really deep-bodied and wide. She's smooth along her top. And then in second, it's the heifer in second. She's also very smooth, and she's nice and sound through her feet and legs. And she's really deep-fronted, and I really like that heifer. And then in third, that heifer's kind of just a little bit small. It's not as large as the ones ahead of her, but it's still overall a really nice heifer and nice and sound. And then rounding out the class is a heifer that's just a little bit too small. It's a little bit high in the flank, and it's a little bit too deep, or not deep enough, but it is still a very nice heifer and feminine. Thank you.
Thank you, Mira. That was the team of Mira Webster as the judge and McKenna Webster as the ringman. In our ring 2, we now have Judge Sawyer Pohl and his ringman Shelby Horn. In the ring for us now is the top two from our previous two splits of intermediates. That's entry number 297, Colt Needham, entry number 216, Hawk and Mater, entry number 206, Aubrey Fraser, and entry number 240, Ray Gunderson. Okay. So we've got, yeah. So we've got in the ring now for our next split of intermediate showmanship is entry number 405, Taylor Reed. Entry number 404, Parker Davis. Entry number 407, Elizabeth Calder. And entry number 431, Andre Gonzalez Romo. And thank you to Reese Wildman and Heidi Pass for being our mock judge and mock ringman for this split of intermediate showmanship. Also, in our previous class of intermediate showmanship, we had one advancer. That is entry number 426, Darren Walker. So, Darren, if you make sure you stick around for and come back for the intermediate championship. But that's entry number 426, Darren Walker advancing. And we thank Corbin Kidd, Shelton Grabler, and Wyatt Blisky for coming through the ring earlier today. All right, I've gotten the signal that I believe the class is done here over in ring number 2. So I think we're excusing them then. Okay. We're now ready for comments from Judge Sawyer Poole.
Before I get into this class of females, I'd just like to thank the Old Regional Exhibition and the Summer Synergy Committee for putting on such a great show this week. Starting off the class, I decided to go with a really big, black, bold black heifer. I think when you get behind her, she's just so square. She's attractive in her front end, and I think one that's just really structurally sound when she's on the move. And on the profile, you really got to admire just how good she is in her lines, and I think one that came to the top pretty easily for me today. The white female I follow her up with, I found maybe just wasn't quite as attractive, but one, when she gets out and moves, she's still really structurally correct. I think when you get behind her, she maybe doesn't have quite as much spring or rib as the black female ahead of her, but I think still a really solid female outgoing to make a really good cow. The solid red I have coming in third, I found maybe just wasn't quite as correct in foot structure as the two females ahead of her. I think maybe she's a bit long-toed in her back legs, but one, you really got to love for how long-bodied she is. She's got great depth, and I think she's really solid throughout, just maybe not quite as structurally correct to come ahead of the two females. The short-horn heifer rounding out the class maybe just doesn't have quite as much body as the three heifers ahead of her. One that you still got to appreciate for how attractive she is in her front third, but just maybe not quite as much heifer there to compete with the three ahead of her. But still a really solid class, and I think these juniors deserve a huge round of applause for doing such a great job out here with their heifers.
Thank you, Sawyer. That was the team of Sawyer Pohl as our judge and Shelby Horn as the ringman. And so once again, we're going to have Taylor Reed, Parker Davis, Elizabeth Calder, and Andre Gonzalez Romo coming through the ring just with a set of mock judges and mock ringmen here. But in our first ring, we now are welcoming the team of Judge Winton Brandel and ringman Landon Brandel. And now for our split of intermediate showmanship is entry number 223, Hayden Kamala. Entry number 217, Bronwyn Zwicker. Entry number 212, Chelsea Triber. Entry number 214, Abby Rancier. All right, and that will be the completion of this set of Senior Div 2 showmen. Advancing from this class is entry number 405, Taylor Reed. We'd also like to thank Parker Davis, Elizabeth Calder, and Andre Gonzalez-Romo for coming and showing today. And now I think we're ready for comments from Judge Winton Brandel.
Well, thank you. I think we need to take a moment here to appreciate the ORE and all the volunteers here that put this show on today. I'm tremendously excited for what the future of Summer Synergy is looking like, and it's been a tremendous show here the past few days. We're going to get into the class here. I think this was a very competitive class here. We start off with this female that just comes to the top for being so bold and expressive through her rib shape. She's got tons of muscle once you get into her hind quarter. She's sound enough when you get her out on the move. She's real extended through that front end. Just a real overall complete brute female that this young girl should be real proud to have out here today. We get into our second place female. I think this is the one that patterns most well with the first place. She's one that's got that same sort of elegance through her front end, maybe gives up a little bit of that middle that compared to that first place female, but one that's going to go out and make a tremendous cow for this young man here. He's doing a heck of a job with her. We get this steer here in third. It's tough when you get a steer in a class of females, but when you got to judge these cattle for their quality and what they are on their own terms, and I think this is a very impressive steer in his own right. He's weighing about 1,400 pounds now. He's got tons of rib to him, tons of depth, tons of hind quarter. He gets out and moves so well. Just real attractive made steer, real clean in his lines. I think this young lady should head down to Calgary next weekend and have a pretty good time. This cow we round off the class with, the shorthorn cow. This young lady's doing a great job on the halter here. I think this cow is real nice and extended through her front end, just a very elegant made female, and one that I give the credit for being so practical. She's just a practical type female. She's got a nice udder underneath her. I just like to see her with a little bit more condition, a little bit more depth of body, a little bit more that muscle and power of those ones ahead of her, but for her own type and kind, she's doing a great job. Overall, I think these young kids are doing a heck of a job out here today. We see a real great set of cattle every year here, and I think they deserve a round of applause.
Thank you, Winton. That was Judge Winton Brandel alongside Ringman Landon Brandel. And advancing from that class of intermediate showmanship is entry number 217, Bronwyn Zwicker, and entry number 214, Abby Ransier. Thank you to Hayden Kamala and Chelsea Triber for coming through the ring today. And in our first ring, and in ring one, we have now entry number 413, Tavian Yoder, entry number 408, Cassie Kidd, entry number 410, Jarek Lutz, and entry number 429, Brianna Fornwald. And judging this class now is Tulsa Smith, alongside her ringman, Ainsley Van Sickle. So now our next split of intermediate showmanship, entry number 204, Reed Howell, entry number 213, Carson Van Sickle, entry number 222, Avery McAllister, and entry number 211, Will Morrison. Judging this class is Reese Wildman, and working with her is her ringman, Heidi Pass. We're proud to recognize Mountain View County, a valued partner of the Olds Regional Exhibition and a strong supporter of the Summer Synergy program. We work closely with Mountain View County, built on mutual respect and a shared vision for community growth and agriculture success. Their support plays a crucial role in nurturing youth and strengthening the agriculture heritage of our region. Please join us in thanking Mountain View County for their continued partnership, and commitment to our shared future. And now comments from Judge Tulsa Smith.
Good morning, everyone. I would like to start off by thanking the Summer Synergy Show Committee, all the sponsors and volunteers, and everyone who helps make this amazing event possible. Thank you for inviting my ringman, Ainsley Van Sickle, and myself out to adjudicate this amazing class of cattle. I chose to start off this extremely high-quality class with a Red Angus female who just has the most power, dimension, and rib shape in the class. I think she was an easy winner for me because of that. She's very feminine in her front end and wide over her top. Moving into second place, I have a shorthorn steer calf who also has a ton of rib shape. He's very, he has lots of middle and hind quarter to him, and I think he was just in a tough class with a tough female to come out on top. That's why he got second. Moving on to the black heifer in third. In order to place any higher in today's class, I would like to freshen up her front 1/3, but lots of dimension when you get behind her, and lots of muscle expression in her middle. I chose to round out the class with the Red Angus heifer. She's quite fine-boned, and that's why she finds herself in fourth. I'd like to see a little bit more of her to place higher in today's class. However, she's extremely feminine-fronted and is going to make a heck of a cow for this young lady. Thank you.
Thank you, Tulsa. That was the team of Tulsa Smith and Ainsley Van Sickle, but I believe we're ready for comments from Judge Reese Wildman.
Well, good morning, everybody. It certainly is always a great opportunity and a fun time to get the chance to hop on the mic at Summer Synergy. So before I get started, I'd just like to extend a great thank you to ORE for hosting this event, as well as the sponsors and the crew behind the barns who get everything ready and give us kids the opportunity to come out here, show our livestock, and do what we love. An interesting class is there's so many different types in kind, but one thing that is consistent is certainly the quality top to bottom. But I like the black heifer to start. Her profile is absolutely her best look. And I understand that she's maybe not the freshest or the most feminine heifer in the world, but she makes up for it in power and substance. Stepping behind her, she's the most impressive in her upper rib, and I absolutely love the barrel and how opened up she is underneath of her. She comes with so much substance and bone off the ground. Combine that with the fact that she has a really nice big foot underneath of her. She's just so functional. And when she gets out on the move, she's still, even though she's incredibly heavy, she's flexible. That's just a good functional cow prospect that I like to use to start. Lighter red heifer comes into the second place hole, and for me it's a structural call. I just step in behind her and she wants to throw out her hock ever so slightly, and I just like to see her come through her heart and into her shoulder to make her more competitive with that top place heifer, but in her own right. You study the sweep to her lower belly and how she comes through her forerib. Furthermore, she hits the ground with so much width and genuine shape, and furthermore, she's probably cleaner and more fresh and refined through her front one end. It's just those few structural things that's going to leave her in second. Still, young man, that's a really, really nice heifer. Red Angus heifer that we got in third, she's probably the pretty one of the class. She comes so refined and extended out of the top side of her neck, and she's balanced and good looking on the profile. It's just in comparison, yes, she's the shallowest made heifer in the class, probably just has the least amount of power to her. I'd like her to come with a little bit more substance off the ground. Furthermore, analyze her back foot. I just think she gets a little shallow heeled, but certainly her good pieces are absolutely unique, and to have a heifer in third of this quality is just a testament to the absolute amount of quality that these kids are bringing out. Round off the class with the black and white heifer, and she's kind of a problem for me because she has pieces that are so cool, like her body and how she comes through the upper part of her rib, and even though she's pretty dimensional, she still comes clean through her shoulder. It's just on the profile that I question her balance, and she gets a little tight-hearted, and once cut up in her flank, just gets piecier, and furthermore, she's the one who's the most restricted in her lower ankle work, so I just like to make her a little bit freer moving to be more competitive with the heifers that come before her. But top to bottom, an absolutely incredible class of females. Any exhibitor in this ring should be absolutely proud of what they brought out.
Thank you, Judge Reese Wildman, as well as her partner and ringman, Heidi Pass. Advancing from that class of intermediate showmanship is entry 204, Reed Howell, and entry 213, Carson Van Sickle. We welcome to the ring now. We welcome to the ring now Judge Colt Needham and ringman Jet Doran. This is the second run through for our intermediate showman or senior division 2 showmanship with Tavian Yoder, Cassie Kidd, Jerica Lutz, and Brenna Fornwald. So we now welcome in our show team of Judge Jackson Denchikoff and ringman Adriana Denchikoff. And back in the ring for another round is entry number 217, Bronwyn Zwicker, entry number 214, Abby Rancier, entry number 204, Reed Howell, and entry number 213, Carson Van Sickle. All of these intermediate showmen are just helping us out a little bit and coming through the ring again so we can get all our show teams done. They will be back for the intermediate Showmanship Championship in just a few classes' time. And we're ready for comments now from Judge Colt Needham.
Well, I'd like to start the day off by saying thank you to Summer Synergy and all the sponsors and volunteers, and to thank you for letting my partner and I come out and judge this excellent class of females and steers. I'm going to start the class off with this big broody red heifer. I like how she's built. I think she has the most power out of the class. She's got lots of length. I like her foot structure. And I think she's the most complete heifer in the group. Here in second, we go to the steer calf. Here's a steer, you really got to admire him for his length, depth of body. He's good through his lines. He just got beat today, I think. He's just the age advantage, and it's a hard class, I guess. And here we go on our third place heifer. Here's a heifer that shows lots of muscle expression. She's got lots of length of body. The one spot that I would like to touch her up is I'd like her foot structure and legs. I'd like to clean that up. And here we go for a fourth place heifer, this big red heifer. I'd like to this heifer to be more feminine, bigger boned, but otherwise she's great feet and udder. Thank you.
Thank you, Colt. That was the team of Colt Needham as our judge and Jet Doran as our ringman. And I believe we're ready for some comments from Judge Jackson Denchikoff.
Before I get into any comments here today, I just want to give a special thanks to the Olds Regional Exhibition Center and the Summer Synergy community for just putting on this beautiful event. When I get into this class, I got a heifer right here that just hits you like a freight train. She's long, she's powerful, she's feminine, she's clean on the move. When you really look at her at every angle, you really find many things you do like about her. And this is just a female that's going to come on and just have a very productive life. In the heifer in second, when I really like her soundness, I like the power, the dimensions of her. When I just feel like she gets a little out feminine and compare to the first place. But a heifer, really, when you look at her, you really find a lot what you like. This black white face heifer in third, when I really look at her on a side profile, I really do love her. She's really clean in that front end. She puts together when he gets her set up. Just really today, when you get her in motion, she pinches up in her hip when she strides out. And you just want to make her a little more sound compared to the top two. But I really like this heifer that sits here. The shorthorn cow to round off this class, this 3-year-old, one I really like the way her udder's put together. I like her femininity. I just really want to see a little more eye appeal, a little more shape, and a little better foot quality compared to the rest of these animals. But I really admire her makeup here today.
Thank you, Jackson. That was Judge Jackson Denchikoff as well alongside ringman Adriana Denchikoff. In that previous class of Senior Division II Showmanship, advancing was entry number 413, Tavian Yoder, and entry number 408, Cassie Kidd. We're now into our next split of Senior Division II Showmanship. In first is entry number 428, Heidi Pass. Entry number 418, Ryan Trefiak. Entry number 421, Paisley Robertson. Entry number 409, Paige Van Sickle. And entry number 420, Casey Adams. And judging this class is going to be Judge Gentry Harvey and ringman Ava Mackey. We're now welcoming in our second, or one of our splits of intermediate showmanship. In first was entry number 220, Bristol Sailor. Entry number 202, London Matthews. Entry 215, Jet Doran. Entry 218, Joss Pittman. We also have Mira Webster. I don't have her number written down in my program, but we'll get that to you in due time. And judging this class, I'd like to extend a big thank you to Bullseye Feeds. They sponsored the ice cream social yesterday, and so I hope everybody grabbed a nice ice cream cone or bar or whatever they were handing out. I was unfortunately not able to get a scoop of ice cream myself, but their generous support adds a sweet touch to our event and helps bring the community together. Please join us in showing our appreciation to Bullseye Feeds for their commitment to the Olds Regional Exhibition, Summer Synergy, and community spirit. And apologies for announcing this so late, but judging in ring 2 right now is Maya Luke, and our ringman is Cassie Kidd. And we're now ready for comments from Judge Gentry Harvey.
I would first like to start off by thanking Summer Synergy for me having to come out here and judge this class of heifers. Starting off in first place is this big Fenneman heifer. I really like her. She's sound, she has great feet. I think she just can't go in a lower place with her. Coming into second, this heifer is also very good and up there. It's just she's not as feminine as the heifer in front of her. I'd like to clean up her top line and maybe put on a little more neck extension, but you can't be too picky. Coming into third with this cow, I love her udder. I think she's a very nice big heifer or a cow. Coming into fourth, this heifer I'd like to clean her up in her back end and maybe make her a little bigger in the frame, but a very good heifer. To round this class out, this heifer, very good. She has lots of muscle. I'd like to maybe make her a little more feminine, but she just got stuck in a really hard class above her. And I'd also like to thank my ringman, Ava Mackey.
Thank you, Gentry. That was the team of Judge Gentry Harvey and Ava Mackey as the ringmen. I believe we're now ready for some comments from Judge Maya Luke.
Well, first of all, I would like to thank Summer Synergy for having Cassie and I out here. It's been an awesome week, and I was challenged with a super tough class of heifers, but I was pretty excited to judge them. So starting off the class, we have this black Angus heifer. She's a March-born heifer, and I think she's in very well condition considering she's the youngest in this class. She's got length, she's got femininity, she's super deep, and I can see her being an awesome cow in the future for this young lady. Second off, we have this red heifer. Well, I would say she's not as feminine as this first heifer, but she still does have the length and the depth that first heifer possesses. I would like to clean up the front end on this heifer a little just to make her a little more feminine, but I believe she's going to be another awesome cow for this young man. Next off, we have this tan heifer. I believe that you could flip-flop this red one and this tan one any day that you wanted. They made a super great pair. I really like how wide this heifer is. She's super wide in her pin set. She's super feminine, long, and I really liked her teat placement as well. Next off, we have this speckle. She's another great heifer. I just think she didn't quite have the body structure that the heifers above her had in this class. And same thing, she's feminine. She's going to make a great cow for this young lady. Rounding off this class, we have this black heifer. I think this is a really nice heifer. I just didn't think she had the condition to compete with the ones above her. She's got that feminine look and some nice bone structure. And if this heifer had some more condition, I believe she would be able to compete with some of the other animals in this class. Thank you very much for having me out today.
Thank you, Maya. That was the team of Judge Maya Eliak and ringman Cassie Kidd. Advancing from that class of intermediate showmanship is entry number 202, London Matthews, and entry 218, Joss Pittman. And in our first ring, we're now in the second run through for Heidi Pass, Ryan Trefiak, Paisley Robertson, Paige Van Sickle, and Casey Adams. But judging this is going to be Ainsley Van Sickle and her ringman, Tulsa Smith. Apologies, folks. Judging is Sydney Van Sickle with her ringman, Blake Fisk. We now welcome in our next class of intermediate showmanship. First in is entry 219, Stella Mader. Entry 203, Dryden Robertson. Entry 201, Brantley Horn. We've also got Alaria Sorensen, and entry 209, McKenna Webster. And judging this class is Judge Lane Steen, and he's working alongside ringman Sienna Borison. And just in that previous class, advancing was entry 202, London Matthews, and entry 218, Joss Pittman. And we're ready now for comments from Judge Sydney Van Sickle.
First off, I like this black heifer and fur. She is very feminine, very straight topped, and has nice, clean fronted. Then I like this heifer in second. I don't think she could have came in front of the black heifer in front of her, but overall, she is very feminine, nice topped, and has great lane structure. This heifer in third, she is very complete, but she doesn't have as quite feminine as I wanted her to be, but she has very nice bone structure and a straight top. This 2-year-old cow in fifth, she is very feminine, nice boned, and has a straight top, but I don't think she could have rised any higher in the class today. This Charlotte heifer in third, I think she is very nice boned, straight topped, and not quite as feminine as I'd like her.
Thank you, Sydney. That was a team of Sydney Van Sickle and Blake Fisk. Advancing from that class of senior showmanship is entry number 421, Paisley Robertson, and entry number 420, Casey Adams. We're now ready for comments from Judge Lane Steen.
I'd first off like to thank Summer Synergy and all the sponsors and volunteers for allowing me and my ringman to come out here and judge this class today. I start this class off with a real well-balanced female, one that's attractive in motion and I truly believe is the most comfortable in terms of her skeleton, the most flexible in terms of her joints, and ideal in terms of her hip and hind leg. With that, she carries a lot of power and performance. She's stout pinned and real expressive in terms of her muscle pattern. As an individual, I'd like to see a shot more heel under her, but one that just overwhelms you with power. The female behind her is following similar type and kind. That's one that's also stout made, real expressive when you analyze her in terms of her stifle, and carries her muscle deep into her hind quarter. Unfortunately, with that extra power and performance comes at the cost of structure. One, when we get her out in motion, she's wanting to work outside in terms of her skeleton and work up in her pins, but you really do have to appreciate how much power and performance this female has, and one that'll make a great cow down the road. The black and white female following her is one that's real big framed, one that's extended and elegant in terms of her front end. Unfortunately, I'd like to see her a softer made and more heel under her, but one that will get out and be a very functional cow. The heifer behind, following a suit in terms of the class winners, one that's real stout made, real performance type female, one that has brood cow potential. When you step in behind her, she's wide over her hooks and pins. She's long bodied and deep made. Unfortunately, it's her foot quality that sorts her down today. I'd just like to square up those toes and shorten them up. And a steer rounding out our class, one you really do have to appreciate for how easy doing he is. One that's, I believe, is stout enough and adequate in terms of her muscle shape and expression. One you really have to appreciate for how sound he is when you get him out in motion. Overall, just a great class of cattle out here today.
Thank you, Lane. That was the team of Lane Steen as the judge and Sienna Borison as the ringman. Advancing from that class and coming in for the next run through of the ring is entry 219, Stella Mater, and entry 203, Dryden Robertson. So those two individuals can come back in for one more run around the ring before our championship for intermediate showmanship. We now welcome to the first ring entry number 427, Sadie Howell. Entry 419, Kate Albrecht. Entry 424, Sydney Carlson. Entry 423, Shelby Horn. And entry 430, Max Burris. Judging this class will be Callan Gardner, and will be working alongside her ringmen, Hiller Gardner and Gracie Borison. In ring two, we now have Wyatt Beliski judging with his ringman, Heidi Beliski, helping him out. We're now ready for comments from Judge Wyatt Beliski.
I'd just like to thank Synergy and Olds for having me out here to adjudicate this class of heifer calves today. I'm going to start off with this strong Simmental in her first place. She's got the depth that I really love, and she carries it in her feminine package in her front end as well. And her back legs have perfect set to them, which makes her walk out really smoothly on the move. And she's got a loin on her top that is just something to marvel at. This heifer that comes in next is another great heifer, but she doesn't just have the depth to compete with the heifer that's placed above her, but she does have the length, and that's why I feel like she's placed above my heifer that comes in third, as she's a little more longer and's got some more width over top. This heifer that comes in third place, she's a great heifer in her own right. She's got the muscling and she's got a broodiness to her that'll make her a good mama cow for bulls. But she just doesn't have the show type look that the top two heifers do above her. This gray heifer coming in fourth is also a very good heifer in her own right, but she just doesn't have the power to compete with the heifers above her, but she has very good balance to her and very good structure as well, but just not enough muscling to compete with the heifers above her. Thank you.
Thank you, Wyatt. That was Judge Wyatt Beliski working alongside ringman Heidi Beliski. And thank you to our young intermediates for coming through the ring one more time before the champion intermediate showmanship class for helping us out getting our judging done. And now we're ready for comments from Judge Callan Gardner.
What an amazing set of cattle. Can you please put your hands together for this class? Summer Synergy has always been one of my favorite shows, and please put your hands together again for the Summer Synergy Committee, the sponsors, and ORE for putting on this amazing show. Starting off my class, I started off with this black female. She's super powerful. She caught my eye as soon as she came in the ring. She has a good foot, and she's super feminine in her front 1/3. My second place heifer, this Hereford heifer, she's super big bodied. I would just make her frame size a little bit bigger to compete with the heifer in first place. The steer that came in third, he's a really long-bodied steer. He has a big frame. I would just give him more flank, and I would make his bone a little bit bigger to compete with the heifers above him. The fourth place heifer is a super smooth-made female. I would just clean her up in her front end. She has a good foot, and she's a super wide-bodied female. The heifer I placed in fifth, I would just give her more capacity to compete with the animals above her, but overall, a good-footed female. Thank you.
Thank you, Callan. That's Judge Callan Gardner working alongside Hiller Gardner and Gracie Borson as her ringman. And now it looks like we're ready for the intermediate championship. So first in is entry number 297, Colt Needham, and entry 216, Hawk and Mater. From the second split, entry 206, Aubrey Fraser, and entry 240, Ray Gunderson. From the third split, entry number 217, Bronwyn Zwicker, and entry 214, Abby Rancier. From the fourth split, entry 204, Reed Howell, and entry 213, Carson Van Sickle. From the fifth split, entry 202, London Matthews, and entry 218, Joss Pittman. And from the sixth split, entry 219, Stella Mater, and entry 203, Dryden Robertson. This is your intermediate champion showmanship class. while we're working through this intermediate showmanship class, I just would like to thank all of our mock judges and mock ringmen throughout the day we've had, and all of our marshalling crew as well. I don't have everybody's names, but thank you to everybody who's been helping out with the showmanship today. Of course, it's been a long undertaking, and it takes a village to get this done. And so let's get a round of applause for all of our volunteers here today for the showmanship. So now judging this class, this next class of Senior Division II Showmanship, we have Judge Chick Harvey and ringman Greeley Robertson. We'd like to make an extra thank you to the Calgary Stampede once again. They're a proud sponsor of Summer Synergy, the Summer Synergy Show, and a major contributor to youth development through scholarships. Their continued support plays a vital role in helping us recognize excellence and reward hard work and create opportunities for the next generation of agriculture leaders. From the show ring to the classroom, the Calgary Stampede's commitment to youth, agriculture, and education is deeply appreciated. Please join us in thanking the Calgary Stampede for their incredible partnership and support. I think we're ready now for comments on our intermediate championship class.
Well, first of all, I think this group of intermediates need a big round of applause. This is a really competitive class of intermediates here. You guys sure didn't make my job easy picking it down to just the top two. I think there's a lot of kids in this ring that if I were to take a string of cattle to town, I'd get them to hop on the end of one. With that being said, I guess I'm going to go pick the two that I think rose to the top. I know showmanship's kind of more of a personal preference kind of thing, so I'm going to go pick the two that I would get to take any of my cattle to town.
All right, our judge, Madison Sybil de la France, is just looking for our intermediate champion and reserve champion showman. Our grand champion intermediate showman is Abby Rancier. And entry 219 is the reserve is Stella Mater. And we're ready for comments from Judge Chick Harvey.
Before I start this class today, let's give all these juniors a big round of applause. First off, I'd like to thank the Old Egg Society and the Summer Synergy Board for having me and my partner out here. I'd like to give a big thanks to Greeley Robertson for moving these cattle around awesome for me. I'd like to thank the parents and marshals in the back for getting all these kids ready for the show ring. I'm going to start this class off with this big black broody heifer. I think she just hits you pretty hard once when she walked in the class. I love how long she is and explosive she is in her rib shape. The one thing I'd like to change on her is how I'd like to clean her up in her brisket and up through her neck a little bit. But I think this heifer tracks really nice and is really a good one to start off the class. And second here, the steer that follows my first. I think this steer tracks along really well with the first heifer. He's big, he's nice and finished. I'd maybe like to give him a little more depth of body, but this is a really nice steer. And third, this Hereford heifer. This young lady's doing a nice job. I'd like to maybe clean up her teats a little bit, maybe make her a little bigger, but I do love how long she is, how deep she is. Maybe I'd like to clean her up a little bit in her neck, but she does track very nice. And fourth here, some people might say this heifer should be at the bottom of the class, but she's only in April 30th. So I think this heifer is really good in terms for her age, how big she is. Maybe she's a little on the greener side, but for an April 30th heifer, I think she is very phenomenal. I think she'll be a great show heifer for this young man along the road. Rounding out the class is a heifer I think maybe the most eye-appealing in show terms up through her neck, but I'd like to make her a little more sounder on the move and also give her a little more depth of body. I'm going to end the day with a quote by Steve Jobs. Great things in business are never done by one person. They're done by a team of people. So kids, make sure after the show to go thank your parents for getting you here. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Chick. That was the team of Chick Harvey as our judge and his ringman, Greeley Robertson. Advancing from this split of senior showmanship is entry number 427, Sadie Howell, and entry 430, Max Burris. We're now into our final split of Senior Division II showmanship. In first is entry number 401, Adriana Denchikov. Second in is entry number 406, Sawyer Pohl. Next in is entry number 412, Mason Zwicker, followed by entry number 415, Landon Brandel. And finishing out the class, entry number 422, Maya Eliak. Judging this class will be Wyatt Saylor, and assisting him as ringman will be Sophie Pass and Piper May. We're proud to welcome and recognize a valued partner in our community. Future Ag is the official equipment sponsor of the Olds Regional Exhibition, and they've recently signed an exciting new agreement to rename our facilities in partnership with this outstanding local provider. Future Ag has been a steadfast supporter of our organization, and we are thrilled to continue growing together. Keep an eye out for news releases coming soon, and be sure to check out the all-new equipment soon to be on site at ORE. Please join us in thanking Future Ag for their continued commitment to agriculture, community, and the future of ORE. Apologies, folks. Trying to get the music working. And now comments from Judge Wyatt Saylor.
I would like to thank Summer Synergy for having us out here today. First putting off this heifer and first, she's really nice in the front end, going into her shoulders and going into her hind end. When you really get her back behind her, she has a nice foot structure, nice leg structure, and overall she's a real nice heifer. Rolling into our second place heifer, she's nice through the top line, but she could have a little bit of trimming on her hooves, and nice through her front end, but I would like to change her her tail head a little bit. Rolling into her third place heifer, she's really nice, deep, but I would like to smooth out her top line and have her legs a little more straighter, but she's overall a nice heifer. Rolling into our fourth place heifer. This is a nice heifer. She's really deep and nice leg and foot structure, but she is missing the top line compared to the three heifers above her. Rolling into our fifth heifer, she's decent with the depth, but her top line is better than the fourth place. I would like to change her foot structure and how she comes into her back end. Give a round of applause to these wonderful heifers out here today.
Thank you, Wyatt. That was the team of Wyatt Saylor as the judge, alongside Piper May and Sophie Pass as ringman. So we're re-welcoming into the ring once again Adriana Denchikoff, Sawyer Pohl, Mason Zwicker, Landon Brattle, and Maya Eliak for one more run through the ring before our senior championship. But I'm proud to say that we have some international guests joining us and helping us out as mock judges today. believe we have both. I believe we have Jorge Cardenas Haro as our acting judge, and working alongside Andre Gonzalez Romo, and Reese Wildman is also out there helping out as well, because she's just so amazing. Alrighty, it looks like we're finished with this group of seniors. And so advancing into our senior showmanship final will be Landon Brandel, entry number 415. But thank you to Adriana Denchikoff, Sawyer Pohl, Mason Zwicker, and Maya Eliuk for coming in and coming through the ring today. But yes, Landon Brandel will be the entry number 415, will be advancing into the showmanship final. And I believe all we're waiting for now is our senior showmanship finale. Well, senior division 2 showmanship finale. All right, our final showmanship class of the day. Here is our senior Division II championship. First in from our first split is entry number 402, Maya Mackey. Entry number 414, Lane Steen, also from that first split. Then from the second split, we had the one advancer, entry 426, Darren Walker. From the third split, we had entry number 405, Taylor Reed. From the fourth split, entry number 413, Tavian Yoder, and entry number 408, Cassie Kidd. From the fifth split, we had entry number 421, Paisley Robertson. From the sixth split, entry number 427 and 430. Entry number 427, Sadie Howell, and entry number 430, Max Burris. And from this final split, entry number 415, Landon Brandel. This is our senior Division II championship for showmanship. We're proud to recognize our long-standing partner, Olds College of Agriculture and Technology, a leader in ag innovation and education right here in our community. Their support of the Olds Regional Exhibition and youth programming runs deep. Olds College has been an incredible supporter of Summer Synergy, and this year generously provided the cow-calf pairs and yearlings for judging from their highly successful Workland School of Agriculture. We're proud to work alongside such a forward-thinking institution, and so please join us in thanking Olds College of Agriculture and Technology for their unwavering commitment to agriculture, youth, and community. Like to take this time while we're waiting for this championship to thank our showmanship judge. Madison Sybil DeFrance has been judging everything today in both rings, and so thank you so much to Maddie for helping us out with judging the showmanship. I'd also like to thank Carter Wood and Daryl Hickman for being our judges for the show team judging. and for juniors and intermediates, and Colby Heaven and Landon Schutz for helping as the judges for the senior Showmanship team judging. So let's give a big round of applause for all of our volunteer judges of today. And now comments from Judge Madison Sybil LaFrance.
Once again, I think these kids need a big round of applause. These seniors sure didn't make my job easy either. Actually, today all the kids have been very competitive. For any of the kids listening around the ring or in the barn, I'll kind of just give you what I was looking for today. I'll start with one word, and that's confidence. When you walk in the ring, I want you to be confident. It's really important to give your judge a good first impression and remain confident throughout the class. You've worked hard with your animal to get them to this point, and you should be proud of the work that you did. Another word that I'd like you guys to listen to is remain calm. It's always important to be slow with your animal. I like slow show stick movements, slow when you're trying to place their feet. Remain calm, and in turn, your animal should remain calm. And the last one is conscious. You should always be conscious of what's happening around you. Use your whole ring. Is your animal set up? Is your animal in line? Just be aware of all your surroundings at all times, and be sure that you're presenting your animal to the best of your ability. I guess with that, kids, be sure to thank your parents. It's a lot of work to bring you guys here for the whole week when there's lots of stuff going on at home. Thank the show organizers and the sponsors, and also thank your friends who are really good competitors in and out of the ring. With that, thanks again to Summer Synergy for having me, and I'll go pick a champion senior showman.
Thank you, Madison. And let's hear one more big round of applause for Madison and all of our other judges for today for helping us out with the showmanship and show team. Our grand champion, Senior Division II showman, is entry 420, Casey Adams. And our reserve champion is entry... And our reserve champion is entry 405, Taylor Reed. Congratulations to both of these young ladies and everybody else who did great in showmanship today. We are, I think, borderline perfectly on schedule, and we plan on starting the main show at 12:30 sharp. So to all of you listening in the back, be sure to be ready if you're in those first few classes right at 12:30. And to all of you listening at home, thank you so much for joining us. Be sure to join us later on today for the main Conformation show, but if not, so long, and we'll see you later. Take care, Polar Bear. Also, for our Pee Wee Showman, we're going to have Pee Wee Showmanship at noon, so be sure to be ready here for Pee Wee Showmanship at noon, as well as Pee Wee Confirmation will be following directly after that.
Break a backbone, return of the Mac, the king is back though. Corvette and cash, I never lack those. She saw the stone, you know how that go. Fatality, my diamonds that cold. Versace trunks, I hit my backstroke. Knock on the door, she at the back, bro. All I really take is a little taste. I like girl blue eyes with a little bass. Here for the thrill, I don't need a chaser. Wanna vibe at the getaway. Shimmy, shimmy, y'all got the semi-four weight. Don't step out the line like this a probate. You hit the line and try to locate. This for the time, got time for no day. Whoa. Too many, I'm going. Too crazy, and I got bad ones and they ready. A good time, so now it's in the whip, we left that. Can't remember anything, but I know we got lit. Good times. Live in the moment, feel like summertime. Obsessed with nature, not a world mine. The room is spinning, but I feel fine. Oh my. Chandelier, limousines. Really think I'm seeing things. Read the line in between. Yellow light, I gotta speed up. Get home to a cold shower. Need that pronto. Look like a rave at the condo. Heck of a night in Toronto. She said, boy, you in Morocco. Pearl white mention in the top gold. Fill up my cup with the pop, whoa. High off life in the spot, though. Running at the visa, really talking to a real life Mona Lisa. Jesus pieces hanging off the fleecer. So much going on, it's hard to focus on the features. I got too many, I'm going. Too crazy, and I got bad ones and they ready. A good time, so now it's in the whip, we left that. Can't remember anything, but I know we got lit. Good times. Live in the moment, feel like summertime. Obsessed with nature, not a world mine. The room is spinning, but I feel fine. Oh my.
If I had a car, we drive down to the ocean. You call it Elmore, and we'd lay out in the sand. And if the sun was shining, I'd cover you with lotion. Talk about the fine things and forget the second hand. Oh, Maria, dance a little closer. Close your eyes and don't say anything. Don't believe the sirens on Figaro. Just listen to Carmelita sing Las Mañanitas, Sweet Maria. If I had a plane, we'd fly to Costa Rica, land atop a mountain, and look down on the world. And I learned to speak Spanish. We didn't call me to Rica, and everything would vanish that we didn't want in our world. Oh, Maria, dance a little closer. Close your eyes and don't say anything. Don't believe the sirens on Figaro. Just listen to Carmelita sing Las Mañanitas, Sweet Maria. If I wasn't me, I wouldn't blow my money on cocaine mariachi. We could do all that kind of stuff, and maybe I'd never worry that you weren't gonna love me, that I'd wake up and find you burned because I didn't have enough for you, Maria. Dance a little closer, close your eyes and don't say anything. Don't believe the sirens on Figaro. Just listen to Carmelita sing Las Mañanitas. Oh, Maria, dance a little closer. Close your eyes, don't say anything. Don't believe the wake up in the morning in this great blue state. Golden fingers caress my face, slips through the window on a silky breeze. A dreamer's lie to plant some seed. She's my believer, healing all my doubts. A lighted mirror, reflecting out every true potential. A bedrock belief, an elaborate plot to set this bird free. From every element of space, every color there's a text. She paints pictures blue and green, and I release them to the sea for the ancient memories, just as fleeting as a breeze. She paints pictures blue and green, and I release them to the sea. How we lay in the sunset, white cotton in June. Her body sings, and I join the tune. All the sirens calling, the crows leave their trees, but a peace pervades us, and the dreamers dream. From every element of space, every color that's a text. She paints pictures blue and green, and I release them to the sea for the ancient memories, just as fleeting as a breeze. She paints pictures blue and green, and I release them to the sea.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are bringing in one of the most exciting classes of all of Summer Synergy. This is our Pee Wee Showmanship class. So we're very pleased to be welcoming a group of young showmen, some of whom this is maybe their first time into the ring here at Summer Synergy and at the Olds Regional Exhibition. So how exciting it is to have this young group of showmen here ready to go.
never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin.
So, ladies and gentlemen, starting at the front of the line, we are leading off wearing show number 006, Kirby Wunsch. Following Kirby was 009, the red heifer, and that's Dalton Doran. 005, the black blaze-faced heifer, is from Brooklyn Bolter. 001 comes, and that's the Hereford heifer, comes from Blaine Burkhart. 004 is Mallory Clough, and 002 is Quinton Stone. Ladies and gentlemen, this is our first of our groups of Pee Wee showmen. Our judge for today is Jamie Ray Pittman, and Jamie Ray is certainly no stranger to working with youth and judging showmanship, and we're very pleased to have her here as our showmanship judge. Ring people, furthest from the announcer stand is Leela Hickman, the gentleman is Daryl Hickman, and the other lady is Kelly Smith Fraser. So thank you very much to them as well for their assistance. We'd also like to acknowledge Avery Hickman, who's been wrangling our peewees throughout the last couple of days. So we appreciate her work as well. Judge Pittman has concluded her adjudication of this class, and she is going to be asking entry number 6 to come back into the ring, and entry number 6 is Mr. Wunsch, is Kirby Wunsch. And entry number 5, Brooklyn Bolter, and entry number 2, Quinton Stone. So Kirby Wunsch, Quinton Stone, and Brooklyn Bolter, we're going to see you back in the ring, but we've got one more split of peewees in our showmanship division, I believe. Leading off is entry number 007, and that is Jolene Wunsch. And 010 is Tucker Doran. And then entry number we have another 007. 003 is Madeline Clough. Zero 08, Boston Fetting. So advancing out of this group, entry number 007, Jolene Wunsch, 010, Tucker Doran, and 003 is Madeline Clough. We'd also like to thank the other 007. We had a little bit of a problem there, and that's Rachel Koberstein, and 008, Boston Fetting, for a great job in the showmanship class. We're going to bring those 6 competitors back in the ring for the championship in our Pee Wee division. Leading off our Pee Wee Championship class, we'd like to welcome back entry number 006, Kirby Wunsch. Entry 005, Brooklyn Bolter. 002, Quinton Stone. 007, Jolene Wunsch. 010, Tucker Doran. And 003, Madeline Clough. Ladies and gentlemen, our championship Pee Wee showmanship class. What a tremendous group of young showmen we have in the ring right now.
you look outside yourself when you have all of the world inside? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, your heart is a sun, and it shines as it opens. Well, your heart is a sun, and it shines as it opens.
We're going to get some comments from Judge Jamie Ray Pittman, and then she's going to go out and pick her champion and reserve. I don't think she's had a very easy job, so let's hear how she's adjudicated this class.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you very much to the Synergy Committee for asking me to come out and participate by judging these Pee-wees. What a tremendous group of kids out here. We sent some really top quality showmen back to the barns that didn't come out for this final class, but what a tremendous group of Pee-wee showmen. I'd like to give them a hand. And congratulations to the Synergy Committee. This week has been just a top-notch event. The organization that went into this morning to getting all those kids and those show team judges through the ring was absolutely remarkable. Thank you to the Synergy Committee, the sponsors of this event. What an unbelievable event we've had so far, and looking forward to the rest of the afternoon. The Pee-wees that we have out here, I just can't say enough good about. These kids are so gritty, and they're so determined, and they're so positive. And I think as a Pee-wee showman, those are three traits that are best to take with you in the ring, because you're small and your heifers are large, and you just can't give up. You just got to keep showing up with them. They're hard to get their heads up when they're that much bigger than you. But these kids out here, there's just no quitting them. They're all really positive. They know a lot about their animals. I really like the way that these kids that are back out here pay attention to their animal first. They're really aware of the ring. They're aware of the officials in the ring, making sure that those heifers' feet are placed and set up. I really like a showman, whether it's Pee-wee, junior, intermediate, or senior, that is just really aware of their heifer, using their space in the ring, aware of the officials in the ring. I don't have any major specific comments to the Pee-wee showman. I think as a Pee-wee, it's your job to just keep showing up, keep staying positive, keep coming to these events, and keep learning. These 6 showmen out here are just a really exciting group. I was thrilled to watch them and to visit with them, and likewise with all the Pee-wee showmen that went back to the barns. You kids have done an outstanding job. I hope the rest of your week is equally as exciting as this showmanship final, and I'm going to go out and pick our champion in reserve.
Thank you very much, Jamie. Congratulations, entry number 005, Brooklyn Bolter, our champion Pee-wee showman. Judge Pittman now looking for her reserve, and it goes to entry number 002, Quentin Stone. So congratulations to our champion, Brooklyn Bolter, and our reserve champion, Quentin Stone. Great job to all of our other participants in Pee-wee showmanship, both those in the ring and those who are back out watching. Great job to everybody. As I said, always an enjoyable class, and one of the highlights of any show is that opportunity to watch our peewees come into the ring and show.
The story will find me and I'll turn to words how I should have fallen for a bluebird. At least you know each spring they always return. And I've learned to capture this mixture of shadows and glory, hang them up like pictures on the wall. I stayed laughing through my tears after it all. And I am tied to your tracks, love. I wish that I am your last love. A dream comes to me like a memory, and I rise above once again. To your tracks, love. I wish that I am your last love. The dream comes to me like a memory, and I rise above, and I rise above once again.
There was a hazy day downtown L.A. when I met her on an elevator on its way up to the hotel room of my fiancée. But I never made it there, 'cause she come tearing through my life like a tornado, coming on hotter than a big potato. She spin me around and see you later. Want to hate her, but I love her instead. We caught the red eye to Dubai. She was blowing through my door like it's going out of style. In general, I was a sensible guy, but that guy died when she come tearing through my life like a tornado, coming on hotter than a big potato. She spin me around and see you later. Want to hate her, but I love her instead. Go. Well, I lost my job and all of my money, most of my friends and half of my mind. So messed up, it's a little funny. And I thought for sure that she was mine. But now I'm alone, just trying to get right, picking up the pieces of my busted life. If she walked into this room tonight, I'd say, baby, won't you come tearing through my life like a tornado, coming on hotter than a big potato. She spin me around and see you later. Wanna hate her, but I love her instead. I wanna hate her, but I love her instead.
to a mountain, followed a bird up there, 'cause I found me a woman who treated me unfair. And I awoke to the sunrise, remembered an awful dream of lightning and thunder, and hearing someone scream. Trouble finds you and worry, it sticks around to your day. Once you found a little darling, and she takes over your head. And I see when it was blowing, I had to find me a hole for to climb in and live forevermore. And I heard voices calling in my delirious state. They're saying something out in Spanish. That's when I went insane. Trouble finds you and worry, it sticks around to your day. Once you found a little darling, and she takes over your head. When I started that story, I forgot that this is a...
Well, I guess it's officially afternoon, so good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to the Conformation show of Summer Synergy. We're starting off in the Pee Wee Pursuit division. We're starting with the Pee Wee Pursuit Heifer Calf. We've got one entry in this class, Tulsa Cayenne 304N from Quinton Stone. This heifer was born on January 18th, and so for our judge, your class is complete. And let's meet our judge. Monty Souls is going to be our confirmation judge for every class division and for both the purebreds and the peewees as well as the commercial cattle, and so we'll be seeing quite a lot of him throughout today. Monty Souls is the executive secretary, CEO of the American Shorthorn Association in Kansas City. Monty guided the sale of the Shorthorn building and ASAA move from Omaha to Kansas City in 2015. But it looks like our judge is ready for some comments, so here's comments from Judge Monty Souls.
Well, it's great to be here in Canada again. I've got a lot of friends and relationships that I've built over the years that I really enjoy, and it's good to see them and renew them old friendships. We're going to start this class off with a nice heifer here, born in January. She's a fairly deep-ribbed heifer, a heifer that we'd probably like to see her move a little bit easier off her rear hip, but a real attractive heifer, comes out of the top of her neck very well. A really nice way to start the show.
Thank you, Judge Souls. So first place in our Pee Wee Pursuit Heifer Calf class is Quinton Stone with Tulsa's Cayenne 304N. We will see him back for the Pee Wee Pursuit Championship. He'll also be going home with the Pee Wee Pursuit Champion Heifer Calf banner. And so we're now welcoming in our Class 2, the yearling heifers of the Pee Wee Pursuit division. This is Split 1. Pardon me, folks, we're just a little bit ahead here. We're trying to get ourselves organized right now. think that it's a scratch. And if it's not, somebody will tell me otherwise. All right, so for our Class 2 yearling heifer split 1, our first entry is going to be a scratch. Second entry in is entry 003, Willow Valley Missy, 9M from Madeline Clough. Then second in is entry number 004, Willow Valley Blossom, 8M from Mallory Clough. Entry number 5, Boss Lake Miss L, 415M from Brooklyn Bolter. And so for Judge Souls, your class is complete.
This is a live recording, so now we can't use this song either. But she's going to hear it eventually. So they can just mess it up now if they want. They can do whatever they want. Down from that mountain, I had to find me a job to come in and live while selling gas and soda pops. One afternoon I was bothered because those thoughts, they don't end. Set me back up.
We got a really nice class of heifers here. I think we start the class with an obvious winner for me, the most complete heifer, well balanced, really neat, very attractive. A heifer that's got a lot of bold spring to her rib and moves out nice, free and easy on the movement. Our second place heifer here, if you want to just pull her around, is a heifer that I think follows her as much in kind. She's probably got a little more width over our third place heifer, down over her top and out from her hooks to her pins. Both of these heifers are going to be very nice cows. The second place heifer is just a little more attractive up through that front end than our third place heifer. Our third place heifer is a female that I think has a lot of cow prospect about her, and I really admire that femininity that she carries.
So first place in split 1 of the yearling heifer class in the Pee Wee Pursuit Division is entry 5, Boss Lake Miss L, 415M from Brooklyn Bolter. Then second place was entry 3 from Willow Valley Missy, 9M from Madeline Clough. And third in class was entry 4, Willow Valley Blossom, 8M from Mallory Clough. So we'll see Brooklyn and Madeline back for the Yearling Heifer Championship, but we're now looking for split 2 in the Pee Wee Pursuit Yearling Heifer class. Okay. So these peewees are fantastic showmen, but we've just had a small little mix-up here. So first in is entry 007, and that's Rachel Koberstein with TK Joy 33M. And second in the class was entry 008, Red Allison Astor 184M from Dalton Doran. And then, if I believe I'm correct, entry number 9 is next in, and that's Lucky Charms from Kirby Wunsch. Now, he's wearing number 6, but he is actually number 9. And we believe that entry 6 is a scratch in your program. So first heifer in is a scratch in today's race. Apologies once again, folks. So Jolene Wunsch is in this class. She's first in, and that's Edensville Melody Blossom 17M. She's wearing number 7, but she is entry 6. We believe that entry 7 is a scratch today, and then Dalton and Kirby are correct other than their numbers. So apologies for the confusion, folks.
Up to a mountain, follow a bird up there, 'cause I found me a woman who treated me unfair, and I woke to the sunrise, remembered an awful dream of lightning and thunder, and hearing someone scream. Trouble finds you in worry. He sticks around until you're dead. Once you found a little darling, and she takes over your head.
We got another nice class of heifers here. Our heifer we're going to start the class with is a deep ribbed, very well balanced heifer. I really like her on the move. She's really got a neat brood cow look to her, as well as showing us some of that femininity and a little bit of show style at the same time. Our second place heifer is a heifer that probably gets over to third place heifer. She's just got, for me, a little more shape down her top and a little more rib build into her. And our third place heifer is a heifer that I really admire a lot of the cow look she's got in her, but we just need to see a little more rib in her in order to compete with the heifers above her.
So in our second split of yearling heifers, entry number 8 is in first place. That's Red Allison Astor 184M from Dalton Doran. In second place is entry 9, Lucky Charms from Kirby Wunsch. And third place is entry 6, Edensville Melody Blossom 17M from Jolene Wunsch. So Dalton and Kirby will stay in the ring, and we'll be welcoming back our champions from from the heifer calf. Oh yes, champion yearling first. So we will be welcoming back our first and second from the first split of the yearling heifers. Okay. Okay. Okay, so we're now going to be moving into our grand champion Pee Wee female. So from the heifer calves, our grand champion was Tulsa Cayenne 304N from Quinton Stone. And then our yearling heifer champions, we had in the first split, Boss Lake Miss L 415M, that's entry 5 from Brooklyn Bolter. And second place was entry 3, Willow Valley Missy 9M from Madeline Clough. And then in the second split, we had entry 8, Red Allison Astor 184M from Dalton Doran in first place. And second place was entry 9, Lucky Charms from Kirby Wunsch. So this is your Pee Wee Pursuit Champion Female Drive. So it takes a lot of volunteers to put on the Summer Synergy show, and so I'd just like to take the time to thank some of my volunteers. I've got Renee Thompson next to me as my official clerk, and she's done fantastic in the Jackpot show earlier this week. As well, in the ring right now, we have Rob Young and Riley Mater, both prominent Semitol breeders, helping us out as ringmen. And then we've got Jill Mater, I believe, is our one of our marshals back behind, as well as
We'll get
Avery
this
Hickman.
figured out here in a little bit. And these smaller children, youth here, we just need to help them out and let them see what we want to do with them out here. So I want to look at these first three, our class winners, and we pick our champion. I think we got 3 really high quality animals here to select from. I'm not going to go back over them and take a lot of time, but I do think there's 2 out here to stick out for me. So with that, I'll go ahead and select your champion female.
Thank you, Judge Monty Souls. So your grand champion, Pee Wee Pursuit female, is entry 005, Boss Lake Miss L 415M from Brooklyn Bolter. And a reserve champion is entry 008, Red Allison Astor 184M from Dalton Doran. They're also consequently our Pee Wee Pursuit champion and reserve yearling heifers. So congratulations to both of them, and we'll now be moving on into our Pee Wee Pursuit bull/steer calf class. And so now into our Pee Wee Pursuit Bull and Steer Calf class. We've got entry 10, CJBB 1L Nugget 10N from Blaine Burkhart. Entry 203, The Muffin Man from Boston Fetting. So I've just been handed a TD debit card that has the name Caroline E. We've got a TD debit card for Caroline E. Naroe. So if you are missing your debit card, please come up to the announcer's stand and we can give it to you.
We're going to start the class off with this big stout bull. Shows us some muscle shape, moves out fairly free and easy. A bull that you really like. A lot of things about him, the masculinity about him, and the growth pattern that he has at this time. He's considerably older than the other calf here, the little Hereford calf. The Hereford calf is a younger calf and does have a lot of potential. They just give it a little time to catch up, and you may see a bull here that would be very competitive against the bulls winning the class. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Judge Souls. So our champion Pee Wee Pursuit Bull and Steer Calf is entry 203. Have you heard of the Muffin Man from Boston Fetting? And our reserve champion is entry 10, CJBB 1L Nugget 10N from Blaine Burkhart. And so that is the completion of our Pee Wee Pursuit part of the program. We're going to move now into the Semifinal show. And so our first class for the Semifinal show is the Purebred Heifer Calf class. Our one entry in this class is entry 49, Tulsa's Cayenne 304N, exhibited by Tulsa Smith. So this heifer is born on January 18th, and for Judge Souls, your class is complete.
We've got a single entry heifer here that could stand some competition. She's a big topped, very attractive type female that you really like, the muscle expression that you see about her. Just a really nice female.
Thank you, Judge Souls. And so our grand champion purebred heifer calf is entry 49, Tulsa's Cayenne 304N from Tulsa Smith. And so now we're going to be running two major breed shows side by side. So we're now going to be welcoming in the Black Angus purebred heifer calf. This is another single entry class. It's coming in now as entry 50, Hillcrest Pride 504, exhibited by Daniel Pearson. This heifer calf was born on February 23rd, and Judge Souls, your class is complete.
We've got a single entry class again here, and a really nice kind of female, a heifer that doesn't have a lot of condition on her, but when you really look at her structurally, she's pretty good, pretty sound. You really like the way she's put together in a lot of ways. A female that I think will grow up and make you a nice brood cow down the road.
Thank you, Judge Souls. And so your grand champion purebred heifer, Black Angus purebred heifer calf is entry 50, Hillcrest Pride 504, exhibited by Daniel Pearson. This is the last one. Okay. All right, folks. So I've got this world-class idea right now. I just built an ATM that only gives out coins. I don't know why no one's thought of it before. It just makes sense.
Oh, that's good. Forevermore. And I heard voices calling in my delirious state, saying something out in Spanish. That's when I went insane. Trouble finds you and worry. It sticks around until you're dead. Once you found a little darling, and she takes over your head. I came back down from that mountain. I had to get me a job, working behind the counter, selling gas and soda pop. One afternoon I was bothered because those thoughts never end. Now they just sent me back up onto that mountain again. Trouble finds you and worry. It sticks around till you're dead. Once you found a little darling, and she takes over your head. Trouble finds you and worry. It sticks around until you're dead. Once you found a little darling, and she takes over your head. True love never dies. Plenty of bumps along the way, and they'd be lying if they said they liked each other every day. True love never dies. Somebody take a picture. Somebody write it down. We can learn a thing or two about forever from these lovers and what they found. Now every night he sleeps alone. He stretches out his arms to hold her, but she ain't coming home. True love never dies. 'Cause she still wears a wedding ring. It's on a gold chain around his neck next to his heart, where she still lives.
And so now we are into our Class 3 of the Semifinal show, our purebred yearling heifers, and this is split 1. So first into the ring is entry number 52, Boss Lake Miss Passion, 414M from Bryn Yoder. Entry number 53, CHM Lady in Red, 27M from Reese Morrison. Entry number 54, CCS/JS Summer, 10M from Chick Harvey. Entry number 55, TK Joy, 33M from Natalie Koberstein. And entry number 56, Black Alley from Y. Beliski. These heifers are born from February 24th all the way to February 1st. And Judge Souls, your class is complete.
Running down Thompson Ridge in old blue jeans. A triple backflip off a rusted tire swing. Broken arm and trophy scars. Oh, that's one hell of a way to win a heart. It might kill him for we're done. At least it keeps us young. Young like summer nights, dancing around in circles, bathing in the moonlight. Young when you fall so fast, busy being 17 and hoping this love lasts. It might kill us for a time. Love keeps us young. He was smoking those cigarettes down by the dock and racing my dad's Corvette against the clock. A 1950 classic red. That slow Patron buzz in our head. It might kill me for we're done. At least it keeps us young. Young
got a really nice class of heifers here. We're going to start the class with a heifer that I think is probably the most complete and gives me the nicest look to start with. She's really well balanced. She's got a really nice rib to her. I like that lower rib cage and the way she tucks into her belly of real capacity. Pulls everything together when she's on the move, probably a little better than she does when she's on the profile. Our second place heifer is a heifer I really like, and at one point I thought she could win the class, but when I analyze her a little more and watch her move, she gets a little bit more restricted out through that front shoulder. She just gets a little coarse and doesn't move off them front legs quite the same way, and probably doesn't have that overall look and completeness that I see in the heifer that's winning the class. Our third place heifer over there is a heifer that lacks a little bit of that capacity, gets a little tighter ribbed compared to the two heifers above her. A heifer that moves out really nice and will make a really nice brood cow. Your fourth place heifer is the red heifer. She's a heifer that just comes apart a little bit, a big volume, going to make a great cow, but she just doesn't have the overall quality that I see in the heifer that's beating her today. And our fifth place heifer is a heifer that's just a little flatter made, a little flatter in her rib, a little flatter in her hip compared to the heifers that are above her. A really nice class of heifers and a really good job by everybody out here.
Thank you, Judge Souls. So in our first split of purebred yearling heifers in the Semifinal show, in first place is entry 52. Okay, so first place in that class was entry number 52, Boss Lake Miss Passion 414M from Bryn Yoder. In second place was entry number 56, Black Alley from Wyatt Beliski. Third in that class was entry number 54, CCS/JS Summer 10M from Chick Harvey. Fourth place was entry number 53, CHM Lady in Red 27M from Reese Morrison. And in fifth place was entry 55, TK Joy 33M from Natalie Koberstein. And now into our second split of purebred Semifinal heifers. We have entry number 57, CHM Duchess 22M from Will Morrison. Entry number 58, LAR Emmy 421M from Riley Kamala. Entry number 59, US Longlash from McKenna Webster. Entry number 60, Mater Cherry 139M from Carter Kamala. Entry number 61, CFRPCC Black Reputation 237M from Tulsa Smith. And entry number 62, RF Scream 4128 from Abby Ransier. These heifers range in age from January 30th all the way to January 17th. And Judge Souls, your class is complete. And so let's meet our confirmation judge. Monty Souls is the Executive Secretary CEO of the American Shorthorn Association in Kansas City. Monty guided the sale of the Shorthorn Building and ASA move from Omaha to Kansas City in 2015. And Monty has been the Executive Secretary/CEO for over 12 years. Since Monty has been at the Shorthorn Association, registrations have increased by 2,500 to 3,000 head. And there has also been a steady increase in new membership for both junior and senior membership. After relocating the American Shorthorn Association to Kansas City, Monty has become an active member on the American Royal Livestock Committee and serves as the chair of the American Royal Ethics Committee. Monty has also served as president of the U.S. Beef Breeds Council and is currently president of the National Pedigree Livestock Council. Previous to being named Executive Secretary and CEO of the ASA, Monty was the manager of Star Lake Cattle Ranch for 34 years, a premier purebred Hereford operation which hosted $7 million production sales and a dispersion in 2012 that totaled over $4 million. Monty has judged numerous cattle shows throughout the U.S., including multiple breed national shows in Denver and Louisville, and he's also judged internationally in Canada and Uruguay. And Monty was also employed 18 years as a consultant in Argentina as a genetic advisor. Monty grew up on a family farm in Michigan and attended Michigan State University and has spent his entire life working in the purebred cattle industry. Monty and his wife Rhonda have 4 children and 4 grandchildren. So thank you so much, and let's give a big round of applause to Monty Souls as our confirmation judge for all of today.
That I think just sticks out and wins the class fairly handily. I really like the balance. I like the shape that we're seeing in the rib, especially her lower rib. She just puts herself together. She looks good on the move. She might be just a tad off in that front end on her way her feet hit the ground, but let's keep a grasp of the big picture. Just look at her neck come out of the top of her head, out of the top of her shoulders, and she's just a really high quality individual. Our second place heifer really follows her the most in kind, probably a little more slender necked, a little more feminine in her kind than the heifer that we put in third. And a heifer that moves out really good on her feet and legs, a nicely balanced heifer. Heifer that's got that deep rib about her, got some capacity about her that can go home and take care of herself in the pasture. Our third place heifer, if you want to bring that third place heifer out, young lady, this is a really nice heifer too. I mean, this is really close for me between second and third. This heifer's not as big, but it doesn't matter. She's really good. She's carrying a little more condition about her to me right now. She isn't quite as slender up through that neck and doesn't show me quite as much femininity as the heifer that's above her in class. But I really admire the substance and the volume and the power that we see in her. Your next 3 heifers in class have a little structural issues for each one of them. The next heifer coming around here just gets a little raw out through her front shoulder and just doesn't have quite the shape built about her and gets a little stiffer in her movement. The next heifer follows her kind of in kind, just doesn't have the depth of rib and the explosion of rib in her lower rib cage, but a really big, stout female. And our heifer that's rounding out the class is a heifer that's a big volume type of female, but she roaches up in her back, gets a little straight off that front shoulder, but a heifer that can go on out and probably got enough capacity to work in the cow herd.
So in our second split of Semifinal purebred yearling heifers, in first place was entry 62, RF Scream 4128 from Abby Rancier. Second in class was entry 57, CHM Duchess 22M from Will Morrison. Third in class was entry 61, CF RPCC Black Reputation 237M from Tulsa Smith. And fourth in was entry 58, LAR Emmy 421M from Riley Kamala. Fifth in class was entry 60, Mater Cherry 139M from Carter Kamala. And sixth in class was entry 59, US Long Lash from McKenna Webster. We're now into our third and final split of purebred yearling heifers in the Semifinal show. First in was entry 63, Tandem T Miss Millionaire 22M, exhibited by Sydney Carlson. Second in was entry 64, WFL Red Hinsdale 4012M from Jet Doran. Third in class was entry 65, Mater Violet 84M from Hawk and Mater. Fourth in class was entry 66, CMS Strawberry Soda from Colt Needham. Entry 68, Mater Ruby 9M from Stella Mater. Judge Souls, your class is complete.
Well, I'll start this class with a heifer that I think probably puts it together the best of all of them that are out here. She moves out fairly free and easy. She's kind of balanced really nice. No, she's not the biggest heifer in the class, but I think she's the most complete and it gives us the most to offer to us going down the road in the future. Nice big volume, big rib type female that moves out fairly free and easy. Your second place heifer gets here on movement. She's a heifer that has a lot of volume about her, a lot of substance, a nice big power heifer. And I really like the way she moves in comparison to the heifer that's in third place. The front legs on this heifer in third place really bother me. If you pull that heifer out around, please. She just really rolls over on them front legs and on the feet hit the ground, and it really does kind of bother me. And she probably could be a class winner if I didn't see that in her today as well. A really nicely balanced heifer, really put together very well, but when she gets on the move, she'll just roll those front feet pretty hard for me. And I really like the way she looks, nicely fitted and very well put together, but I just got to have her a little more sound for me today. The next two heifers in the class probably need a little more soundness about them. The heifers that are a little straighter in their front legs, a little straighter in their shoulder. The heifer that's coming in here, the black heifer, she's just got a little more femininity about her for me today, a little nicer shoulder build into her than the heifer that's in the red heifer coming behind her. The red heifer coming behind her gets a little more jammed up in that neck and in that shoulder region. Both of them a little restricted in their movement.
Thank you, Judge Souls. So in our third and final split of purebred Semifinal yearling heifers, in first place was entry 65, Mater Violet 84M from Hawk and Mater. Second class was entry 66, CMS Strawberry Soda from Colt Needham. Third in class was entry 68, Mater Ruby 9M from Stella Mater. Fourth in class was entry 63, Tandem T Miss Millionaire 22M from Sydney Carlson. And entry 64 was fifth in class with entry with WFL Red Hinsdale 4012M from Jet Doran. So now we'll be bringing in our first and second placers from the first three splits. So in the first split was entry number 52, Boss Lake Miss Passion 414M, exhibited by Bryn Yoder. Second class was entry 56, Black Alley from Wyatt Beliski. In the third split, first in class was entry 62, RF Scream 4128 from Abby Rancier. And second in class was entry 57, CHM Duchess 22M from Will Morrison. And in the third split, first in class was entry 65, Mater Violet 84M from Hawk and Mater. And second in class was entry 66, CMS Strawberry Soda from Colt Needham. This is your championship purebred yearling heifer in the Semifinal show.
Take me over to the north side so I can find my way. Lord knows I've walked the south streets, I've wasted hearts and days. So take it all, take everything from me and bring it on. Take me down to shining waters, towns of grit and pride. Let me check my own soul, I've nowhere left to hide. And take it all, take everything from me and bring it on. It's because I am just a wandering man that I need you now to take my legs, or else I'll ramble on until I wreck the song. Take it all to set me free, I beg. Take me to a hilltop castle, to a room all draped in white. Give me some familiar faces so I know I'll be alright. Then take it all, take everything from me, then bring it on. It's because I am just a wandering man that I need you now to take my legs, or else I'll ramble on until I wreck the
Well, let's put our hands together for this group, of this division champion here. A lot of really good cattle, but probably we got a lot more better juniors out here than we realize. You know, this is about the kids and about the juniors and the youth of our organizations, and we need to keep that in perspective. Yeah, we give them good heifers to show, but they put a lot of work in and do all this, and they become the leaders that coming down the road. I'm not going to take a lot of time talking about them, but I will make three comments. The first heifer out of the first class is a really complete female, moves out free and easy, just glides around the ring for me in a lot of ways. Second place heifer is a big stout heifer, a little trade-off, a little more capacity, a little more stoutness, a little more power, but she gets a little funky on them front feet compared to some of the other heifers in the class. Your third heifer class winner here is a heifer that's got all the things put together, just doesn't have quite the class and the sex appeal about her that some of the other heifers in the class have. So today I'm going to make your first class winner will be your champion, and your third class winner will be your reserve.
So our champion Semifinal yearling heifer is entry number 52, Boss Lake Miss Passion, 414M. And then our reserve champion was entry 65, Mater Violet, 84M, from Hawk and Mater. I'd like to extend a heartfelt thank you to the Calgary Stampede, a proud sponsor of the Summer Synergy Show and a major contributor to youth development through scholarships, and their continued support plays a vital role in helping us recognize excellence, reward hard work, and create opportunities for the next generation of agriculture leaders. From the show ring to the classroom, the Calgary Stampede's commitment to youth, agriculture, and education is deeply appreciated. Please join us in thanking the Calgary Stampede for their incredible partnership and support. We'd like to recognize and thank Cam Clark Ford, a valued partner of the Olds Regional Exhibition and a strong supporter of youth and agriculture. Their commitment to community and leadership development shines through their continued sponsorship of this program. Whether it's in the arena or out on the road, Cam Clark Ford stands behind the next generation of agriculture leaders. Please go see Wayne Burgess and the team at Cam Clark Ford in Olds for your next ride. They'll get you set up right. Let's give a big thank you to Cam Clark Ford for their ongoing support and partnership. Also, I believe Wayne is in the building, so you can talk to him right now.
To set me free, I beg. Take me to a state of mind where kings are pouring paupers' rage. Take away my trembling fingers. I'll take away that faithful itch. It's because I am just a wandering man that I need you now to take my legs. What else already?
And so now it is time for the purebred yearling heifers of the Black Angus show. So in our first split, we have entry 69, Pillar Pretentious 2429M, exhibited by London Matthews. Entry 70, Treber Erica 831M, exhibited by Elizabeth Calder. Entry 71, Riverfront Annie K 453M from Greeley Robertson. Entry 73, Riverside Enchantress 411M from L. Graneveld. Entry 74, Greenwood Miss Essence JJP 69M from Mason Zwicker. Entry 75, BCC Lady Wren 4102 from Landon Brandel. And entry 152, Diamond T Bardolier Lass 2446 from Corbin Kidd. So Judge Souls, your class is complete.
Take it all to set me free, I beg. Take it all to set me free, I beg. Take it all to set me free, I beg. Yeah.
We're proud to welcome and recognize a valued partner in our community, Future Ag. It is the official equipment sponsor of the Olds Regional Exhibition. We've recently signed an exciting new agreement to rename our facilities in partnership with this outstanding local provider. Future Ag has been a steadfast supporter of our organization, and we are thrilled to continue growing together. Keep an eye out for news releases coming soon, and be sure to check out the all-new equipment soon to be on site at ORE. Please join us in thanking Future Ag for their continued commitment to agriculture, community, and the future of ORE. And we're also proud to recognize our long-standing partner, Olds College of Agriculture and Technology, a leader in ag innovation and education right here in our community. Their support of the Olds Regional Exhibition and youth programming runs deep. Olds College has been an incredible supporter of Summer Synergy, and this year generously provided the cow-calf pairs and yearlings for judging from their highly successful Workland School of Agriculture Red Angus program. We're proud to work alongside such a forward-thinking institution. Please join us in thanking Olds College of Agriculture and Technology for their unwavering commitment to agriculture, youth, and community.
This is a little bit more of a jigsaw puzzle to put together. You may do some things a little different. I won't argue with you, but this is the way I see them today. The heifer that wins the class is probably the soundest heifer for me out here today. Puts things together. She becomes a deep rib, nice volume, pretty fronted, nice shoulder, just nice everything compared to the other heifers in the class. Your second place heifer is a heifer that probably gets just a tad flatter over the rib, might be a little longer ribbed over her top, shows a little more muscle, a little more power, but she gets a little funky on her movement and out through them front shoulders and off of her front legs. Your third place heifer is a heifer that you really like her on the move. There's just not a lot of heifer here. She's a little narrower, but she's got some rib in her. She's got some volume built into her rib cage, and she's going to carry a pretty good volume about her going forward. She just doesn't have the width and the muscle shape and doesn't have the overall capacity that these heifers have in front of her. Your next place heifer here is a heifer that's just a little chunkier made. She gets a little jammed up in that front end a little bit comparatively, and just maybe a little bit overdone in condition that restricts your movement a tad at times. A really nicely balanced heifer, but just doesn't have the completeness and overall quality that I see in the three above her. The next heifer in the class is a heifer that really, she's really close to the one in front of her. These two you could swap back and forth and argue about, but I don't see her having quite the same amount of femininity, a little more jammed up in that front end, a little restricted through that shoulder, just a little more shoulder in her. I just don't see that cow look built out through that front end. The rest of this female, from the shoulders back, you really kind of like. A lot of rib, a lot of hip, a really nice big stout female. The next heifer in class just run into a buzzsaw here with the ones in front of her. She's not as big, but she is made pretty good. She moves really good. She's a little bit more condition on her than some of the others, but she has a lot of rib and she balances out pretty nice. She just doesn't have quite the overall look and the power to compete with them above her. The next heifer in the class is just a little flatter made, a little finer boned, a heifer that we like the femininity we see in her, and we like the rib cage for the balance of her composition, but just lacks the overall power to be up any higher.
Thank you, Judge Souls. So in first place in that first split of Black Angus purebred yearling heifers is entry 75, BCC Lady Wren 4102 for Landon Brandel. Second in class was entry 69, Pillar Pretentious 2429M from London Matthews. Third in class was entry 73, Riverside Enchantress 411M from L. Graneveld. Fourth in class was entry 70, Schreiber Erica 831M from Elizabeth Calder. Fifth in class was entry 71, Riverfront Annie K 453M from Greeley Robertson. Sixth in class was entry 74, Greenwood Miss Essence JJP 69M from Mason Zwicker. And seventh in class was entry 152, Diamond T Bardolier Lass 2446 from Corbin Kidd. Let's extend a big thank you to Lamley's Western Wear and Tack, a proud partner of Summer Synergy and a longtime supporter of youth in agriculture. Lamley's has been a consistent champion of our program, helping recognize and reward the hard work and dedication of young competitors. Their support goes far beyond sponsorship. It's a commitment to the Western way of life and the future of our industry. Please join us in thanking Lamley's Western Wear for being such a valued and generous partner. We'd also like to take a moment to recognize the town of Olds, a proud partner of the Olds Regional Exhibition and a dedicated supporter of the Summer Synergy program. We work closely with the town of Olds based on a mutual respect and a shared commitment to growth and community. Their ongoing support helps create opportunities for youth and strengthens the foundation of our region. Please join us in thanking the town of Olds for their outstanding partnership and dedication to our shared future. And so we're now well into our second split of purebred yearling heifers for the Black Angus show. First in was entry 76, Rust Miss Beauty 422M from Riley Borison. Entry 78, Geist Georgina 2924 from Bristol Sailor. Entry 79, Taron Jaybird 64M from Casey Adams. Entry 80, Riverfront Rosebud 432M for Paisley Robertson. And entry 81, Belvin Lady Blossom 11224 from Garrick Lutz.
Another really nice class of heifers. These heifers on the top two here are really close in my mind. You could do some things in different ways. I wouldn't argue with you. The heifer that's going to win the class really floats around the ring the easiest and the smoothness when she's on the walk. I really admire the neck and the front end that she carries. She probably doesn't show quite as much capacity and as much rib shape about her as the heifer that's in second when you're standing here looking at them on a profile. When I get right up behind them, I think the heifer in second's got a little bit more condition on her, and I think that there's not a lot of difference. And when I start looking through the hair, I start to see them about equal on that basis. So that's why I'm putting this heifer up on movement that's in the first place. Your second place heifer is a really deep ribbed, really big volume, nice female, very close pair here. A really, really close pair for me. Your third place female kind of falls in there by default, basically, off these top two. A deep ribbed, fairly heavy conditioned heifer for today, and a heifer that's got a lot of substance and volume about her that we really admire, but just lacks that femininity, the freedom of movement, and the things that we want to see in the heifers that are winning the class above her. The next heifer coming around in class is a heifer that just doesn't have the same amount of depth of rib or depth of flank built into her with the same amount of capacity, and doesn't have the amount of structural soundness that we're seeing in the heifer above her. The heifer rounding out the class is a heifer that just doesn't have the same movement that she needs to compete any higher today. A heifer that's really nicely made up through that front end and shows some muscle and shape about her, but we just want her a little sounder today.
Thank you, Judge Souls. So first in our second split of Black Angus yearling heifers was entry 76, Rust Miss Beauty 422M from Riley Borison. Second was entry 79, Taron Jaybird 64M from Casey Adams. Third in class was entry 80, Riverfront Rosebud 432M from Paisley Robertson. Fourth in class was entry 78, Geist Georgina 2924 from Bristol Sailor. And fifth in class was entry 81, Belvin Lady Blossom 11224 for Jarek Lutz. And so we're going right into our Purebred Yearling Championship for the Black Angus Show. From our first split, in first place was entry 75, BCC Lady Wren 4102 but from Landon Brandel. Second in class was entry 69, Pillar Pretentious 242N29M from London Matthews. And then in the second split, our first place was entry 76, Rust Miss Beauty 422M from Riley Borison. And in second place was entry 79, Taron Jaybird 64M from Casey Adams. This is our grand champion, Black Angus Purebred Yearling Heifer Drive. we're proud to recognize Mountain View County, a valued partner of the Olds Regional Exhibition and a strong supporter of the Summer Synergy program. We work closely with Mountain View County, built on mutual respect and a shared vision for community growth and agricultural success. Their support plays a crucial role in nurturing youth and strengthening the agricultural heritage of our region. Please join us in thanking Mountain View County for their continued partnership and commitment to our shared future. And well, I'd also like to send one big thank you to Bullseye Feeds. They sponsored the ice cream social yesterday, which I heard was fantastic. Unfortunately, I didn't get any, but their generous support added a sweet touch to our event and helps bring the community together. Please join us in showing our appreciation to Bullseye Feeds for their commitment to the Olds Regional Exhibition, Summer Synergy, and community spirit.
Let's also give a round of applause here for this division, for these heifers and the juniors that are out here showing them. A really nice set of high-quality females. Every one of them that's out here is capable of winning. The first class winner that we had over here on my right, she's really complete, really put together nice, and walks out very free and easy, and I like her movement. Our second place heifer follows her, our second class winner follows her very much the same in kind. She's a heifer that probably shows a tad more femininity, a tad more extension out through that front end, and a little bit more glamour about her. I think probably today, for me, I talked about these two in the last class that were really close together, and we're going to keep them together. So your champion will be your heifer in the last class, and your reserve will be the second place heifer to her in that same class.
All right. So our grand champion, Black Angus Purebred Yearling Heifer, was entry 76, Rust Miss Beauty 422M from Riley Borson. And reserve from the same split was entry 79, Terron Jaybird 64M from Casey Adams. So we'll be back into the Semifinal show now with our purebred 2-year-old pairs. And so first in is entry 83 with Moe's Paprika 303L from Tulsa Smith. With calf at side, Tulsa's Cayenne 304N. Calf was born on January 18th. Second in is entry 84, KT Cream Soda 3203. Exhibited by Gracie Borson with calf at side, CD Cream Soda 5203. Calf was born on February 4th.
I'm going to start this class with the pair on my right here. This cow-calf is something that I know it's a big deal here in Canada. Down in the States, they don't put quite as much pressure on it, and they really should put more on it. As an executive of a breed association, there's nothing more than I'd like a ring full of cow-calf pairs. So I really appreciate when they bring these out and bring out these high-quality cows that we're seeing here today. For me, the value of a cow is what kind of a calf she can raise. It's the coupon that we can clip off of her is what makes the difference for me. And today, that's why this pair wins the first class. The pair that's going to be first does that. A really nice heifer calf here that's really complete, really balanced, maybe a little higher quality individual for me than the calf on the second place cow. The two cows are fairly equal. If you had to just sort the cows, you might put the cow in second and first, but the cow in first has the better calf. So that's where we're at today. Thank you. Really nice pair, two pairs of cow-calf pairs.
So first place in our Semifinal purebred 2-year-old pairs was entry 84, KT Cream Soda 3203. With progeny CD Cream Soda 5203 at side, and that was exhibited by Gracie Borison. And our reserve was entry 83, Moe's Paprika 303L with Tulsa's Cayenne 304N at side, and that was exhibited by Tulsa Smith. And so those cows will quickly swing back around, and we will be ready for our Semifinal Grand Champion Drive. So now into our Semifinal Show Purebred Championship Drive. First in was entry 52, Boss Lake Miss Passion 414M for Bryn Yoder. Our reserve champion yearling heifer was entry 65, Mater Violet 84M. Our grand champion 2-year-old pair was entry 84, KT Cream Soda 3203 with calf at side CD Cream Soda 5203 from Gracie Borison. And our reserve champion was entry 83, Moe's Paprika 303L from Tulsa Smith with calf at side, and that is actually our grand champion heifer calf, Tulsa's Cayenne 304N. So this is your champion Semifinal Purebred Drive.
Well, this is your big grand champion for your Semifinal. I think you need to put your hands together. A really high quality show on the top end of this breed. Cattle look really good. The kids did a great job. That's why we're here today. So with that said, I'll just make a couple comments here that I really like this heifer that's come out here and that we use for the division. She's really complete, really made, really nice, really floats around, really neat fronted. I really admire a lot of things about her. I really admire this cow-calf pair at the same time. A big, broody, deep cow, nice udder, that's got a calf. And let's start evaluating the calf. Is she going to look a little bit like this heifer that's in front of her someday? She very well could. So for today, I'm going to go with your cow-calf to be your champion. And then I'm going to come back and make your reserve champion will be the black heifer here in the front, because I think she's just a tremendous quality female. So your cow calf will be your champion, and then your heifer, yearling heifer, will be your reserve.
So our grand champion, purebred Semifinal females, entry 84, KT Cream Soda 3203, with calf at side, CD Cream Soda 5203 for Gracie Borison. And our reserve champion was the champion purebred yearling heifer, entry 52, Boss Lake Miss Passion 414M for Bryn Yoder. So I've been told that we are at 15 years of Summer Synergy this year, which is an impressive feat. This show started back in 2010, and we got an absolutely full crowd out here right now to watch the Purebred show, or the Conformation show today. And I spotted some of the original parents and moms and dads that were, and some of the original volunteers that were here and did all of the early work for the very first few Summer Synergies, and had been doing all that work for a number of years, over a decade. And so a lot of them are in the crowd, and some of them are hopefully watching online. And so I just wanted to shout out all of these great members who have done so much for this program, and we hope to continue to carry on the outstanding legacy of this program. And so we'd like to shout out Tammy Gardner, Tracy Gardner, Donna Smith, Tracy Dietrich, Lori Hunter, April McLeod, Jordy Buba, Arlene Good, Nikki Peltzer, and the original announcer of this show, Bill Dietrich. And once again, we're very thankful for all of what you guys have done for this show, and we hope to continue on the great legacy of Summer Synergy.
Take me over to the north side so I can find my way. Lord knows I've walked the south streets
wasted hearts and days, so take it all. Take everything from me and bring it on. Take me down to shining waters, towns of grit and pride. Let me check my own soul. I've nowhere left to hide. And take it all, take everything from me and bring it on. It's because I am just a wandering man that I need you now to take my legs, or else I'll ramble on until I wreck the song. Take it all to set me free, I beg.
It's joke time.
So we're glad that all of you are joining us here for the beef side of Summer Synergy, but I believe the sheep show is still on, and so that's... Where's the sheep show right now?
I think it's still on.
The sheep show is in the Cow Palace, and you can also watch that live on DLMS as well as the beef show. And shout out to DLMS for being here and helping us broadcast the show today. But there used to be quite a few different breeds here, but there was never bison. And you know, do you know what the bison said to his son when he left the ranch? He said, "Bye, son." We got one laugh, so that's good enough. We'll go back to music now, folks.
Take me to a hilltop castle, to a room all draped in white. Give me some familiar faces so I know I'll be alright. And take it all, take everything from me, then bring it on. It's because I am just a wandering man that I need you now to take my legs, or else I'll ramble on until I wreck the song. Take it all to set me free, I beg. Take me to a state of mind where kings are pouring paupers rich. Take away my trembling fingers. I'll take away that faithful itch. It's because I am just a wandering man that I need you now to take my legs, or else I'll ramble on until I wreck the song. Take it all to set me free, I beg. Take it all to set me free, I beg. Take it all to set me free, I beg. Yeah. It was the first time you felt just a little bit of something, baby, and I fell, believing I'd fly. I found a reason to give you just enough of what you wanted, baby, to find you weren't willing to try. Babe, your heart, it wanders, looking for a reason to find yourself with something left you could try. If I play
And we now move into our purebred 2-year-old pair class for the Black Angus show. In first is entry 85, Rainbow Lois 66L with Gaffett side red HPAS Lois 66N. Second in is entry 86, Diamond T Pride 2327 with Hillcrest Pride 504 calf at side, exhibited by Daniel Pearson. And third into the class is entry 87, Brooking Rose 3030 with calf at side Riverfront 4 Mile 508N, exhibited by Paisley Robertson. So we've got 3 cows for our championship purebred 2-year-old class.
Honey, tell me what you need. Oh, they've been talking, we've been walking so far apart. Oh, if I could turn the seasons and show you ways to love with reason, we'd fall so hard. It was the first time you felt just a little bit of something, baby. I felt believing I'd fly. Yeah, I found a reason to give you just enough of what you wanted, baby. To find you were willing to try. It was the first time you felt just a little bit of something, baby. I felt believing I'd fly. I found a reason to give you just enough of what you wanted, baby. To find you were willing to try. To love and be loved. To love and be loved. To love and be loved.
These 2 pairs on the top of this class are really good cattle. I really think they're a little closer than maybe some would believe or whatever, but the biggest difference today for me is the calves again. This big bull calf just isn't handling himself right off that pastern when he walks. He's cracking them pasterns a little bit. I'm not sure if it'll get better or worse as he gets older. The cow on the first place pair that's on my left is a cow that I really like the angularity we see about her. I really like the udder. I like a lot of things about her. She's really clean, really neat. Doesn't quite have the amount of capacity and depth that we're seeing in the cow that's in the second place. But I really like that heifer calf that's in first place as well. A big growthy heifer calf. Got a lot of extension out through the front end. 2 really good pairs. Our third place pair just run into a buzzsaw, as I said earlier. A really nice female, a cow that's got a lot of angularity, a lot of brood cow look about her, and a calf that's born a little later, a March calf. It's a good calf, but it's a little hard to compete against these January calves.
So our grand champion, Black Angus purebred 2-year-old is entry 85, Rainbow Lois 66L with Gaffett side red H Pass Lois 66N, exhibited by Heidi Pass. Reserve is entry 87, Brooking Rose 3030 with Gaffett side Riverfront 4 Mile 508N, exhibited by Paisley Robinson. And third in class is entry 86, Diamond T Pride 2327 with Gaffett side Hillcrest Pride 504, exhibited by Daniel Pearson. So first in for our grand champion, Purebred Black Angus Drive is entry 50, Hillcrest Pride 504, exhibited by Daniel Pearson. Then our yearling heifer champions. Our champion yearling heifer was entry 76, Rust Miss Beauty 422M from Riley Borison. And entry 79 was our reserve from Teron Jaybird 64M from Casey Adams. And then our champion 2-year-old pair was entry 85, Rainbow Lois 66L with calf at side, red H-Pass Luigi 66-9. And second in class was entry number 87, Brook and Rose 3030 with calf at side, Riverfront 4 Mile 508N. Judge Souls, this is your Grand Championship Black Angus Drive.
It was the first time you felt just a little bit of something, baby, and I felt believing I'd fly.
Let's put our hands together. I think we got a really nice set of cattle out here for these exhibitors. Representation of the breed very, very well. I think I'm not going to really talk about them a lot. You've heard me probably enough today, so I'll just go ahead and reserve champion. I do believe I really like this yearling heifer, and here will be your champion, and we're going to keep these two together. They've been together all day long. I really thought they were close in class, and we'll just go 1-2 with them because I think that's where I want to be, and that's the most quality I see.
Our grand champion, Black Angus female, is entry number 76, Rust Miss Beauty 422M, exhibited by Riley Borison. Second, and our reserve champion is entry 79, Teron Jaybird 64M, exhibited by Casey Adams. So we'll take a quick picture break, and then we will get into the Hereford division.
You wanted, baby, to find you weren't willing to try. My love is just like an aeroplane. It takes you over and over again. My love is just like an aeroplane. It brings you closer to what you wanted. This is what I wanted to. My love is just like the ocean. It draws you closer and closer to me. My love is just like the ocean. It pulls you further from the shore. Is this what you wanted? Time's a wasting. Love is chasing you. Time's a wasting. Love is chasing you. Oh, come on, love is what you make it. I'll show you love is how we'll make it. are wasting, love is chasing. Time's a wasteland, love is facing you. Yeah, time's a wasting, love is chasing. Time's a wasting, love is chasing. Time's a wasteland, love is facing you. Love is just like an airplane, it takes you over and over.
I thought I was going to have a broken neck. I was pretty nervous. We now move into the Hereford show. First in for the Hereford Purebred Heifer Calf class is entry number 88, DGB Aruba Rose, 6N from Parker Davis. Entry 89, WBHR Noteworthy, 1N from Maya Mackey. Entry 90, UU6L Misread Kingsley, 3N from Paige Van Sickle. And entry 91, WON 6153 Lilbet 12-9 from Jackson Denchikov. And I'll mention that Parker Davis, Maya Mackey, and Jackson Denchikov's animals are all bred and owned animals in this Hereford class. But Judge Souls, your class is complete.
a nice class of Hereford heifers here. The heifer that wins this class, I think, does so pretty handily. A really correct made heifer, a heifer that's highly fitted, but she puts herself together very well and very well balanced, comes together very nice from the shoulders on back, and just really moves out as free and easy as any of them. The second place heifer, I think, follows her as much in kind, a really structurally correct kind of heifer. Doesn't have quite the amount of muscle expression, the amount of capacity that we're seeing in this first place heifer, but a heifer that has a lot of extension off the front end, and a heifer that you really kind of like the looks of her. And you're going to probably like her a lot as she grows up. Your next two heifers are really similar in kind. The third place heifer is a heifer that's just not quite got quite as much shape about her, a little finer boned, a heifer that's just isn't made quite as true as the heifers above her. And our fourth place heifer is a heifer that when she's on the walk, she roaches up a little bit and just hasn't got the same structure that we're seeing in the rest of the heifers in the class.
Thank you, Judge Souls. So in our purebred Hereford heifer calf class, we have in first place was entry number 88, DGB Aruba Rose, 6N from Parker Davis. Second in class was entry 91, WON 6153 Lilibet, 12N from Jackson Denchikoff. Third was entry 89, WBHR Noteworthy, 1N from Maya Mackey. Fourth in class was entry 90, UU6L Miss Red Kingsley, 3N from Paige Van Sickle. Now we move into the Shorthorn division with their purebred heifer calf class. First in is entry 92, Nova Creek Eva, 8N from Bronwyn Zwicker. And second in class is entry 93, Sweetgrass Verona Katie, 16N from Chelsea Triber. So we got two heifer calves in this Shorthorn class, and Judge Souls, your class is complete.
And we got these two heifers, shorthorn heifers here. The heifer class winner is a really correct kind of heifer, a heifer that I think wins the class again fairly handily. A little bigger growth type looking heifer, really made nice out through that front end, long bodied, square hipped, a really nice type of female. Second place female has a lot of extension up through her front end and nicely made through that shoulder, just doesn't have the overall capacity and stoutness that we're seeing in the heifer that's winning the class.
So in our purebred heifer calf class for the Shorthorn show, in first place was entry 93, Sweetgrass Verona Katie, 16N for Chelsea Triber. And second in class was entry 92, Nova Creek Eva, 8N from Bronwyn Zwicker.
That's the whole point, isn't it? Yeah, it could be a lot worse.
Now we're into the Red Angus show with their purebred heifer calf class. First in is entry number 22, Red Diamond T Lakota, 25144 from Hillary Gardner. Second in class is entry 24, Red River Rock Shawnee, 19N from Carson Van Sickle. And entry 25, Red H Pass, Lois 66N from Heidi Pass.
We'll start this class with the biggest heifer, and it's not because she's the biggest heifer. In fact, I think she's probably getting on the outskirts of being a little bit bigger than we need at this point in time in her age, but she's probably the highest quality heifer that we got out here, a heifer that we really like the way she's made out through her front end, a heifer that moves out nice, and a heifer that shows us a lot of femininity and a lot of future. The second place heifer is a heifer she's 3 months younger than the other heifers, so we're going to give her some benefit of the doubt today. I really like the squareness of this heifer. She's made really nice. She just gets overpowered by this big heifer in front of her, but I really think that this heifer's got a lot of future in her, and I think she'll make a great cow, and it'd be interesting to see them when they come back in another year. Your third place heifer is a heifer that she's just hitting that buzzsaw in front of her. There's not quite as much quality. She drops off from her hooks to her pins a little bit, doesn't move off of them legs quite as sound and with the authority as the heifers do in front of her. A really good female that has a lot of rib and a lot of lower rib and a lot of capacity about her.
Thank you, Judge Souls. So our champion purebred Red Angus heifer calf is entry number 25, Red H Pass Lois 66N, exhibited by Heidi Pass. In second class is entry 22, Red Diamond T Lakota 25144 from Hiller Gardner. And third in class is entry 24, Red River Rock Shawnee 19N from Carson Van Sickle. So we now move into our purebred yearling heifer for the Hereford show. First in is entry 97. This is a bred and owned animal, WBHR Moonshine 7M, exhibited by Maya Mackey. Second in is entry 98, DGB Copperstone Juno 4M from Parker Davis. Entry 99, MJT 2135 Queen Nellie ET 16M from Jordan Rogers. Entry 101, Oaks Rose 4019 ET, exhibited by Ava Mackey. Entry 102, CJBB 31K Maggie 3M, exhibited by Bryn Burkhart. Entry 103, MHPH VLE 240J Faith 126M, exhibited by Blake Fisk. Entry 104, FCC 1K Betty 2M, exhibited by Sadie Howell. Entry 105, Kids 5F Mamma Mia 1J 1M, exhibited by Rebecca Hess. So this will also be your grand champion purebred Hereford yearling heifer, as we only have the one class. And so we're a little bit away, but I wanted to mention in this class that Choose Hereford and this list of sponsors is giving the Grand and Reserve Purebred and Commercial Hereford will be each receiving $500 in breeder credits at these to use at any of these sponsors' sales, I believe, is how it works. I'm gonna get some clarification on that. But the sponsors for the Choose Hereford are these farms. It's Anita Doctor, Blair Athol Farms, Elm Lodge Pulled Herefords, Fenton Hereford Ranch, Hershey Herefords, Harvey Ranching, MJT Cattle Company, MK Cattle, and Sky Virtue Ranch. So thank you very much to the Choose Hereford sponsors for granting this extra money to the grand champions in both purebred and commercial for the Hereford breed.
A nice big class here at Hereford Heifers. I wouldn't argue with you on some of them down through. There's some trade-offs in your mind as you sit here and we go through these. I have to put the priorities where I feel they deserve. We're going to start the class with the big, powerful heifer. Big volume female, feminine enough, lots of capacity, lots of volume about her. A female that kind of puts it together and puts a nice package together. Your second place heifer follows her very much in kind, just doesn't have quite the amount of power in her that we're seeing in the first place heifer, a heifer that moves out possibly a tad bit better, but I just think we got to go with the power that we see in this first place heifer. Your third place heifer is a heifer that, where'd she go? Okay, she's coming. Our third place heifer is a heifer that was kind of the problem heifer for me in the class. But I will tell you, this young lady did a great job showing this heifer. And this heifer is kind of a big, raw-boned kind of a female. But she's got a lot of good things about her, and this young lady made sure that you saw it. And you could do some different things with her. She's pretty big for her size, for her age and everything compared to the other heifers. But I think she's got some quality. She moves out fairly sound and easy. Big bone, big stout female that has a place that you can do something with her if you made her to the right bull. The next two heifers in class are pretty close in kind for me. I think the heifer that's standing here in fourth is just a little more complete in her kind and just a little smoother made as you look at her. She just balances out just a tad bit better compared to the heifer standing right below her. The heifer that's standing right below her just gets a little narrower in her rib, or from her hooks to her pins, and probably has just a little less amount of capacity built into her. The next place heifer coming, the young man with the hat on there, that heifer is really a nice heifer to look at, but when you really get to analyzing her, her structure's a little bit off. She just doesn't move quite as free and easy as we'd like to see her move. But a heifer that's got a lot of good things about her, but she just moves out through her hip more and the joints don't work quite right. And that's kind of the way the rest of the class falls out. The next heifer is dark red heifer. A big volume heifer, a heifer I'd like to see trimmed up a little bit through that neck region and that shoulder region, but just gets a little straighter on her shoulder and just works off, lumbers a little bit as she's trying to go around the ring. Our next place heifer is a heifer that's just a little flatter made in her kind and shape, doesn't quite have the rib expansion that we're seeing in the heifers above her.
Thank you, Judge Monty Souls. So in first place in our Hereford and our champion purebred yearling Hereford heifer is entry 103 MHPH VLE 240J Faith 126M, exhibited by Blake Fisk. Second in class is entry 105 Kids 5F Mamma Mia 1J1M, exhibited by Rebecca Hess. Third in class is entry 101 Oaks Rose 4019 ET, exhibited by Ava Mackey. Fourth in class is entry 99 MJT 2135 Queen Nelly ET 16M from Jordan Rogers. Fifth in class is entry 97 WBHR Moonshine 7M from Maya Mackey. Sixth in class is entry 98 DGB Copperstone Juno 4M from Parker Davis. Seventh in class, it was entry 104, FCC 1K Betty 2M. And eighth in class was entry 102, CJBB 31K Maggie 3M, exhibited by Bryn Burkhart. Now we've got another big class of purebred yearling heifers, this time in the Shorthorn show. In first was entry 94, DF Miss Perfect 102M, exhibited by Emmett Tillman. Entry number 106, KSS 1872 Hot Augustana Pride, exhibited by Chelsea Triber. Entry 107, Waskway Miss Mercury NM ET, exhibited by Ray Gunderson. Entry 95, Edensville Miss Shauna 21M, exhibited by Brooklyn Olson. Entry 108, 6S Beauty 47M ET, exhibited by Tyler Visser. Entry 96, Edensville Melody Blossom 17M, exhibited by Jolene Wunsch. Entry 109, Foxtail Just Rose 130M, exhibited by Chelsea Triber. And to finish out the class, entry 110, JTPH Affliction 91M, exhibited by Bronwyn Zwicker. So we've got 8 heifers in the Shorthorn class, and Judge Souls, your class is complete. also like to give a shout out, and hopefully we can get a round of applause for my awesome clerk, Renee Thompson, who also did all of the decorating around the ring. So a real rock star right next to me here, who's been making this show run all behind the scenes in many different ways. So let's get a round of applause for Renee Thompson. Also, Buck has been running around all day, and of course, he's one of the main cogs in the machine that makes sure Summer Synergy and all of ORE runs well. So if we want to give him a round of applause, but he's probably off working somewhere. But yes, if whenever you see Buck, just give him a nice thank you and maybe shake his hand. But thank you very much to Buck for all the things he does, as well as the rest of his crew.
Walking to the honky tonk like a pack of wolves now. Order up around the stripes and it's away we go. It's a throw down, get down. Order up another round of shots. Run, get drunk, get some, have fun. Get into some trouble, baby, like in a night. I'm a Jim Beam, drinking big, shake, singing, la 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 la, dancing machine. Been a hell of a week and I need to know what to see. Get on. I've been holding it in through the whole work week. Now it's Saturday night and I'm about to blow. So come on now, man, let's play me none of the slow songs. I need boots, good bar, burning hell, raising, get up and go songs. But give me something hot, just give me all you got. Now let's give old Miller a try. Go ahead.
Really big class of shorthorn heifers here. You know, they told me when I started I had a lot of classes of 1 and 2s, and I think they lied. So we've had a lot of head out here, which is really good, a lot of competition. Our first place heifer in this class, I think, puts it together again, the complete heifer. She's probably not quite as smooth through that shoulder region as our heifer that's in second, but she's got just a little more power about her, and she's smooth enough for everything that we're seeing from that deep chest, that wide chest coming on back through into her rear quarter, and the amount of capacity in the rib we see. She moves out free and easy. She just puts it together better than any of the other heifers in the class for me. The second place heifer is really a complete heifer. It's close between her and the second and the third place heifer for me. The second place heifer, I really like the angularity I see in her. She just probably doesn't have the power of either heifer on either side of her, but she's really complete, really good, really moves well. She has a lot of great future about her in my mind. Your third place heifer was a problem heifer for me. At one point, I thought she could win the class. When you put them on the move, this heifer just doesn't quite hold it together on her front shoulder. She just moves kind of funky out of that front shoulder for me compared to the heifers above her. She's a power heifer, and that's what you got to watch when you get into these power heifers, that they still maintain that structural correctness and some of that look and smoothness in that shoulder. But for me, this heifer I really like a lot of things about her, but I just want to see that shoulder work a little different than what it is here today. And as well, and that also reflects back to the rear leg, doesn't reach out and work in the same way. Your next heifer in the class is a heifer that gets a little bit jammed up in front compared to the heifers above her. A heifer that's just does a little plainer, but got a lot of rib about her, a lot of shape, will make a really nice cow. Your next heifer in class is a heifer that's, again, going to have some angularity, a little different. There are different kinds of heifers that I make trade-offs in my mind for. A heifer that I really like a lot of the angularity and the extension that I see in this heifer as she's out here today and will grow out into the pasture and make a really nice cow. Your next two heifers are really quite close for me at the same time. They're kind of similar in kind. They get a little bit jammed up in the front end. This next heifer gets a little high in her back. It roaches a bit when she walks. They just are a little straighter in their shoulder. They just don't move with any authority. They don't have the stride that you're looking for. And the next heifer in class is a heifer that's just kind of on both ends. She just kind of moves off a little funky and a little straighter in her kind, a little flatter in her rib compared to the heifers above her. She just ran into a buzzsaw today because this is a really good class of shorthorn heifers. Give them a good round of applause. There's a lot of competition out here today.
Thank you, Judge Souls. So our grand champion shorthorn purebred yearling heifer is entry 106, KSS 1872, Hot Augustana Pride, exhibited by Chelsea Triber. Second in class was entry 108, 6S Beauty 47M ET, exhibited by Tyler Visser. Third in class was entry 110, JTPH Affliction 91M, exhibited by Bronwyn Zwicker. Entry 94 was fourth in class, and that was the DF Miss Perfect 102M, exhibited by Emmett Tillman. Fifth in class was entry 107, Wasquay Miss Mercury 9MET, exhibited by Ray Gunderson. Sixth in class was entry 95, Edensville Miss Shauna 21M, exhibited by Brooklyn Olson. Seventh in class was entry 109, Foxtail Just Rose 130M, exhibited by Chelsea Triber. And eighth in class was entry 96, Edensville Melody Blossom 17M, exhibited by Jolene Wunsch. We now move into our first split of two splits in the Red Angus Purebred Yearling Heifer Division. First in is entry 131, Red Diamond T Bayberry 24128, exhibited by Callie Kidd. Entry 31 is at Red River Rock Chief Fayette 4209M, exhibited by Ainsley Van Sickle. Entry 132 is Red Diamond T Sunset 24106, exhibited by Cassie Kidd. Entry 32 is Red River Rock Jupiter 4160M, exhibited by Sydney Van Sickle. Entry 33 is Red Toa Bayberry 414M, exhibited by Reese Wildman. Entry 34 is Red Cinder Freya 1129M, exhibited by Tavian Yoder. And entry 35 is Red Oats Miss 28M, exhibited by Lane Steen. So we've got 7 heifers in this first split of the Red Angus Purebred Yearling heifers, and Judge Souls, your class is complete. We'd also like to give a thank you to 7D Media, Tia, and all of her crew. They have been, and they're also working in the Sheep Show as well, I believe. So they've been here all throughout Summer Synergy at the judging camp as well. And so thank you to all of them for getting all those pictures done. And so be sure to check out the website once the show is complete to buy some pictures as well. Check out the Ringside magazine for full show results, as well as sneak peek at some of the pictures as well on there. So thank you once again to 7D Media and all the work that they've been doing for capturing all the moments here at Summer Synergy. And so we'll remind you of this a few times throughout the rest of today's show, but we are going to have a few awards handed out, some awards from the previous day's competitions. And those will be handed out at 6 o'clock. So we'll do that at 6 o'clock. Then we will have the option if you want to go bowling at 7. But at 6 o'clock, we would like everybody to be here at ringside in case you get yourself an award from one of our competitions from earlier in this week.
This is a really tough class to evaluate for me. These top 4 heifers are very much alike. I don't think any one of them just stick out for me particularly, but they're all really, really good. And they all could deserve to win this class, and I wouldn't argue with you any way around it. The heifer I'm going to use, really, I think I like the shape in her shoulder the best. I like the way her neck comes out of her shoulder, at the top of her shoulder. She's got a big capacity. She balances out and just looks like that pretty brood cow right now. This next heifer in class isn't quite as pretty, but she's really kind of made pretty right, moves really good, got a big old rib. Kind of be that nice cow that you're going to brag about when you get her out in the pasture. Your third place heifer is very much like her. Probably hasn't got quite the same extension out through that front end and quite as nice through that front end as the heifer that's standing in second. Your fourth place heifer is a heifer that she gets a little coarser through that shoulder region. A really nicely balanced heifer that when she first came in, I thought, wow, but as I looked at her and watched her move and watched her feet hit the ground, I didn't feel as comfortable with her. And I think these other heifers, really, there's more heifer in the 3 heifers above her, and she's got a little bit more coarseness about her. The next 3 heifers in class are kind of similar in kind. They just get a little flatter in their kind. They don't move off quite as good from their front and their rear legs. They're really good heifers in their kind, a lot of good capacity, a lot of cow look about them, but they just aren't quite strong enough to stand up any higher in the class today. A really, really good class of Red Angus heifers.
Thank you, Judge Souls. So first place in our first split of Red Angus yearling heifers is entry 34, Red Cinder Freya 1129M, exhibited by Tavian Yoder. Second in class is entry 31, Red River Rock Chifayette 4209M, exhibited by Ainsley Van Sickle. Third in class was entry 32, Red River Rock Jupiter 4160M, exhibited by Sydney Van Sickle. Fourth in class was entry 35, Red Oats Miss 28M, exhibited by Lane Steen. Fifth in class was entry 33, Red Toa Bayberry 414M, exhibited by Reese Wildman. Sixth in class was entry 131, Red Diamond T Bayberry 24128, exhibited by Callie Kidd. And then seventh in class was entry 132, Red Diamond T Sunset 24106, exhibited by Cassie Kidd. We're now in our second split of purebred yearling Red Angus heifers. First in was entry 37, Red Diamond T Countess 2447, exhibited by Callan Gardner. Next in was entry 39, Red Arrow Fox Row 11M, exhibited by Joss Pittman. Oh, entry 39 is a scratch, so its second in was actually entry 41, Red BCC Renee 435, exhibited by Winton Brandel. Following him was entry 42, Red Rich Passion 227M, exhibited by Wyatt Saylor. Entry 43, Red CS Selma 6M, exhibited by Shelton Grabler. Entry 44, Red River Rock Thelma 463M, exhibited by Carson Van Sickle. Following and last into the class was entry 45, Red Pass Miss Lucy 89M, exhibited by Sophie Pass. So just the one scratch in this class, but Judge Souls, your class is complete.
Another really good class of red Angus heifers. Again, a lot of quality. And you could go some different ways with these top 3 or 4 heifers for me, I think, and I wouldn't argue. This heifer that we're going to start the class, I think she just kind of comes out. She's got the pizzazz that we're looking for. She's got that extension in the neck, and it just shows off herself a little more. Maybe not quite the same amount of depth of rib, maybe not quite the same amount of overall rib shape we're seeing in some of these others. But I don't think she's probably quite as fat as some of these other heifers. So we're going to take into consideration, I think she's a little fresher looking today, which I really admire about her, and she gets out and moves and works pretty good on the move. The next heifer in class, I really like her. I like her kind. I like the way she's made and put together. I guess I just wish she had a little bit more of that pizzazz to beat the heifer in front of her. It's just pretty simple for that standpoint. When we look at her, a really deep-ribbed heifer, big hipped heifer, a heifer you really like the shoulder that she's got, and a lot of things about her. The next heifer in class here, the third place heifer, is a heifer that she runs right with these top 2. She just doesn't have quite as much movement, freedom of movement as some of them at times. And she's a heifer that just gets a little plainer about her kind and doesn't have quite as much squareness built into her. At the same time, she doesn't have the shoulder, the smoothness of shoulder that we see in the ones in front of her. But a big volume, really broody kind of female. The next heifer in class is a big volume type of female, a heifer that you really got to admire the amount of capacity and what you're seeing in her. Big brisket, she's carrying a lot of condition. It's a little hard sometimes to look at some of these cattle for me when you get them as fat as sometimes they're getting here, but big volume, good cattle that can go out and take care of themselves when they get into pasture. A really well-made heifer, just a heifer that just runs into a little bit more quality in front of her. The next 2 heifers in class have a little bit of structure problems. They don't move quite as good. They're just more tentative off their rear legs and their front legs, and that's why they end up where they're at. They've got capacity, and they got some things that they can do that when they get out in the pasture, but at this point in time, they just don't have the structure to keep up with the heifers in front of them.
Thank you, Judge Souls. And so our first place in the second split of the Red Angus yearling heifers is entry 41, Red BCC Renee 435, exhibited by Winton Brandel. Entry number 43 was second, Red CS Selma 6M, exhibited by Shelton Grabler. Third in class was entry 45, Red Pass Miss Lucy 89M, exhibited by Sophie Pass. Fourth in class was entry 42, Red Rich Passion 227M, exhibited by Wyatt Saylor. Fifth in class was entry 37, Red Diamond T Countess 2447, exhibited by Callan Gardner. And sixth in class was entry 44, Red River Rock Thelma 463M, exhibited by Carson Van Sickle. So we're now into our champion purebred yearling Red Angus yearling heifer class. Our first in the first split was entry 34, Red Cinder Freya 1129M, exhibited by Tavian Yoder. Second in class was entry 31, Red River Rock Chiefayette 4209M, exhibited by Ainsley Van Sickle. And then in the second split, first was entry 41, Red BCC Renee 435, exhibited by Winton Brandel. And second in the class was entry 43, Red CS Selma 6M, exhibited by Shelton Grabler. So this is your championship purebred Red Angus yearling heifer class.
Brother, what you owe me, I can't count on anymore, till the police come and knocking on our door. We'll be burning down the house, tear it to the ground, burn it up, tear it down, burning down the house. Well, I spent some time in a backwoods town, ain't nothing to do, 'cause there ain't nothing around. Deputy sheriff ran around the block, but the streets are empty and the doors are locked. Got pretty lonely. And that preacher there came ring my bell, told me a little about heaven and a lot about hell.
Well, let's give these exhibitors of these Red Angus Division champions a round of applause. A really high-quality set of cattle. And at the same time, I'm not sure that there was a standout in any of the classes. So you've got a combination out here of a lot of good cattle that we looked at earlier that these four head represent. I'm not going to get into a lot of conversation again, but your first class winner here is really complete. Provides a really neat profile, looks the way one ought to look. Your second place heifer, as I said earlier, or second class winner, has that pizzazz look about her when she's in class. She gets a little coarser made at times compared to the heifer in front of her. So today we're going to use the heifer, the first class winner, as your champion heifer, and we're going to follow with the second place class winner in that first class. So your first place heifer here and your first class will be your champion. Second place in the first class will be your reserve champion.
So your grand champion, Red Angus Yearling Heifer, is entry 34, Red Cinder Freya 1129M, exhibited by Tavian Yoder. And your reserve champion was entry 31, Red River Rock Chief Fayette 4209M, exhibited by Ainsley Van Sickle.
Thought I was kidding. I was not kidding. Father, Father, what you owe me, I can't count on anymore. Till the angels come and knocking on our door. We'll be
So now we're into the Hereford 2-year-old pair class, the purebred class. First in is entry 111, CJBB 1F, Lucy 14L, exhibited with Caffett side CJBB 1L Nugget 10N, exhibited by Bryn Burkhart. Second in is entry 112, WBHR Ladylike 1L, with Caffett side WBHR Noteworthy 1N, exhibited by Ava Mackey. Third into the class is entry 113, UU 0121H Miss Kingsley 56L, with Caffett side UU 6L Miss Red Kingsley 3N, exhibited by Paige Van Sickle. Entry 114, BBSF 7G Rose 20L, with Caffett side DGB Aruba Rose 6N, exhibited by Parker Davis. And entry 115, Bar RZ 35H Lilibet 21L, with Caffett side WON 6153 Lilibet 12N at Caffett side, exhibited by Jackson Denchikoff. So your Hereford purebred 2-year-old pair class is complete for Judge Monty Souls.
burning down the house, tear it to the ground, burn it up, tear it down, burning down the house. The world outside is mad and cold. You don't grow up, you just grow old. Soon it's over, so they say. But God Almighty, till that day, we'll be burning down the house, tear it to the ground, burn it up, tear it down, burning down the house. We'll be burning down the house, tear it to the ground, burn it up, tear it down, burning down the house.
I guess when it comes to you quick and you know what you want to do, I'm just going to do it and not second guess it. So we're going to start this class with a pair that I think fits together the nicest of any of the pairs that we got out here. A really nice heifer calf, a really high quality heifer calf, and a high quality cow with a really neat udder, a lot of capacity, a well-made female that produced a very well-made female. Our second place winners follows very much in kind. A really powerful kind of cow, really smooth cow, beautiful udder, with a really good calf. A calf made really well, a really high-quality calf. Just doesn't have quite as much power as the calf that's going to win the class. Your next two pairs are pretty close in my mind to come in your third and fourth place pairs. There's a little differences between them, but there's some similarities at the same time. I'd probably like to clean up the udder a little bit more on both cows. I just feel like both these cows are good producing cows, good productive cows, and they've got big calves on them that are holding their own and doing their thing, but I think the calf's just got a little more power in our third place pair. Our fourth place cow, as I've talked about earlier, I'd just like to fix up that udder a little bit as well. Our fifth place cow just needs a little bit more oomph and stoutness today in order to compete with the pairs above her.
Thank you, Judge Souls. So first place in the Hereford Purebred 2-year-old class is entry 114, BBSF 7G Rose 20L with calf side DGB Aruba Rose 6N, exhibited by Parker Davis. Second in class was entry 115, Bar RZ 35H Lilibet 221L with calf side WON 6153 Lilibet 12N, exhibited by Jackson Denchikoff. Third in class was entry 113, UU 012H Miss Kingsley 56L with calf side UU 6L Miss Red Kingsley 3N, exhibited by Paige Van Sickle. Entry 112 was fourth WBHR Ladylike 1L with calf side WBHR Noteworthy 1N, exhibited by Ava Mackey. And fifth in class was entry 111 CJBB 1F Lucy 14L with calf side CJBB 1L Nugget 10N, exhibited by Bryn Burkhardt. We're now into our Shorthorn 2-year-old purebred 2-year-old pairs. First is entry 116, Hillhaven Verona Katie 16L with calf side Sweetgrass Verona Katie 16L, exhibited by Chelsea Triber. Second in class is entry 117, Holland Lane Eva Leah 1L with calf side That cow is exhibited by Bronwyn's Wicker. I'm just going to try and find the calf here. And the calf side is entry number 92, or the calf side is Nova Creek Eva 8N, exhibited by Bronwyn's Wicker.
We're going to start this cow-calf class in the Shorthorns with this big cow that's here going to be in the first place, and she's got a big January calf on her. A really nice cow, big capacity, really nice female. Really like the way she's made in her shoulder, the way she moves around the ring. For a big cow, she's doing a nice job, and she produced a big calf to boot, showing what her real value is. Our second place pair is really close in kind in more ways than you realize. You just don't have quite as much power in the cow. Nice udder and a good calf that's a younger calf quite a little bit, but you just kind of get outpowered by that calf that's up there in first place. Two really, really nice pairs here in this cow-calf class for the Shorthorns.
Thank you, Judge Souls. So first place is entry 116, Hillhaven Verona Katie 16L with calf side Sweetgrass Verona Katie 16N, exhibited by Chelsea Triber. And second in class and your reserve champion 2-year-old pair is entry 117, Holland Lane Eva, Leia 1L, exhibited by Bronwyn Zwicker. With Caffett side, Nova Creek Eva 8N, Nova Creek 8 Eva 8N. And so now we will immediately move into our Shorthorn Championship class. We welcome back our yearling heifers, and so first in is entry 106, KSS 1872 Hot Augustana Pride, exhibited by Chelsea Triber. Second in class is entry 108, 6S Beauty 47M ET, exhibited by Tyler Visser. And then for the purebred 2-year-old pair, our champion cows is entry 116, Hillhaven Verona Katie 16L with Caffett side Sweetgrass Verona Katie 16N. And second in the cows was entry 117, Holland Lane Eva Leia 1L with Caffett side Nova Creek Eva 8N. And those cows in that respective order, their calves were the champion and reserve heifer calves as well. So this is your Shorthorn Purebred Championship Drive.
As we do go through here and pick our grand champion, Shorthorn, I think you've got a lot of quality out here again. Give them a round of applause. You've had a lot of good cattle come out here and a lot of numbers as well, and they deserve a lot of credit. I think for me it's pretty obvious. I'm going to go with this cow-calf pair for your grand champion female. I think they put it together as nice as anything. They really do their things together very nicely, and a really good heifer calf, a really good cow. And I'm going to come back and use your yearling heifer for reserve. I think she fits really nice, and when I see him walk around here, I can just see her being this next year. So you'll be your reserve.
So your grand champion, purebred Shorthorn females, entry 116, Hillhaven Verona Katie 16L with Caffett side Sweetgrass Verona Katie 16N. Exhibited by Chelsea Triber. And also exhibited by Chelsea Triber is your reserve champion, the yearling heifer entry 106, KSS 1872, Hot Augustana Pride. Exhibited again by Chelsea Triber. Yes, sir. So now we've got the one entry in the Red Angus Purebred 2-year-old pair class. Entry 47, Red Diamond T Lakota 2379 with Caffett side Red Diamond T Lakota 25144, exhibited by Hiller Gardner.
We got a really nice pair here. A heifer calf that was out here earlier that stands her own very well, and a really good cow, a really nice uddered cow, a really well-made cow. You understand why you got that kind of heifer calf when you look at the cow. A really awesome pair of cattle.
And so your champion purebred 2-year-old pair will be entry number 47, Red Diamond T Lakota 2379, with Gaffett side Red Diamond T Lakota 25144. And I believe we are ready to go, so we'll keep that cow in the ring and bring in our Red Angus, the rest of the Red Angus champions. So first in is entry 25, Red H Pass Lois 66N, exhibited by Heidi Pass. She is the champion calf, with the reserve champion calf being on that cow that was just in the class. That's Red Diamond T Lakota 25144, exhibited by Hillary Gardner. Our champion Red Angus yearling heifer is entry 34, Red Cinder Freya 1129M, exhibited by Tavian Yoder. The reserve champion was entry 31, Red River Rock Chief Fayette 4209M, exhibited by Ainsley Van Sickle. And again, that cow, entry number 47, Red Diamond T Lakota 2379, with the reserve champion calf at side, Red Diamond T Lakota 25144. So this is your Red Angus Grand Championship drive for the purebred females. So a very nice pink comb was left in the woman's washroom. If you're missing a nice Sullivan, or Weaver, pardon me, skip tooth pink comb, you can come up and give me a good enough story. I will give it back to you.
Well, we get out here for our champion Red Angus, and I'm going to ask you to give these folks a really good round of applause, because you're just looking at the cream of the crop. There was a lot of really good heifers in this show earlier as we went through the yearlings. I think today, for me, it's an obvious choice for me when I look at the cow calf and look at the yearling heifer and the calf. I'm going to go with the pair. I look at that cow that's sitting there with that really good heifer calf. The cow calf's going to be your champion. Your yearling heifer will be your reserve champion. If you look at the two of them, a little bit like the Shorthorn, I can just visual her being like that again next year.
So your grand champion, Red Angus female, is entry 47, Red Diamond T Lakota 2379, with Gaffett side, Red Diamond T Lakota 25144, exhibited by Hiller Gardner. The reserve champion is the champion yearling heifer. That's entry 34, Red Cinder Freya 1129M, exhibited by Tavian Yoder. So we're going to take a quick picture break to... Never mind, we're going to do the Hereford Championship too. We're going to take all three of them down before we get some pictures done. But first, before the Hereford Championship, we need to see this purebred mature pair. This is entry 118, GH324G, British Kari 82K, with calf at side, WON 87P, British General 11N, exhibited by Jackson Denchikoff. This is one of the only entry here in the purebred mature pair for the Hereford show.
We got a really nice pair of cattle here again, a big stout cow and a really good bull calf aside. We just got a really awesome set of cattle here again that exemplify the breed and exemplify the cattle business. A cow that's really broody, big, volume, stout, power kind of female.
So your grand champion Hereford mature pair is entry 118, GH324G, British Kari 82K, with calf at side, WON 87P, British General 11N, exhibited by Jackson Denchikoff. He will stay in with that mature pair, and we will bring in the rest of the Hereford champions. First in will be entry will be our champion Hereford Heifer, entry 103, MHPH VLE 2040J Faith 126M, exhibited by Blake Fisk. Second in the class is entry 105, Kids 5F Mamma Mia 1J 1M, exhibited by Rebecca Hess. Next in is entry 114, BBSF 7G Rose 20L with calf at side, DJB Aruba Rose 6N. This is exhibited by Parker Davis. And second in class is entry 115, Bar RZ 35H Lilybet 21L with calf at side, WON 6153 Lilybet 12N. And finally, the mature pair. Entry 118 GH 324G British Kari 82K with calf at side, WON 87P British General 11N at side. I believe our calf champions are on the 2-year-old pairs, and so this is your Hereford Female Grand Championship Drive.
Again, this is one of the really impressive sets of breed representatives we've had out here today. I mean, we've got heifers to the cow-calf pairs. Give these folks a really great round of applause. They brought you a lot of quality and a lot of good cattle today. You know, for me, this is one of those decisions that I sit here and look at it, and I know what I want to do for my grand, so I'll just do that, and it'll be your first class of cow-calf, 2-year-old cow-calf pair right here. With that little heifer calf. That'll be your grand champion. Then what do I do after that? Do I go to the cow calf pair behind there or go with this heifer? So I start to think about it, and I got the cow calf down here that can come up here, and you can lead them up here because we need to see them and figure out what do we want to do. Well, what I'm going to do is I'm going to pick the one I'd buy, because I think that's what it boils down to, is which one do you like the best? Well, which one are you going to buy? And I would buy the heifer, so your heifer will be your reserve champion.
Your grand champion, Hereford Purebred Females, entry 114, BBSF 7G Rose 20L, with calf at side, DGB Aruba Rose 6N, exhibited by Parker Davis. And then your reserve is the champion yearling heifer. That's entry 103, MHPH VLE 2240J Faith 126M, exhibited by Blake Fisk. Could I have a representative of the Hereford Association come up to the announcer stand, please? And now we have one entry into the Purebred Bull class here in the Hereford Show. Entry 119, CJBBB, 1L Nugget 10N, exhibited by Blaine Burkhart.
We got a little March calf here for our champion Hereford bull. A little bull calf that's kind of fresh in his kind here today, but you get him growed out and feed him out, you're going to like him a whole lot more than you do today, I'm sure, because he looks a little rough sometimes, but he's just a March calf. You don't expect a lot from him yet. And they'll show you what they got going forward. So a really good kind of calf that's structurally made well and gets along very good.
So congratulations to entry 119, CJBB 1L Nugget 10N, exhibited by Blaine Burkhart. That's going to be your champion Hereford Show Purebred Bull. And now we will be taking a... So we're going to be now having a bred and owned Hereford class. Okay. Okay, so we're almost done with the purebred Herefords. We're gonna be taking pictures, but if we can have the bred and owned heifer calf exhibited by Parker Davis, the reserve bred and owned heifer calf exhibited by Jackson Denchikoff, the bred and owned yearling exhibited by Rebecca Hess, the bred and owned 2-year-old exhibited by Ava Mackey, and the reserve bred and owned 2-year-old exhibited by Bryn Burkhart to come ringside, and we will do the bred and owned class following the picture break. Also, we're going to be having all of the breed shows coming up, so anybody with a Charolais animal of any type needs to make their way down to the ring relatively soon, or probably right away, as we are going to start, and any of those other smaller breeds, you need to be down here very soon, as we're going to be going into those classes next. So any Charolais animals should be making their way down to the hitching ring. So we'll just recognize once again the Choose Hereford sponsors. They give an additional $500 in breeder credits to our grand champion purebred and commercial grand and reserve champions for both the purebred and commercial Herefords. So those sponsors are Anita Doctor, Blair Athol Farms, Elm Lodge Pole Herefords, Fenton Hereford Ranch, Hershey Herefords, Harvey Ranching, MJT Cattle Company, MK Cattle, and Sky Virtue Ranch. I also like to take the time here while we've got some time to thank all of our committee members. So thank you, and that's in the back of your program if you would like to see as well. So thank you to Daryl Hickman, Janet Kerr, Jill Wildman, Jordan Buba, Bevan Hamilton, Megan McLeod, Kelty Whelan, Margot Cartwright, Gwen Brandel, Kaylee Brandel, Avery Hickman, Heather Rogers, Bev Buslinger, and Stacy Price. This show wouldn't be possible without them, as well as all of the great volunteers. So let's give a big round of applause for our committee members. All right. So we're now at the true and final completion of the Purebred Hereford class. This is the overall bred and owned championship. So we're going to pick one animal here to be the champion bred and owned. And so first in is our bred and owned heifer calf, exhibited by Parker Davis. And our reserve bred and owned heifer calf is exhibited by Jackson Denchikoff. Our bred and owned yearling is Rebecca Hess. Our reserve, and then our bred and owned 2-year-old is from Ava Mackey. Or, pardon me, that's a scratch, that one. And then we have our reserve bred and owned 2-year-old from Bryn Burkhardt. So this is your champion bred and owned Hereford class. And just a reminder, juniors, that we are having we are having a free bowling night at 7 o'clock tonight. That's within walking distance, just over by, where is the bowling alley? Just past the, right over there. Well, that's not very. It's across from Centennial Park, so that's just south of us, correct? North, yeah.
As we're going to pick our bred and owned champion here today, I think we got a lot of good ones out here. For me, I'm going to go with the older heifer here, the yearling heifer. I think she's been out here before, and then we'll make our reserve for the calf out here, the first class winner here. That was on the cow calf, actually, I believe.
So our champion bred and owned yearling is from Rebecca Hess. And our reserve champion bred and owned is from Rebecca Hess. And our reserve champion is the bred and owned heifer calf from Parker Davis. Parker Davis. Okay. So now we've got all of our breeds that are part of the AOB, and so we're going to be doing a few quick classes where we're going to bring in every animal from every breed. We're going to pick a champion and a reserve champion of the specific breed. So this is the Charlet show. And so entering in first is entry number 11, Miss Prairie Cove JE 4030M. That's exhibited by Adriana Denchikoff. Entry 12, Rolling FTCC Marmalade 10M. Yes, so entry 12 is Rolling FTCC Marmalade 10M from Joss Pittman. Entry 13 is JWX Brilliance 8471L, exhibited by Ryan Trefiak. And entry 27 is CML Pearl 442M, exhibited by Aubrey Fraser. So in each of these breeds, we'll be looking for our champion and reserve champion with all of these animals ranging from various different ages. And so, Judge, your class is complete. All right, apologies, folks. Entry 12 is a scratch in this class, just entry 12. And we're now ready for comments.
As we select your champion, Charlet here, we've got three really nice individuals out here. The heifer in this first class age group, she's a tad more coarse, a big stout female, real power type female, really good made, really well made, just a tad coarser than the heifer that's won the second class here with no competition, a heifer that's got a lot of rib about her, and actually she's got a little more femininity and a nice shoulder build into her that I think adds a lot to her. And our cow calf, a really nice pair, a cow that's really made quite nice and got the shoulder and a productive look and got a good big stout bull calf on her at the same time. For me, I'm going to take this yearling heifer right in front of me will be your champion, and the cow calf will be your reserve.
So your champion, Charlet, is entry 27, Aubrey Fraser with CML Pearl 442M. Reserve champion is entry 13, JWX Brilliance 8471L, exhibited by Ryan Trefiak. And so we're now into our Galvy class, which is sponsored by the Canadian Galvy Association and Gentai Galvies. Just the one animal in the class day, entry 15, is a scratch. So we have entry 14, DL Genty Sweet Pea 123M, exhibited by Brantley Horn. This is your single entry into the Galvy class, and so he will be your grand champion Galvy female.
We got one entry that could stand a little competition. A heifer that moves out very nice and easy and fluent in her movement. A heifer that's got some femininity about her and a lot of power and a lot of stoutness about her and a good rib cage. A really nice female here.
So once again, congratulations to entry 14, DL Genty Sweet Pea 123M, exhibited by Brantley Horn. And thank you to the Canadian Galvy Association and Gentai Galvies for sponsoring the Galvy division. Now we have another single entry. This is the Limousine Show, and entering is entry 16, Riverstone Armani 64N, exhibited by London Matthews.
A single entry here in the Limousine Show. A heifer that's really feminine, got a lot of extension out through her front end, a nice big old belly build into her, a big old rib cage. A female, as she grows out, she's going to be a very impressive big yearling heifer next year.
So your grand champion limousine animal is entry 16, Riverstone Armani 64N, exhibited by London Matthews. Yep. Oh. And now we'll move into the main and Jew show. First in is entry 18, PCF Millie 74M, exhibited by Taylor Reed. And entry 19, KMS Traveler 131U35M, exhibited by Shelby Horn. So this is your main and Jew show.
Realize what you meant on a pedestal you've been, but now it seems to fade like a World War II fighter plane. It's obvious that you lied to our face. Get up and feel betrayed. I say you don't know. You don't know. When you no, baby, you don't. Feeling bad for you, yeah, I swear I do. Likely makes me crazy, I'm a fool. But I feel sad, yeah, I swear I do. I pray it's not my song, may one day reach you. You realize what you meant on a pedestal.
So as we sit here and evaluate these two head for our Grand and Reserve champion, Main Anjou, the heifer on my left will be your grand champion. She's a really nice female, really well put together, could stand a lot of competition down the road. Heifer that's got a nice deep rib, moves out fairly free and easy, really neat up through that front end. Our second place heifer is another heifer that you really like, very attractive, a heifer that's really got a lot of good things about her. Gets a tad shallower compared to the heifer that's in front of her, and a heifer that probably doesn't move quite as free and easy off both ends of her legs. Front shoulder gets a little straight, and she doesn't have quite as much flexion in her rear hock as the heifer that's right above her.
Thank you, Judge. And so our champion main and Jew is entry 18, PCF Millie 74M, exhibited by Taylor Reed. And our reserve champion main and Jew is entry 19, KMS Traveler 131U35M, exhibited by Shelby Horn. And now we'll come into our last quick breed show before the AOB, and that is the Speckle Park Show. And we have the single entry here, entry 21, KFC Delta 20M, exhibited by Mira Webster.
We've only got one here in the Speckle Park, a female that's really a nice broody type female, a heifer that's put together very nicely, very well. A heifer that's got a lot of rib shape about her, a lot of top build into her, a nice front end build into her, really productive type looking female.
Thank you, Judge Souls. So your champion, Speckle Park, is entry 21, KFC Delta 20M, exhibited by Mira Webster. Now, we're going to move now into the AOB show, where all of the animals in those previous quick breed shows, at least all the purebred animals, will now compete head-to-head in the AOB show. And so these are this AOB show is the show that counts for points. Those previous breed shows did not count for any scholarship points, but these ones, this AOB class now does. And so now we welcome back entry 26, DL Genti Sweet Pea 123M, exhibited by Brantley Horn. Entry 27, CML Pearl 442M, exhibited by Aubrey Fraser. Entry 28, Miss Prairie Cove JE 4030M, exhibited by Adriana Denchikoff. And entry 29, KFC Delta 20M, exhibited by Mira Webster. And this is your Grand Champion AOB Purebred Yearling Heifer class.
Well, I won't take a lot of time here and go through a lot of different things with you as we sit here and we select our champion in this group of cattle that we have out here. We're going to use the 2 Charolais heifers for our grand and reserve. So your champion AOB heifer here will be your grand and will be the Charolais, and your reserve will be your second place Charolais. We got to don't leave, everybody. We got to place you 1, 2, 3, 4. Two Charolais can go. We know they're 1 and 2. I didn't know I had to place them the whole class. I'm sorry. This is harder than it seems like when you have to sit here and go between different breeds and so on. But we're going to use your Speckle Park over the Galby today. I think the Speckle Park puts the package together better than the other heifer. So your third place will be your Galby, and fourth will be your, or third place will be your Speckle Park, and fourth place will be your Galby.
Thank you very much, Judge Monty Souls. And so in your purebred yearling heifer class for the AOB show, first place was entry 27, CML Pearl 442M. Second place was entry 28, Miss Prairie Cove JE 4030M from Adriana Denchikoff. Third place was entry 29, KFC Delta 20M from Mira Webster. Entry 20 and fourth was entry 26, DL Genty Sweet Pea 123M from Brantley Horn. We now have our AOB purebred 2-year-old pair class. We've got the single entry here. This is entry 46, JWX Brilliance 8471L with Caffett side MJT 8471 Manifest 701N, exhibited by Ryan Trefiak.
We saw this pair earlier, really nice cow, really angular type made female out through her front end. Nice udder on her, nice big old stout bow calf built into her. A really nice pair of cattle here to represent the Charolais breed in the AOB.
So your purebred 2-year-old pair champion is entry 46, JWX Brilliance 8471L with Caffett side MJT 8471 Manifest 701N, exhibited by Ryan Trefiak. We're now going to welcome back in our purebred yearling heifer champions. So first in that class was entry 27, CML Pearl 442M, exhibited by Aubrey Fraser. And second in the yearling heifers was entry 28, Miss Prairie Cove JE 4030M, exhibited by Adriana Denchikoff. And the cow, JWX Brilliance 8471, exhibited by Ryan Trefiak.
So I think we got a repeat of the Charolais show. So they'll go the same way.
I'd say we're pretty close.
Charolais wins the AOB.
So just to confirm, that's the 2 yearling heifers are your champions? Or no, yearling and then the 2, yes. It's been a long day, folks. Okay, so your champion AOB female is entry 27 CML Pearl 442M, exhibited by Aubrey Fraser, and your reserve champion is entry 46 JWX Brilliance 8471L, exhibited by Ryan Trefiak. And now we have the AOB commercial division, and so this is your AOB commercial heifer calf, entry 121, Riverstone Armani 64N, exhibited by London Matthews.
Yeah, we got another. She's back out here, really nice feminine heifer, really made well out through that neck and front end region. A really deep enough rib heifer here that we saw earlier that's going to win this in the AOB competition now, I guess. You need to bring the right ones. You're bringing the right ones, young lady, because you get to win twice.
All right. Your champion commercial heifer calf is entry 121, Riverstone Armani 64N by London Matthews. So we're now into our AOB commercial yearling heifer. We're missing this. And so we're now into our AOB commercial yearling heifer class. First in is entry 125, Susie, exhibited by Sawyer Pohl. Second in class is entry 126, PCF Millie 74M, exhibited by Taylor Reed. .127 is a scratch in this class, and then next in is entry 128, Joss Pittman with rolling FTCC Marmalade 10M. Entry 129, KMS Traveler 131U 35M from Shelby Horn. And finally, entry 166, this is an added entry. She's actually third into the ring. Miriam is the calf's name, and it's exhibited by Kate Albrecht, and it's born on January 25th. So, Judge, your class is now complete.
We get back out here with some other heifers in here with the main Anjou heifers, and our main Anjou heifer still surfaces to the top pretty easy for me. She's really fluent in her movement, just sticks out for me and just wins this class pretty handily. Very attractive, deep rib, big top female. Our second place heifer and third place heifer is a little close. You got to do some trade-offs here. I really like the shape and the softness that I see in the second place heifer. I like the neck extension and the volume that we got built into her and the depth of rib over to the third place heifer. But a heifer that doesn't move quite as free and easy as I thought she might on the look when I looked at her initially, but a really good kind of brood cow that's got some attractive look about her. That third place heifer is a super attractive heifer, but she just gets a little straighter on both ends. She actually moved a little better at times out here than she did when she was here the first time, which I thought she might be able to pull off back up in here and be in the second place. But when I really get to analyzing them, I just feel like she's just a little straighter off both ends, and I look at her, and I can see that we got some issues that could happen. She could start to buckle over on those knees as she gets older for me. Your fourth place heifer, a big red heifer here, gets a little straight off that shoulder. She's got a lot of shape built down her top. She's got some depth of rib. A big, massive kind of female that'll take care of herself and take care of her babies, I'm real sure. The next heifer in the class is a little more moderate in size, but a really angular type female that shows some brood cow look about her, got some rib cage built into her for the composition that she has.
Okay, first in is entry 126, PCF Millie 74M, exhibited by Taylor Reed. Second in class is entry 128, Rolling FTCC Marmalade 10M, exhibited by Joss Pittman. Third in is entry 129, KMS Traveler 131U 35M, exhibited by Shelby Horn. Fourth in class was entry 125, Susie, exhibited by Sawyer Pohl. And fifth in class was the added entry 166, Miriam, exhibited by Kate Albrecht. And so now we will move into our AOB Commercial Championship Female Drive. First in is the heifer calf, entry 121, Riverstone Armani 64N, exhibited by London Matthews. And then we have the yearling heifers, entry 126, PCF Millie 74M. And the reserve champion was entry 128, Rolling FDCC Marmalade 10M, exhibited by Joss Pittman.
As we get back out here for our champion AOB, I think this is going to come together pretty easy for me. This big black heifer in the middle of the three heifers out here win this pretty handily. She sticks out, and I think she's your champion real easy. We're going to follow her with this gray heifer right behind her. The second place or reserve champion or second place heifer in that class or whatever in the AOB will be your reserve. She's actually moving a little better when she came back out here for her and competing in this championship drive.
Thank you, Judge Souls. So your champion AOB commercial female is entry 126, PCF Millie 74M, exhibited by Taylor Reed. And second in class is entry 128, Rolling FTCC Marmalade 10M, exhibited by Joss Pittman. Monty, we should take AOB pictures here, quick.
If they're already in the ring, we're not turning them around.
Sorry, Ollie. You're going to have to come back in.
no more dying. You're counting up the cards, what are you trying to gain? I was on the outside avenue, I was looking at you, dear, waiting as the minutes turn to hours, turn to days, and it's a shame. Ain't it a shame now? It's a shame. Ain't it a shame? Now I want to sign up for every kind of rebirth. Atomize my essence down to black earth and rain. Blow away into the night 1,000 tiny points of light. Ain't it hard to watch another evening slip away? It's a shame. Ain't it a shame now? It's a shame. Ain't it a shame? And did you know that you were playing with the sharp edge of a knife? It seems like everyone is praying for eternal life. Far away in the burning hills of Zion, betting on an afterlife to triumph today. Fear guides the hand of a broken down young man, and we all need a piece of land to die on, they say, but it's a shame. Ain't it a shame now? It's a shame. Ain't it a shame? So you want to live in a world with no more dying? Maybe I've been trying, only trying just to say, did you know that you were playing with the sharp edge of a knife? And we can't waste ourselves in waiting for eternal life.
Okay, so now we're into the commercial Semifinal show. And we've got the single entry here in our commercial Semifinal heifer calf with entry 137, Mater Sheila, 9N, exhibited by Ollie Midham.
We got a really nice commercial heifer, Semifinal heifer here. Really extended out through that front end, really sets her neck up on top of her shoulders, got a really good top build into her, a lot of muscle expression, and still holds a lot of femininity.
Thank you, Judge Souls. And so that's our champion commercial heifer calf, entry 137, Mater Sheila, 9N, exhibited by Ollie Medham. We'll now bring in our Black Angus commercial heifer calf, Single entry in this class as well, entry 139, Peanut, exhibited by Hayden Kamla.
We got a commercial Angus heifer here that's got a big volume, a big middle build into her. A heifer that's got a lot of top. A heifer that shows us some femininity, but still has a little bit more volume and substance, a lot of width down through that lower chest floor, but might become a little coarser up on the top of her shoulders.
Thank you, Judge Souls. So your champion, Black Angus Commercial Heifer Calf, is entry 139, Peanut, exhibited by Hayden Kamla. And now we bring in our Semifinal Commercial Yearling Heifer class. In first is entry 140, CD Dixie Erica 4141, exhibited by Sienna Borison. Second in is entry 141, Golden Rose Maria, exhibited by Emily Skippin. Entry 142, Fudge, exhibited by Max Burris. Entry 138, Roxy, exhibited by Ellie Doran. Entry 144, Mimosa 17M, exhibited by Maya Eliak. Entry 146, Celeste, exhibited by Tyler Visser. Entry 147, WFL Black Remy 4031M, exhibited by Maya Eliak. So we've got seven animals in the Semifinal Commercial Yearling Heifer class, and Judge, your class is complete.
This comes down to one of those classes where we don't have a standout in here. And I guess I was sitting there looking at this class thinking this is why we have registered cattle, because we don't have quite the same amount of structural correctness that we see in these this group of commercial heifers. I'm going to start with what I think is the combination heifer, and it come down to which one would I buy to take home, and that's the one I would buy. She has the least amount of faults. She's a big rib, booty looking female. She's going to make a cow out in the pasture. She's going to do what we need to do in the cattle business in my mind, and she wins the class because I think she puts it together the best. The second place heifer comes right in there real close, right behind her. Gets a little straight through that shoulder, just doesn't have the same amount of flexibility through that shoulder and movement through that shoulder. Gets a little tight off that rear end as well, but a really attractive looking female. But do we have the longevity and the sustainability built into her that we have in the first place female? And for me, I don't feel that way. Our third place female falls right in, and it's really going to be somewhat on a sustainability and longevity built into these cattle as we look at them. She gets really straight off that shoulder. She doesn't have any flex out through that front shoulder. She just doesn't slide. And as a result, I just don't see this being a long-term deal in a cow pasture. The next heifer in the class, she gets a little coarse. She's the oddball of the group. She really moves out pretty good, but she's a little coarse. She gets a little more masculine, a little more muscled up for a cow prospect. I don't see quite the amount of growth that we got in her. A nice female in a lot of ways, but I just got to get a little more femininity in her before I can go with that route. The next three heifers all got similar problems. They don't have as much rib, they don't have as much capacity, they don't move off of either end the same way. They're real straight in their shoulder, and as a result, they don't get any flex or any movement out through their rear leg, and they kind of move right out of the hip instead of moving it with the flex that you want to see out of that rear leg.
Thank you, Judge Souls. So our first place in the Semifinal Commercial Yearling Heifer class is entry 138, Roxy from Ellie Dorn. And second place is entry 147, WFL Black Remy 4031M, exhibited by Maya Eliak. Third place was entry 144, Mimosa 17M, exhibited by Maya Eliak. Fourth in class is entry 140, CD Dixie Erica 4141, exhibited by Sienna Borison. In fifth place is entry 142, Fudge, exhibited by Max Burris. Entry number 146 is sixth. Entry, and that is Celeste, exhibited by Tyler Visser. And seventh in class is entry 141, Golden Rose Maria, exhibited by Emily Skippin. We now move into the Black Angus Commercial Yearling Heifer class. First in is entry 149, Riverfront Birdie, 4001M, exhibited by Dryden Robertson. Second in class is entry 150, Fairland Essence 10M, exhibited by Reed Howell. Third in class is entry 151, Olive, exhibited by Savannah Elliott. And entry 153 is CD Linda, 4200M, exhibited by Darren Walker. We got 4 heifers in this commercial yearling heifer class for the Black Angus show, and Judge, your class is complete.
I don't know if I can talk over the rain. I guess you can hear me. This is top pair is real close for me. I get through looking at them and I kind of take my first impression and I run with it pretty strong, and I probably should change my mind on this one, and I think I'm right by doing so. This heifer that wins the class is a really long-sided, big rib, big middle heifer. Breaks it a little bit behind her shoulders. She moves out as good and free as the heifer standing in second. A big, broody kind of female that's got some attractive look about her. The second place heifer is a heifer that's, again, a really broody kind of female. Just doesn't have the power built into her that first place heifer has. Doesn't have that rib, doesn't have that expansion, and probably doesn't have quite that look to her. And she moves out fairly free and easy. I thought she was moving easier when she first came in, but I think they're both very good and they're very close in my mind. The next heifer in the class, the third place heifer, is a heifer that's carrying a lot of condition for me. A heifer that really kind of gets around pretty good for as fat as she is and as much condition as she carries, but it's harder for me to evaluate them. She's not as big. She's not going to produce as much pounds and as much weight and she just isn't quite as easy in her movement because she is carrying that condition. She just doesn't float around the ground. The next heifer in the class is a heifer that's just a little shorter strided, a heifer that gets a little flatter made in her hip, a little flatter made in her rib cage, and gets a little straight off that front shoulder.
Thank you, Judge Souls. And so in our commercial yearling heifer class for the Black Angus show, entry 153 was first, CD Linda 4200M from Darren Walker. Second in class was entry 149, Riverfront Birdie 4001M, exhibited by Dryden Robertson. Third in class was entry 150, Fairland Essence 10M, exhibited by Reed Howell. Entry number 151, Olive, was fourth in class, exhibited by Savan Elliott. We're now going to move into our commercial 2-year-old pair class in the Semifinal show. The one entry in this class, it's entry 154, L's Clementine 3L with calf at side, L's Han Solo 1N, exhibited by L. Graneveld.
We got a really nice pair here as a single entry in this commercial Semifinal, I believe it is. A March calf that's a nice growthy calf, a really good calf, well developed and showing us some muscle and shape about him as a March calf. And a cow to match, a really good cow, a nice made cow, really nice shouldered, big udder, nice big rib cage built into her, a really nice pair of cattle.
So your grand champion commercial 2-year-old pair is entry 154, L's Clementine 3L with L's Han Solo 1N, calf at side, exhibited by L. Graneveld. We now will welcome back in the rest of our Semifinal commercial champions, starting with entry number 137, Mater Sheila 9N, exhibited by Ollie Medham. And then our commercial yearling heifers, our champion was entry 138, Roxy, exhibited by Ellie Dorn, and our reserve champion was entry 147, WFL Black Remy 4031M, exhibited by Maya Eliak. And once again, our commercial champion 2-year-old pair is entry 154, L's Clementine 3L with calf at side, L's Han Solo 1N, exhibited by L. Graneveld.
As we're looking at our champion commercial Simmental class here, this is going to be fairly easy for me to pick out your champion. It'll be your cow-calf pair. I think they're an awesome pair. You got a March calf that's a really growthy kind of a calf, shows a lot of promise and potential, and a really good cow with a really nice udder, the type of things you want to see in every pasture. Coming in here for the reserve is going to be a little more difficult. You're going to have some trade-offs. This red heifer here is the broody kind, doesn't quite have the look in the class to her that maybe some of the others would have, and she came out of a class that we had a lot of structural issues with. And then we got our calf down here who's really kind of a pretty thing, and I really like the calf and a lot of things about her, and she might not be quite as free and easy moving, but I think we need to go with the calf at this point in time. I think she's got a little more look, and your calf will be your reserve grand champion.
So our grand champion Simmental female, commercial female, is entry 154, L's Clementine, 3L, with calf L's Han Solo, 1N at side for Exhibitor L Greneveld. And our reserve champion female is entry 137, Mater Sheila, 9N, exhibited by Ollie Medham.
All day and on into the night. Got there just before the shining early morning light. When it was such a sight. Is there gonna be a fiddler someday? But you better get to practicing before you're old and gray, and your best years slip away. You're dreaming you will be a fiddler, an astronaut, a man that's on TV. We'll do it.
So now into our Black Angus commercial 2-year-old pairs. We've got entry 155, Fairland Barbie, 36L, with calf at side. Fairland sold out, 1N, exhibited by Sadie Howell. And then second entry 156 is a scratch in this class. And then second in this class is entry 157, Hazel, with calf at side, Peanut, exhibited by Hayden Kamla.
Don't just wait and see, 'cause you're gonna be a fiddler someday. But you better get to practicing before you're old and gray, and your best years slip away.
All right, so I believe entry 156 is no longer a scratch. So that is entry 156, Lucky 6L, with calf at side, Ace, exhibited by Megan Mahan.
I guess you can hear me over the rain. Yep. I'm going to leave them just the way they are, 1, 2, and 3. I think we got a really awesome pair at the top, a big stout bull calf, a cow that's really deep in her body shape, a cow that carries herself very well. If I'd want to change her a little, I'd like to take that brisket out of her. She might have been a show heifer from last year, and it's a little hard to get rid of. But a really nice cow. Really love the udder underneath that cow, and a really big old stout bull calf. Our second cow-calf pair here, she falls right in there behind them for me real easy. A cow that just lacks a little bit of teat quality compared to the cow in front of her, and a calf that's probably just a tad more coarse for a heifer calf than what I'd like to see, but a big, stout, powerful female in the heifer calf and in the cow. Our third place pair is a cow that's a little more angular, not in the same condition as the two pairs above her, but got a really good February calf inside. Really start to admire that calf, but I'm just not sure we got enough power in the cow to move her up against the rest of them here in the class. A really good stout class of Angus cow-calf pairs.
Okay, so thank you for the comments, Judge Souls. So our grand champion Black Angus commercial 2-year-old pair is entry 155, Fairland Barbie 36L with calf Fairland sold out 1N at the side, exhibited by Sadie Howell. In second place was entry 157, Hazel with calf at side Peanut, exhibited by Hayden Kamala. And third in class was entry 156, Lucky 6L with calf at side Ace, exhibited by Megan Mahan. And so we'll welcome back in the rest of our Black Angus champions. The calf at the Black Angus commercial heifer calf champion is Peanut, which is on the cow calf pair. So next in is our commercial yearling heifers. And so our champion commercial yearling heifer was entry 153, CD Linda 4200M, exhibited by Darren Walker. And a reserve heifer champion was entry 149, Riverfront Birdie 4001M, exhibited by Dryden Robertson. And then our cow champions were entry 155, Fairland Barbie 36L, with calf at side Fairland sold out 1N, exhibited by Sadie Howell. And second in class was entry 157, Hazel, with calf at side Peanut, exhibited by Hayden Kamala. That calf, once again, is the grand champion Black Angus commercial heifer calf. And so, Judge, your Black Angus commercial championship drive is complete.
Someday, but you better get to practicing for your old grade and your best years slip away.
Really great lineup here, commercial Angus females. Put your hands together for this. We haven't clapped enough this afternoon. This is a really nice group of cattle. For me, I'm going to use this cow-calf pair here that was your champion cow-calf. I think they exemplify what we want to do in the commercial cattle business. big stout volume cow that's got a really nice udder. And I'm going to come back and use the cow calf right behind her for your reserve. Really good heifer calf aside. Both cows are more than adequate. Raise big calves. I think there's two tremendous pairs.
So your grand champion, Black Angus commercial female, is entry 155, Fairland Barbie 36L, with calf inside Fairland sold out 1N, exhibited by Sadie Howell. And second in class is entry 157, Hazel, with calf inside Peanut, exhibited by Hayden Kamla. So we're going to just take a quick picture break to picture our two Angus and Simmental commercial champions, and then we will get into our final few commercial divisions and finish off the day. So scratch that picture backdrop break. We're going to just get her done. So we're now expecting our Red Angus commercial heifer calf class. So now into the commercial Red Angus heifer calves. First in is entry 122, Red Arrow Puppy Snugs, 26N, exhibited by Joss Pittman. And entry 123, Red Toa Toff, C1N, exhibited by Reese Wildman. Got two heifer calves in this commercial heifer calf class, and Judge, your class is complete.
We got these commercial Red Angus heifers. These are really close. Two really nice heifer calves out here. The heifer I'm going to use is a little better made through her shoulder region for me. A heifer's got a lot of top, a lot of length of body, maybe a little longer body, just a little more heifer everywhere, a little more volume, a little more depth of rib, and still carries it very well and keeps that femininity. The second place heifer is a heifer that's really attractive, a really nice made heifer. Nice top, good rib cage, balances out really nice. Just doesn't have as much power as the heifer we see in front of her, and probably gets a little more clubby look to her compared to the heifer in front of her.
So your grand champion commercial Red Angus heifer calf is entry 123, Red Toa Toff, C1N, exhibited by Reese Wildman. And second in class was entry 122, Red Arrow Puppy Snugs, 26N, exhibited by Joss Pittman. We now move into our first of two splits of commercial Hereford yearling heifers. So first in is entry 159, WON 235H Blackbird 44M, exhibited by Jackson Denchikoff. Second in class is entry 160, Mojo, exhibited by Wyatt Wunsch. Third in class is entry 161, Fairland Pandora, 3M, exhibited by Lily Howell. And fourth in class is entry 162, Peaches, exhibited by Jordy Denz. So 4 heifers in this first split of Hereford Commercial Yearling Heifers, and Judge, your class is complete. And since we got a little bit of extra time, let's reintroduce our judge that has been judging all day. Monty Souls is the Executive Secretary and CEO of the American Shorthorn Association in Kansas City. Monty guided the sale of the Shorthorn building and ASA move from Omaha to Kansas City in 2015, and Monty has been the Executive Secretary CEO for over 12 years. Since Monty has been at the Shorthorn Association, registrations have increased by 2,500 to 3,000 head, and there has also been a steady increase in new membership for both junior and senior membership. After relocating the American Shorthorn Association to Kansas City, Monty has become active on the American Royal Livestock Committee and serves as the chair of the American Royal Ethics Committee. Monty has also served as president of the U.S. Beef Breeds Council and is currently president of the National Pedigree Livestock Council. Previous to being named executive secretary and CEO of the ASA, Monty was the manager of Star Lake Cattle Ranch for 34 years. A premier purebred Hereford operation which hosted $7 million production sales and a dispersion in 2012 that totaled over $4 million. Monty has judged numerous cattle shows throughout the U.S., including multiple breed national shows in Denver and Louisville, and he's also judged internationally in Canada and Uruguay. Monty was also employed 18 years as a consultant in Argentina as a genetic advisor, and Monty grew up on a family farm in Michigan and attended Michigan State University and has spent his entire life working in the purebred cattle industry. Monty and his wife Rhonda have 4 children and 4 grandchildren. So he's put on a lot of miles today, so let's give one round of applause to our great confirmation judge, Monty Souls.
This is a little different class to kind of evaluate and put together. It's got some differences in it, and I'm not going to argue with you if you want to do it any other way. This is the big power heifer in the class. I really am not overly excited about the way she handles her pasturing on her rear legs as she walks out. But when you get behind this heifer, man, she's got all kinds of top build in her and muscle shape, and yet she still stays feminine out through that front end with a really nice shoulder. I think this is the kind of female that you can do a whole lot of things with going forward. Your second place female here follows her kind of in kind and type. A nice lower rib cage to her, got some shape bound over her top. A heifer that moves out fairly free and easy, and an attractive type female to look at as well. Your third place and your fourth place heifer out here, they don't have the same movement that the heifers have in front. They're heifers that just are a little bit more restricted in their movement. They get a little flatter in their kind and their shape at times, and they just don't compete with the power that you're seeing in the heifers above.
Thank you, Judge Souls. So in our first split of Hereford Commercial Yearling Heifers, first place was entry 161, Fairland Pandora 3M, exhibited by Lily Howell. Second place was entry 162, Peaches, exhibited by Jordy Denz. Third in class was entry 159, WON 235H Blackbird 44M, exhibited by Jackson Degchikoff. And fourth in class was entry 160, Mojo, exhibited by Wyatt Wunsch. We now move into our second split of commercial yearling heifers in the Hereford show. First in is entry 163, Hollywood from Paige Van Sickle. Second in is entry 164, Viridian 193M from Piper May. Third in is entry 165, Fisk Susie Q 415M from Blake Fisk. Entry 166 is a Scratch. And entry 167, Lucky Charms, exhibited by Kirby Wunsch. This is your second split of the Hereford Commercial Yearling Heifers.
This class winner here kind of sticks out when you get them out here in the class. Big, stout female, a lot of top built into her big old hip. If you want to raise some steer calves or some club calves, I think probably this is the type of heifer you'd want to have. She just really has a lot of quality and a real look about her and a lot of power, and yet some rib, some femininity about her, and still carries a lot of muscle. The second place cow really doesn't follow her in kind or type, but I think she fits for what I would want to do if I was looking at these cattle and you were going to buy them and take them home and make them work. This is a cow. This is a brood cow. Kick her out in the pasture, she'll take care of herself. She'll do what she needs to do. She isn't as fluffy and as pretty as some of the others, but she's a true cow with not a lot of problems or a lot of issues wrong with her. Big rib, nice feminine, broody type female. Excuse me. The third place cow here, this big white female or gray female, she's a little more slab-sided, just gets a little flatter in her side, doesn't have quite as much rib. She's extremely big compared to some of the others, and for that much height that she's got, she just needs a little bit more springer rib and a little bit more shape build about her. She gets a little straight off that front shoulder when she's walking. For me, I just don't see the same longevity built into her that I do in that cow in second place. The third place cow, or fourth place cow, is this black heifer walking around here right now. She gets a little flatter in her kind and type, not as true on her feet and legs as you like her to be. She just got some feminine looks about her and got some capacity about her, and she'll be fine down the road, but I'm not sure we got the long-term sustainability built into her soundness.
Thank you, Judge Souls. So advancing from the second split of Hereford Commercial Yearling Heifers is entry 165. This Susie Q 415M, exhibited by Blake Fisk. And second in class was entry 164 Viridian 193M, exhibited by Piper May. Third in class was entry 163 Hollywood, exhibited by Paige Van Sickle. And fourth in class was entry 167 Lucky Charms, exhibited by Kirby Wunsch. We're now into our Hereford Grand Champion Commercial Drive. Or pardon me, our Hereford Champion Commercial Yearling Heifer. Jumping ahead a little bit. Anyway. So first in, and our first place in the first split was entry 161, Fairland Pandora 3M, exhibited by Lily Howell. Second in is entry 162, Peaches, exhibited by Jordy Denz. Then from the second split, first was entry 165, Fisk Susie Q 415M, exhibited by Blake Fisk. Second in class, entry 164, Viridian 193M, exhibited by Piper May. So this is your Commercial Champion Yearling Heifer in the Hereford Show.
As they're bringing their champion yearling heifers up here to have the final division champion at this time. I think we've got two heifers, a lot alike in a lot of ways. They come together. When we bring them out here, they look a lot alike, and there's some little differences in them, but for me, I'm going to stay with this heifer that won the second class for your grand, and we'll use the heifer in the first class for your reserve.
All right, so your grand champion, Hereford Commercial Yearling Heifer, is entry 165, Fisk Susie Q. And reserve champion is entry 161, Fairland Pandora 3M, exhibited by Lily Howell. And if I'm not mistaken, that is your Hereford Grand Champion Commercial Female as well, as they just had the Yearling Heifers. So congratulations to both those individuals on their Grand Champions. We're now into our commercial yearling heifers for the Shorthorn Show. First in is entry 143, Mustang Sally from Max Burris. Entry 168, Traber Maisie, 88M from Gabby Dubois. Entry 169, Dunganin Magnolia Maid, 4M from Ray Gunderson. Entry 170, Ramblin' Mara Bell, 14M from Leah Tillman. Entry 171, KMS Daisy, 82M from Chelsea Triber. So we've got 5 heifers in this Shorthorn commercial yearling heifer class, and Judge, your class is complete.
I felt like I needed to do it this way when they came in, so I'm going to stay that direction. This heifer that wins the class does so pretty handily. You get right in front of her and you see a lot of bone and a lot of shoulder, but she's got a slant to that shoulder that's unusual for the amount of width and capacity and substance and power she's got. She really comes back up with a nice slant to that shoulder and doesn't show when you get right in front of her to be quite as coarse as you might think she would be. Big, powerful female, moves out fairly free and easy. Just, again, a really big, stout girl. The second place heifer is a heifer that she's not going to carry the flash and the power that the heifer has in front of her, but a heifer that's really pretty fault-free, made really nice, angular, got a feminine look about her, the kind of female I think if you had a truckload of them, you wouldn't be real sorry you owned them. So I think this is a really nice female that fits in here, as this is a little jigsaw puzzle to put together right here. They got different kinds and types in here with this group, but I think she fits there for me. Your third place heifer is a big framed heifer. A heifer that's probably the biggest framed heifer, a power heifer, but she gets a little straight off that front shoulder, gets a little coarse through that front shoulder, and as a result, she just doesn't have the appeal to me that some of the others. Gets a little flatter muscle, doesn't have quite as much explosion in that rib that you'd want to see for a female this big. The white heifer there that comes in the fourth hole, she's really angular. I like a lot of things about her, but there isn't a lot to her when you get right behind her. There's just not a lot of width or a lot of capacity about her or a lot of pounds built into her. And so I just would want to see a little bit more doability into her. But a feminine female, if you take her home and turn her loose, you're going to probably like a lot of the results. Your heifer that rounds out the class here is a heifer that just doesn't work quite as right off her front legs and off her rear legs. Gets a little round in her hip, and from her hip to her tail head when she moves. Just doesn't have the same quality as the heifers that we're looking at above them.
So our commercial yearling heifers for the Shorthorns. In first place was entry 171, KMS Daisy, 82M, exhibited by Chelsea Triber. Second in class was entry 143, Mustang Sally, exhibited by Max Burris. Third in class was entry 170, Ramblin' Mara Bell, 14M, exhibited by Leah Tillman. Entry 169, Dunganin Magnolia Maid, 4M, exhibited by Ray Gunderson, was fourth. And fifth in class was entry 168,
we got a single entry commercial red Angus heifer. This is a really good heifer in her kind and type. She maybe doesn't have the flair and the pizzazz that we see in some of the heifers we've seen out here earlier, but a big, deep ribbed, easy moving, a female that's got a lot of go about her and a lot of capacity, a lot of rib about her, the kind you're going to want in your pastures for a long time. A really nice female here.
So our champion Red Angus commercial yearling heifer is entry 133, Harvey Crest Sharkey 4091M, exhibited by Gentry Harvey. So now we will move into our Shorthorn show with our commercial 2-year-old pairs. First in is entry 172, Commercial Cow, with calf at side Commercial Calf, exhibited by McKenna Webster. And second in class here is entry 173, Shirley, with calf at side The Muffin Man, exhibited by Brina Fornwald.
This is a really close call for me. I think there's some trade-offs and some different deals, but this calf on this pair that I'm using first is a month younger than the other calf, so I think we got some advantage there that we're going to give this little bull calf. He's a really high quality, really attractive calf. Really like a lot of things about him. And this cow is a blue roan cow. She's kind of the epitome of a shorthorn blue roan should be. Productive looking cow. Just got that look about her that she's going to be a brood female for a long time and produced a really, really good bull calf. The second pair we got here, this cow is a really bigger cow, bigger frame cow. Really nice udder. I really admire that udder on this cow. She gets a little more dairy look about her, actually, as we look at her and compare her to some of the other cows here. And this bull calf's a January calf that's a big, stout rascal, but he's not quite as true through that front end as the calf that's going to win the class on the calf pair that's winning the class.
Thank you, Judge Souls. So in first place and our champion commercial 2-year-old pair in the Shorthorn show is entry 172, Commercial Cow, with calf at side Commercial Calf, exhibited by McKenna Webster. Second in class is entry 173, Shirley, with calf at side The Muffin Man, exhibited by Brina Fornwald. And so now we move into our And now we are into our Red Angus commercial 2-year-old pair class. First in is entry 134, Katie with calf at head side Mufasa, exhibited by Sydney Carlson. And then second in class is entry number 135, Flying K Electra 72L with calf at side Cash, exhibited by Colt Needham. This is your Red Angus commercial 2-year-old pair class.
We'll start this pair with a stout, big old stout bull calf on him, on her, a really nice cow, a cow that you really admire the udder underneath this female. We really admire the shoulder build into her, the smoothness that we see, the big rib cage, the depth of body, and she just puts it all together and has this big old stout bull calf at side to boot. So she kind of wins the class pretty easy for me from that standpoint. The second place pair has a really good calf aside. This is a younger calf, but he just isn't probably quite as powerful as the calf in front of us. And the cow gets up in her top a little bit. I really admire the udder underneath this cow, but we just don't have that same smoothness and look and maternal look that we see in the cow that's winning the class.
Our champion, Red Angus commercial 2-year-old pair, is entry 135, Flying K Electra 72L with calf Cash at side, exhibited by Colt Needham. And second in class was entry 134, Katie with calf Mufasa at side, exhibited by Sydney Carlson. We are now ready for the Shorthorn Commercial Championship Female. So first in is entry 171, our champion commercial yearling heifer. In the Shorthorn division, entry 171, KMS Daisy 82M, exhibited by Chelsea Triber. And second in class is entry 143, Mustang Sally, exhibited by Max Burris. Next in are our champion 2-year-old pairs. First in is entry 172, our champion commercial cow with progeny commercial calf, exhibited by McKenna Webster. And second in that, and the reserve champion cow was entry 173, Shirley, with calf at side, the Muffin Man, exhibited by Brina Fornwald. This is your champion Shorthorn commercial female class.
As we get here to pick our champion commercial shorthorn female, we've got some really good females out here, and I think our two contenders at the top are kind of different in kind without question, but we got a lot of quality in both of them. So for me today, I'm going to go with the heifer for your champion. I just think there's enough power and enough more look to her that it's going to be hard for me not to use her. The reserve will be your cow-calf here in front of me, that this blue roan cow with the calf. Really nice female and really nice pair, but I just think the power that we got, and if this heifer could come back next year as a cow and put an udder underneath her, she'll be hard to beat. So I really feel comfortable doing this and kind of breaking stride a little bit with that, but I just think we got a little bit more quality here in this front heifer.
So our grand champion shorthorn commercial female is entry 171, KMS Daisy 82M, exhibited by Chelsea Triber. And our reserve grand champion female is entry 172, commercial cow with calf at side commercial calf, exhibited by McKenna Webster. And now, we are in the last class of the day, I think. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong. The Red Angus Commercial Championship. So first in is our heifer calf champion, entry 123, Red Towa Toff, C1N, exhibited by Reese Wildman. Second in class is entry 122, Red Arrow Puppy Snugs, 26N, exhibited by Joss Pittman. Following that is our heifer champion, entry 133, Harvey Crest Sharky, 4091M, exhibited by Gentry Harvey. And then our champion 2-year-old pairs, entry 135, Flying K Electra 72L, with calf at side Cash, exhibited by Colt Needham. And second in that cow-calf pair class is entry 134, Katie, with calf at side Mufasa, exhibited by Sydney Carlson. This is your grand champion, Red Angus Commercial Drive. And just before we get too deep into this, I'd like to thank all of our sponsors of today, including Calgary Stampede, Future Egg, Olds College, Lamleys, Cam Clark Ford, Town of Olds, Mountain View County, and Bullseye Feeds. Without them, we wouldn't be able to host this outstanding show. So let's give one big final round of applause for all of our sponsors.
As we get to a close here for the day, I just want to ask everyone, give all these exhibitors a great round of applause today. You know, we're here evaluating cattle, but it's really the youth that we're here for. It's a family atmosphere. It's no better way to raise your children. And trust me, they're going to be the leaders of your country and your communities going forward. As we look at this group of heifers and females out here, I know what I'm going to do, and it may not be what everybody else would do, but I'm going to pick this heifer for your champion female because I think she's the epitome of a commercial type cow that we need to have. She moves well. She's got a lot of body, a lot of shape. She's still angular out through that shoulder when you get up there at the point of her shoulders. There's just a lot of female here. Your reserve will be the cow-calf pair. I think they really do a nice job, a big old stout bull calf. And the cow is a really nice cow, but I really like that female. She may not have the pizzazz and all the look and the sex appeal, but that's a brood mama.
So your grand champion, Red Angus commercial yearling, or Red Angus commercial female, is entry 133. The commercial yearling heifer champion, Harvey Crest Sharkey 4091M, exhibited by Gentry Harvey. And your reserve champion is entry number 135, Flying K Electra 72L, exhibited by Colt Needham with calf at side, Cash. All right, just before we close today, I figure, well, I'll give one more thanks to all of our volunteers that helped out today. Thanks as well to our outstanding judge, Monty Souls, our great ringman, I believe Robin and Riley walked around the whole day, and so that was quite impressive. So good job to them, as well as Jill Mater was in the back helping Marshall, and a few other marshals were there all day as well. DLMS crew has sat up here with me all day. Renee, we've got Janet up here as well. So it took a lot of work to get this done, and so thank you so much to everybody who helped get this show done today.